Welcome everybody to Rocket Royale once again. Another weekend for you all today, and we will be watching both EU and NA. But to start with, we have Europe, and I'd like to introduce to you first my wonderful casters today. We have Achieves and Johnny Boy. How are you doing, buddies?
You know, I'm doing really good. I'm very excited to be casting with Johnny. Johnny, always an amazing character and person in the professional analysis scene, so should be an exciting one. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm not that excited to be cast with the Chiefs. You know? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I've never cast with the Chiefs before. This should be fun. I've only ever seen him do play-by-play, and I've only ever done color casting, so we're a match made in heaven. Let's be honest.
Yeah, perfect. We'll be getting some very interesting analysis from you throughout the day, I'm sure, as you are more than known about that. So I am Greg, and I will be hosting today's Rocket Royale. We have got loads of games for you. The format has changed once again for Rocket Royale. Instead, we will be doing the same 4 little groups as we did before, but rather than having a then second group stage and knockout, it will be going straight into knockout. So it should be quicker for us all today. And Johnny Boy is just trying to sort out the light as he looks like a holy individual with all that light shining on him.
Focus the camera, man.
Yeah.
It's not focus.
So the way the format works today, we'll be watching as many games as possible throughout. And to start with, we've got New Archon versus Miracle Workers, which will be very exciting. What do you guys think of that then?
Yeah, both these teams pretty good, aren't they? New Archon and Miracle Workers are like bubble teams at the moment, I believe. In fact, I think one of them might have snuck into the top 10. I'm going to have to check, actually, real quick. But they're both pretty solid teams, definitely capable of upsetting the top 10 teams on their day.
Yeah.
But we're not going to be expecting them. They're not going to be favourites in their group. That's for sure. I think this is the group that has Flipside, so they're the middle of the pack teams. This is a really important game because this is going to determine who has a shot, probably, to play against Flipside in the winners finals, and then who has to go and battle through the losers. That's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, and were you there the other day, Cheese, when we casted New Archon? I think it was you. Yeah. What did you think of them then?
Ooh, New Archon? Actually, no, I don't believe that was you and I for New Archon. That
That might have been
somebody else.
Shogun. Yeah, we saw them in Gfinity recently, and it was very exciting to watch. They're a team that have newly formed recently, and looking fairly strong going forward. But you said they're in the group with Flipside, Johnny.
Yep.
What could that
we got
mean?
Flipside, New Archon, Miracle Workers, and a new team that I've never seen play called Low End Lions. But a few names that we might recognize. I know Frostav, we're matched up against him before, so they're the underdogs of that group, Low End Lions. But we're looking to see New Archon and Miracle Workers match up pretty close, I'd say. Miracle Workers have been underperforming a bit recently. Stocky, Killer, and Heavy, definitely capable of being a top 10 team. But New Archon at the moment are a top 10 team. They snuck in at 10th in the power rankings. That's Cheerios, Need, and Zidrox. Need and Zidrox have been playing together for quite a while, actually, in Unrivaled. But now they've got Cheerio, who previously from Zero Effort. We'll see how they get on. It's funny because their New Archon team name abbreviates to NA. So we got NA, Cheerio, Zidrox, and Znid, but we're in EU, so I always get a bit confused by that one. I'm like, what are they trying to do here? But
Yes.
Yeah, we will get to see them play.
Yeah, we should be getting into the game fairly soon here. I'm just trying to join into the lobby for us all, and then Johnny Boy and Achieves will be taking it away. So do you two want to go ahead and we'll see how the game turns out. So it's best of 3 at this stage, just to make everyone aware. And we will be checking your tweets, so do send in under the hashtag Rocket Royale and at Rocket League Central, and we'll be checking them out later on. But do take it away, guys.
I mean, yeah, I haven't really seen too much coming out of New Archon, as Zidrox and Znid, as you said, have played together a long time, but I certainly have seen plenty of the players on Miracle Workers, so I mean, my purely uninformed, biased opinion has to give it over to Miracle Workers. I'm going to go 2-1, just because I have to give credence to what you've said.
Yeah, Miracle Workers are definitely a lot more prestige in their team. Players like Stocky and Killer have, of course, been members of top teams in the past, and they're looking to make a top team of their own. But the power rankings would state that New Archon are the favourites here. I think that I'll give it New Archon 2-1. It's definitely going to be a close game, though.
Very true, as there's the kickoff. It's going to go high in favor of Zidrox on the cheat up, and it's a soft, slow hit just under Stocky, and that's a very quick strike.
Yeah, very quick indeed, just straight off the kickoff. That's the danger of having one person cheat close and another person go for the corner boost. You don't have anybody in the net ready to challenge that high ball. Just another reason to leave someone in the net on face-off, as if there weren't enough of those already.
4 seconds into the match, and New Archon striking first. Ball rolling into the corner. Killer now just able to tap that around, but there's a nice soft touch from Chiro. It's going to float high in favor of Z, but there's Heavy going to come streaking out of the corner and tap that one out. Find the second and third touch as well, but Zenid should have plenty of time in the corner to take control of this ball. Tips it up softly to himself. Stocky for the challenge. Flies just over the ball and gets a little piece of it to stop that momentum. And Killer now trying to find his teammates. Actually going to get given over to the Orange team by New Archon. Heavy not going to be able to do much with that ball. As he's going to take this high up the wall. Heavy in for support. In for actually a shot on the net. Zenid just able to make it back in time. There's a nice touch forward. Ball floating towards the net. Stocky is going to clear that one out. Zenid looking for the recenter. It's a nice high touch. Cheerio not able to put it in. That's a great pass back. Cheerio.
Yeah, nice one too here. Zenid, my keyboard and mouse brethren, showing his stuff here. Cheerio, I think, was just going for a goal there, but turned into a good pass to Zenid. And these boys have started off pretty well. Looks like the defense of Miracle Workers needs to sort themselves out because they look like they've just rolled out of bed at the middle of the afternoon.
High touch, Killer. Actually going to go off that sidewall from Stocky. Good interception from Zenid. Zidrox. How do you say that? Zidrox? Yeah.
Zidrox, yeah.
Nice clear. Killer high up the wall. The back actually intercepted by Zidrox. Now going to not be able to find that second touch. Zenid both contesting Heavy there for the ball, and Zidrox able to come down with it. But there is Killer no. For support as Heavy actually going to find a demo on Shiro. That could be trouble, but Zenid's already in the net. It's facing the wrong way, though. That could be trouble as the ball's actually going to get passed too far out, and it's going to fall in favor of Zenid. Zenid on a bit of a breakaway, going to go for the pass off the wall. It's going to bounce the wrong way, though. And I guess we haven't really seen much come out from Miracle Workers. They haven't had too much room to do a lot.
Yeah, they're definitely not finding the shots that they're looking for, and there's still plenty of time left in this game, but their attack has to be a little bit more creative. They're just firing the ball straight at their opponents, and it looks like New Archon are just waiting for those hits to come at them, and they're saying, thank you very much, we'll take that possession, and we're seeing that once again. Easy possession collection for Cheerio, and Heavy. With a whiff, moving forward now, is New Archon.
Going to give it over to Zidrox. Maybe a little bit unexpected, though, as they both kind of get tied up there in the corner. A squirt out the side and up the wall, over onto Miracle Workers half. Just going to miss that touch. It's going to fall in favor of Chiro, though. Into the corner now, looking for that center. It's a nice pass out towards the mid, away from the net, but nobody there to follow up. And now, once again, going to remain in possession of this ball as Zidrox going to punch that straight sideways and into the corner. Stocky, high touch. It should favor NA, though, is off the back wall, and there is Cheerio in for support. It's another pass play. Nice lead coming out from New Archon.
Yeah, really good hit there by Zenid, taking Stocky and Heavy out the game. Heavy with a little bit of a pointless jump right there. He finds himself in no man's land right in the middle of the box. Completely immobile also, not the greatest defending by him, but really well done by Zenid, just hitting that crossbar hard, giving Cheerio the easy follow-up. 3-0 lead, New Archon with a great start this game. Miracle Workers need to find some sort of miracle, because right now this looks to be going to the favourites according to the power rankings.
Good contest there from Heavy, trying to get something started in New Archon's corner, but Stocky now not able to find that touch around Zidrox. Zidrox looking for his teammates. It's a nice little pass, but it's going to go high and into the corner off that back wall. There's Cheerio trying to find the second touch, not going to be able to. Stocky actually getting a bit of a weak clear, and it's once again going to fall in favor of New Archon. So here comes Killer number 7. Nice pass upfield to Heavy. Heavy in the corner. Able to sneak it around one, but Zidrox just able to get that around Killer. Ball up the side wall and into the corner where Stocky's going to take this on a dribble. Nice contest from Cheerio, though. Quick challenge. Not going to give anything away for free here. It's Heavy now. Going to take this ball. Nice flick sideways. There's Killer. It's a bit of a weak touch, and once again, possession going back over to New Archon. They're just not able to get anything started on offense, really.
Yeah, it looks like Killer is especially having a very quiet game by his standards. He's got the donut shop open over his end of things. The 4-0 zone, another whiff coming in from him. He's going to need to steady himself, try and find his feet in this game, or his wheels, if you will, because right now it's looking like New Archon are going to take this and another goal. Zenith with the 4-0. This is going extremely, extremely one way at the moment.
A couple of them just getting tied up there. Cheerio just saying, fine, I'll come punch it off the corner. Z-Need come in and clear that one up. And yeah, like you said, 4-0 in favor of New Archon. Definitely not what I was expecting, but once again, that's why you know exactly what you're doing. I'm
Honestly, predicting 2-1 in either direction here is not a bad prediction. I thought it would be a close game, so I was technically wrong as well, because this is turning into an absolute whitewash. New Archon just completely manhandling their opponents right here, and Killer yet to manage to eat any of his donuts. He's maybe on a diet today. Will he be able to get a shot on target before the end of the game, or perhaps a save? Who knows? But he's running out of time to do it in, and that it really can be damaging going into game 2. If you just see at the end of the game, the scoreboard 0-0-0-0, you just think, oh dear, I'm not having a good day.
Yeah, take your blows where you can get them. Actually, Heavy able to sneak one through, and Killer's not able to convert. That's
He did get 2 shots though. Look at that. He's ate 2 donuts. Well, he just ate a donut and doubled it immediately afterwards. Zeros for the whole game. Then he gets 2 shots in 1 second. Beautiful by Killer. Actually managed to finish the game with something to show for himself.
Regain a little bit of pride, if not the goal. That's a nice little pass. Heavy for the net off the back wall, and there we go. There's a third shot for Killer.
Easy MVP for Killer number 7. He's top points in his team. Carry of the top equal, I guess. He's clearly been carrying this whole game. Stocky just too heavy with the 195, and they're all gonna need to improve. Honestly, jokes aside, New Archon were just too much for them until that very last second goal. It looked like there was just no pressure coming out from Miracle Workers, and if they can just start game 2 exactly where they left off, then they'll be in a good place. But this team definitely not the best at comebacks in the past, I would say. Miracle Workers, they're going to have a difficult time coming back from this one, because that was a pretty heavy defeat to a team that they will expect to have close games against.
Yeah, and the shot differential 9-6, and 3 of those coming in the last 30 or so seconds. So you can really say 9-3. And server down for maintenance. Try not to panic.
Unbelievable. They gave us a faulty one.
If we'll have to remake, I presume we'll have to.
We will have to remake. Yeah. Has anybody left yet? Everybody's like, "What do we do?"
Panic. All right.
I'm pretty sure we have to remake.
Let me get in touch. I will find Quest and ask him if he is remaking. But yeah.
We see if it's back up. It looks like it is. Same name and password.
Okay, same name and password. Yes,
Same
the shot differential 9-3 pretty much. As the last 3 don't really count. It was already 4-1 at that point. Do you think it was just a product of the speed, or just strong reads coming out from New Archon?
New Archon, they spread out a lot better than Miracle Workers did. We saw for one of the goals, Heavy was just in the middle of the box, completely immobile, and there was a couple of other goals where we saw complete whiffs in the air. So they're just not feeling comfortable right now, our Miracle Workers. They're going to need to fix this, because if they don't win this game, you know, they do move on to the losers bracket, and they'll get a play against a team who they really expect to win against, and perhaps get a second shot against New Archon if things go to plan. But, you know, that's not what they want to be thinking about right now. They want to try and make a comeback in this series. It is just 2 wins necessary, and they're more than capable of doing it. But New Archon, if they can keep up that, you know, that amount of rotation and spreading out like they did in Game 1, I think that this is going to be a 2-0, because they just looked like too much for Miracle Workers to handle.
And back into the mix here for Game 2 between New Archon and Miracle Workers. Another cheat up by Xerox, but this time Miracle Workers following suit, and they're able to more stalemate the ball and really fight for possession there at the beginning and not give a 4-second goal away, as Zidrock's actually going to be able to tip it around Stocky. Nice little bumps coming out from Zidrock as well, not letting Stocky do too much, but he's able to recover. There's Z-Need in for the interception, actually looking for a pass. Not going to be able to find anyone on that side of the pitch, though. He should do a little pass back here. Actually, it's a soft, high touch, and Zidrock's actually going to miss, and that's going to fall in favor of Killer, but there is Cheerio off that sidewall. Heavy is just barely going to win out that 50-50 in the air. And Zidrock's now. Soft touch, smart play there, but Stocky with a strong read going to be able to intercept that. As Heavy flying across, going to give it right back over to New Archon. And this is already starting to look like a much more hotly contested game. Stocky, Heavy, and Killer seem to have adapted a little bit at least.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that, and also a little bit of just poor hits on the ball coming out from New Archon. There's a lot of people just not getting the hits that they want. Like right now, Heavy again not getting the touch that he's looking for. The plan's just not going to plan. Oh, Stocky though, out of nowhere with a shot at the near post.
Who's in the net here? It was Zidrox? Or, okay, Zenid didn't rotate. He trusted Zidrox to come and win that 50-50, and unfortunately, it's just not how it worked out. Stocky able to take it out from over him and find the net, and that is goal 1 in favor of Miracle Workers with just under 4 minutes in Game 2, and that's a good start if you're Miracle Workers, because getting shut out, well, not shut, well, you can kind of say shut out.
Yeah.
Getting 4-1, it's not a good way to start the day. Oh, it's going to be 2.
Oh, no way! What? Heavy showing that he is not the heavy one. His team does not need to carry him because he's got some long shots today. And again, we're seeing just a little bit of a lapse of concentration from Zidrox, expecting Cheerio to make that interception. He could have held his boost button much earlier there and caught up to that ball, but looks like, you know, just a couple of defensive misplays, giving a 2-0 lead to Miracle Workers pretty early. They really didn't have to work very hard for that one.
Heavy soft touch forward. There's a nice touch coming out from Zenid. Going to try and take control of this, but it's going to fall in favor of Cheerio. It's going to come off that ceiling where Stocky, having a nice read on that ball, going to try and get it over to Killer. Actually able to sneak it around Zidrox, but there's Cheerio for support, and just going to miss that touch as Zenid's going to roll high off that back wall. Heavy should be the first one there. It's going to punch it off that side ball over to Killer. Both members of each team missing that ball. Stocky now gets a nice clear off that corner, and now he's on a dribble in a 1v2, not quite able to sneak it around one defender as Cheerio, soft touch, trying to retain control of the ball. Zidrox get bumped in the air, and that will fall in favor of Heavy. Killer looking for the pass mid. Here comes Stocky for the shot, but he's just going to get beat out by Zenid. Over to Cheerio. Cheerio with a shot on the net. It's high, floating, and just off that back wall and into the top left corner. Cheerio now tapping that high for Zidrox. Not able to find that touch, though. That's Stocky. Actually going to give it right over to Zenid, and there's an open net, and he's not able to make it back in time, and it's 2-1 now.
Really nice interception by Zenid. Look how he's getting up on the wall, and that clear just goes straight in his direction. Stocky not doing a great job with that one. But good pressure coming out of New Archon. They had the ball in that half for a good while there, and it's resulted in a goal, so congratulations to them. Both these teams leaving the net open on kickoff, I'm not impressed. They're just asking for goals scored against them. But, you know, that's their problem, not mine. I'm just gonna call it out when it happens. It is inevitable.
Judge silently. That's Killer no. Nice big clear all the way over to New Archon side. It's a nice touch from Zidrox back to himself, but he's going to give possession right back over. Actually almost getting the shot on net. I did not expect that as Cheerio coming in high, not going to be able to find the net off that pass off the side wall. There's Zidrox able to sneak it around one, but it's going to float harmlessly into the corner. And Zenid just going to opt to let that one go. Try and take the boost from Stocky. I'm not sure who actually got that, though. That could be trouble. Zenid is going to rotate, but this time it's going to work out for them as Cheerio not able to find it. Heavy in control of this ball in New Archon's corner, looking for a dribble. Actually, nice read coming out from Heavy, though. Come down with this ball into the corner, off the back wall. Second touch, no third touch, no net. And there's Killer number 7 now. Slowly down the side. Stocky actually coming and taking it off his nose there. It's a nice pass off that back wall. Stock's going to have actually Heavy not back, or not forward enough to read.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Cheerio just get back in time.
Oh dear. Wow. Absolute cloud fiesta in defense. Need going up Cheerio just like we saw in the first goal this game, trusting his teammate to hit it. And when he doesn't, it's just a disaster. Not in position to make a good clear. He was unable to get the ball high up in the corner like he was trying to. It just fell straight middle. That's the second time that's happened. Oh, a nice kickoff strategy though. Deliberate fast kickoff to the side for Cheerio to cheat forward, but it looks like they have not covered their net yet again. Oh dear. And 4-1 to Miracle Workers now.
Yeah, 4 Miracle Workers in less time, so it's a good start here for Miracle Workers. It's got a really powerful hit. I don't quite ready for that as Zidrox got all the way on the opposite end of the pitch, and said 4-1 in favor of Miracle Workers. So, Tides coming back around in favor of Miracle Workers here in Game 2, as Zenid going for the bit of an underdunk there. And Zidrox actually going to give it right off Stocky's nose. Stocky almost owned goaling that, but thankfully off the side wall there. That's a nice bicycle from Cheerio. Gonna miss that pass out to mid. That should fall in favor of Stocky. Stocky gonna give it right over to Zenid. It's a pass to the far post. Unfortunately, Cheerio not able to convert. Zidrox looking for the pass mid. It's high off that back wall. Stocky coming in, actually gonna make the save, but it's slow.
Oh!
Gonna finish it off.
They just can't get it clear. There's been a running theme this game, and that is just teams not being able to get the ball clear. That was actually a fantastic save by Stocky, but he didn't get rewarded because of the accidental dunk by Zneed. And 4-2, there's still plenty of time for New York to make a comeback. They kind of have to just throw caution to the wind at this point. Just go all out, balls to the wall attacking, and preferably balls to the goal at some point. Oh! How about now, says Zneed. But he's going to miss. Oh, Zidrox. Upper 90 finish. We've got a game in our hands.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 3-4 with 43 seconds left. And Zidrox just able to sneak that around. Find a second touch off that time.
We are having a few little bits of lag issues here with Achieves coming through. So we will just give it to Johnny for a little bit while Achieves tries to get that sorted out. It's not to do with mic issues, it's just down to internet problems. So Johnny, take it away.
Yeah, apologies guys. I actually for the longest time was not sure if that was just me who was having to deal with that, and I was trying to read the chat, but of course there is a delay, and I was thinking, are they talking about my mic? Are they talking about Achieves' mic? Either way, we do have a close game all of a sudden. New York able to take this one back to within 1 goal after some really horrendous defending from their part. They will not be happy with how they defended this game. Oh, and a shot from Killer. You know, we can kind of forgive New York at this point for trying to get this ball out of the corner, but the method in which they're doing so, they just don't have any momentum here, and it's a bit awkward. Zneed trying to turn around, gets beaten to the ball by Killer. Killer putting it in, probably going to seal it for their team. Miracle Workers going to take game 2 by the looks of things. That's going to make an interesting series, because this is, like we said earlier, a best of 3. Oh, unless Cheerio has something to say about it. No, Heavy denying Cheerio access to that free goal. Stocky not able to get the 0 second there, but this is going to take us into game 3 now. Both these teams pretty evenly matched, it seems, although the defending is just not there, it seems. They're both putting the ball in awkward positions for each other to deal with, but they are not able to defend against these balls that are coming in. To their back post in particular, both teams kind of getting stuck underneath the ball. I'm going to be paying close attention this game to the positioning of both these teams when they try to defend their goal. We'll just wait for Achieves to ready up here. He's trying to fix his microphone. We'll bear with him. Technical issues do happen. We apologize for that, but we will power through. Have to listen to some awful Johnny Boy play-by-play. This is nothing I would wish on anybody, but you're gonna have to deal with it. That's just the way it is. Definitely a pretty quiet game there for Cheerio. I feel like the biggest problem for New Archon was they were trusting each other just a little bit too much. And of course it is good to trust your teammates when they go up for the ball. They clearly have a plan in mind when they go up for an aerial, for example. But you don't want to put yourself in a position, if you are the last line of defense, where if your teammate's plan goes wrong, you're then out of the game. Because we saw that for at least 2 of the goals that New Archon conceded. I believe the first one and the 4th goal. Just trusting their teammates in the air a little bit too much, taking themselves out of the game when the ball does get missed. We'll see if they can improve on that. I'm not sure. Achieves, I see you're sitting back down. Are you ready to give your microphone another test run? You might be muted, actually. Right, I'm not sure. I can't hear Achieves. I see he's trying to talk, but I don't think his microphone's working at the moment. We'll just continue on as he tries to sort out his technical issues. Again, apologies for that. But we will focus on the gameplay that we have. 1-1 in games, 0-0 in score in game 3. Killer going for the 1v1 play. That's a nice fake challenge by Zidrox. Notice how he just drives forward, makes Killer play the ball over him, then he just takes it away from him, and now we got some more patient defending by Zidrox. Very well done by him. He knows that he has to kill some time here, help his teammates out as they try to recover. Good pressure though by Miracle Workers, keeping the ball inside the blue box for the longest time here. Oh, and it's a little bit of a misplay right there. Zneed not trusting Cheerio to get that ball clear. This is going to lead to some low boost situation for New Archon. But Miracle Workers all backing off at the same time. It's a bit of a rotational breakdown with nobody challenging the ball. And a big chance here. Will Heavy get the infield pass. Nice interception by Zneed. Is it going to go into the hole? Oh, my, it's it. Stocky with the own goal. Oh, dear. Stocky with the sharp rotation. This is why you don't drive straight back at your net, ladies and gentlemen, because you might just get an accidental own goal. Oh, no, that's a little bit unfortunate. But you should probably see that coming if you're a Stocky machine. It's a good interception, though, by Zneed. He was caught in a 2v1, and he managed to come out on top. So very well done by him. giving his team the lead. And we have seen the game go to the team that takes the lead in both games 1 and 2. So if that is to continue, then New Archon are looking to take down game 3. Oh, Stocky really, really out of position there. Caught shadowing at his near post. A couple of demos coming in. Sneed taking it. And then Revenge immediately coming out from Miracle Workers. This is good pressure though by I kill them NA, New Archon. We're keeping Miracle Workers in the back foot right here. And now Stocky trying to move this one forward. This is again good because all of New Archon caught shadowing simultaneously. Nobody challenging the ball. Stocky was able to move that forward at will. But it looks like the New Archon team have managed to break down that attack pretty well. And they continue to defend pretty solidly this game. They're not getting caught out as much as they did in game 2. So they've definitely made the adaptations necessary to deal with the attack coming out of Miracle Worker. Stocky and Killer both up for the same ball. Not what they want to be doing. That's a nice pinch by Zidrox. Well done by him. Really difficult to do that. Put himself in a really risky position. He could have owned gold that if he was unfortunate, or just centered it, but he managed to get the pinch successfully. And he's called on once some more by his team to defend. Okay, Cheerio actually letting go of his boost button right there after he realized that Zidrox or Zenid was going to beat him to the ball. So good job. It looks like New Archon definitely the better rotation at the two teams. They're just getting out of each other's way a little bit more than Miracle Workers are. Oh, nobody at the far post. If Killer had just rotated over there, he would have had a free shot. But he was facing the wrong way, not reading the play very well was Killer number 7. And yeah, Chiefs, just to let you know, any moment that you want to test your microphone, just hop in, just interrupt me. And we'll see what happens. But until then, we'll just keep going with the Johnny solo cast. Much to the disappointment of all the viewers, I'm sure. Oh dear. So we've got Spider-Man impressions from Heavy and Stocky. Both of them want to be superhero. It's actually worked though. Oh no, Stocky missed the open net. What is going on? He had the clear run into the net, but he panicked, touched the ball one too many times, and he's put it wide. Stocky not going to be happy with that. Oh, Sneed out of the sky. Well done. Showing that keyboard and mouse players can't actually hit the ball in the air. Something that I've done my best to, make people think otherwise. That's a very well done read by Sneed. He followed that ball off the ceiling, actually, as it bounced, and he's given his team 2-0 lead. Very well done by Sneed. And this is starting to look a bit more like game 1. Miracle Workers not able to get their attack going, and missed that open net miss by Stocky. Could be huge. He could have equalized for his team, but he's missed the net and given New Archon the chance to double their lead. But yeah, I believe that Zenid is still a keyboard and mouse player. I know that he was a keyboard and mouse player for a while. Oh, he just about couldn't get that one in. We nearly had a second own goal of the game. Killer this time, going back at his own net. But he just missed the ball, which was fortunate, because he would have put it in his own net right there. Nice play by Heavy, taking the ball forward. Oh, Heavy rattling the crossbar. You really needed that one to get in. Looks like Zenid's going to come in, sweep that one off the line. Well played. Zenid's all over the place for his team this game. Really good game by him. Definitely the MVP, not only in points, but just in activity. Of course, the scoring system in Rocket League, not always the most reliable way to see who has been the most effective contributor to a team, because you don't get points subtracted when you do something stupid. So Stocky with the own goal, didn't get any points subtracted from him. Oh, and a couple of whiffs coming out from Stocky and from Sneed. Maybe both players going for a block, but I really feel like they should just be playing the ball in that situation. And this is almost certainly going to be NA taking down Miracle Workers. Of course, NA standing for New Archon, not for North America. Oh no! Just last second chance getting denied by the crossbar. Crossbar and post, the real MVP for New Archon. And they are going to take down this third game, GG's. I've not heard about the score of Flipside against Low End Lions. I could check that for you guys. Let me see who the winner of this game is going to be up against. I imagine that we're going to see New Archon against Flipside Tactics in the winners' finals, and Miracle Workers will be moving on to the losers' bracket to play against Low End Lions. This is, of course, assuming that Low End Lions have not been able to upset Flipside, which, of course, would be a massive shock. But yeah, until we get a Chiefs back in here, Dragon, did you get much chance to follow that game along with me?
I did, and I've realised because of the fact we had a Chiefs in there, it has kind of messed up the overlay a bit. So
right.
you're now a no face. human being, which is quite entertaining to look at.
Sure. I just saw that on the stream. I'm gonna wait. Where do I
Anyway.
need to be no face? I'm gonna try and position myself accordingly.
Oh, that's perfect. There we go. So
I'm trying to be no face.
that's amazing. So we might have to switch this up now. Let's just.
Perfect. This is great.
This is
I like
perfect.
it.
Okay.
I love it.
I don't know if I can take this seriously.
But
Mr. Johnny No Face, what did you think of that game then?
whoa, man, New Archon. Bit of a collapse in game 2. They were over trusting each other. You know, they see their second man going up for an aerial, and the last man back thinks, "All right, my teammate's got this." Wait a minute, no, he doesn't. We got scored on. But you know, they got it back together in game 3. Defended a bit more organized in a bit more organized fashion, and they got the job done. They took down Miracle Workers as expected, and Miracle Workers are going to have to, you know, battle their way through the losers now. They will probably get a second chance to take out New Archon if everything goes as planned for the rest of the group. If everything goes according to the seeding, we'll see a rematch of New Archon against Miracle Workers in the losers finals, with the winner of that game progressing to the next stage. That's just how this system works. Winner of the first game gets a shot at continuing into the winners finals with a chance of first seed, but you know, they're against Flipside, so whichever team goes in there is probably going to lose. Probably going to lose. But yo, they get a chance to play against Flipside. That's pretty cool. And yeah, I can't get enough of this.
It's amazing, isn't it?
This is definitely an improvement. I'm gonna have to do this on my stream, in fact.
Okay, right. So I'm trying to fix it up now. Unfortunately, there's only so much of half-faced Johnny we can take. So we'll just get a nice full screen of you, so that I can edit that up.
I'm
There
back.
we go. You're back. So we'll get you on there. I hope you all enjoyed seeing Johnny's headset on either side of the little slither that was his face.
Difficult to get it positioned perfectly because, of course, I am watching the stream on a 15-second delay, so I was trying to guess where I needed to be. Yeah, I got it done eventually. It was pretty interesting.
Okay. So
Chris Ferrick has invited me, by the way. He might have invited you to set up the next.
What is our next game gonna be?
Actually, I don't know. So I'm going to have to find that one out. I'll message Quest for it. What is the next game?
And
I'll even throw in there a question mark.
oh, I've just realised I need to chop out the little bit at the bottom. But we will put it out to chat now. In fact, Quest Ferret, can we get a poll set up whether people want Johnny Boy to solo cast or they want me to pop in and do a little bit of play-by-play with Johnny? I was going to be hosting today, but I was always backup caster if needed. So chat can decide that. Let's get a poll going.
Yeah, sure. And honestly, like, we have no preference, so you guys can just decide. Don't feel like you're putting us in a awkward situation at all. We'll just do exactly what you guys want.
Exactly.
We will provide.
And I'm going to be honest, I would rather sit here and listen to Johnny Boy with his delightful, deep Scottish voice. But we can do it however you want. So if it's updated, yes, we got Weedom Girls versus Extatus. Extatus? How
X status. I think it's like status is what they're going for. X status,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
And who's in that lineup then?
X status. Let me just get that lineup up for you. So that would be Devon, Lottie, and Marsek. If I'm not mistaken, it's a team from the Czech Republic. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that one, so somebody might want to correct me if I'm wrong. But we are going to see them against Weedom Girls, so they're coming in as massive underdogs. That does mean, I believe, that Weedom Girls have bested Crown and Jewels. Or no, wait a minute. Crown and Jewels were beaten by Exodus. I'm going to have to try and find a proper view of this bracket so I can tell you guys what's going on. Let's see what happens if I click here. Nope, wrong button. How do I see the games that are ongoing? Bracket 1. Oh yeah, X-Status have actually beaten Crown and Jewels. That's what's happened. So X-Status with the upset, taking down Crown and Jewels, who I believe are playing with Flarky, K-Dup, and Scrubkilla today.
Okay.
So that's a massive win for X-Status. Can they make a second
definitely.
upset happen and take down Weedom Girls? Sending both Weedom Girls and Crown and Jewels to the losers bracket would be a huge result for them. So this is a very interesting game. We're getting Remco joining in right here. And yeah, Lauti and Devon, everybody's joining in, so we'll get the game going pretty soon. Looks like they're ready to get going.
All right, well, we'll just get...
Did a poll happen? I didn't see what happened.
I don't think it did. We just got a lot of chanting. Oh, this screen here is quite impressive. I hadn't set this one up. We won't use this one. We'll just go straight onto that one.
Oh dear.
And
wait, are we playing on? Okay, we are going to play on. There was a bit of a 2v3 at the start of that one, but it looks like they're going to play on regardless. I honestly wasn't paying enough attention to the chat to see if they wanted a solo cast, but since you have a preference, I'm happy to solo cast, Greg, and since you just want to sit there and chill. And Remco, he's going to have time for chill, and he's just going to get an early goal here off a bad clear. Oh, Maestro's named himself Bang Bang Bang. It's a decent name change. Not bad at all.
Yeah, I'll take a little sit back now. If your voice starts to go, just give me a shout. We might be able to get a Cheese back in soon.
Yeah,
so take it away.
Cheese is trying to fix things on his end. We'll keep you guys updated. But until then, I'll just have a bit of a chill out cast. I'm going to lose my voice early on in this cast. And of course, I do this on my stream sometimes. I'm sure a few of you are aware. It's a bit more of a chilled out atmosphere than a usual cast, because that's just what I'm more suited for. Oh dear. A few whiffs coming in on a nice bang, 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 getting the bang from behind on Louty. And following up, backflip coming in from Bang. I might call him Bang, 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 might call him Maestro. It's going to be difficult not to call him Bang, Bang, Bang. And I really feel like Weedom girls these days. Oh, hello. We got a wild Achieves.
Does it work?
It sounds as if he's made an improvement to his microphone. I can hear him for sure. I'm not sure if you can hear him, Gregan.
He sounds pretty good to me, so...
Oh, good.
Go on. Get
as soon
stuck
as
in.
Cheats gets back into the game, he can take over play-by-play. We do have Weedom girls with the 1-0 lead, though. Make that... Oh, not quite 2-0 lead. Maestro's going to be kicking himself for putting that one under the crossbar. Really should have put that on target. There was nobody ready to defend against it, and he was pretty much point-blank range. It wouldn't have made much difference if somebody was there. And will we see Remco continue to dominate in defense? He's really impressed me recently. In my opinion, the best defender in 3v3 in the current state of Rocket League metagame. Maestro getting a really sore nose, just smacking his face off the wall right there, missing the pinch that he was going for. And yeah, Greasy and Maestro really do have a lot of freedom to do whatever they want when Weedom girls are playing, because Remco provides such a solid foundation at the back of the pitch. They just have so much faith in this guy to deal with anything that they let go past them. But so far this game, he's been up the pitch himself. He's been trying to make some moves happen at the other end. I think that they're going to be pretty confident coming up against Xstatus, but Xstatus, like we said, coming off the back of a pretty solid win against Kren and Jules. You'll see if they can make the second upset happen. They're within one right now, but Weedom girls with the lion's share of pressure. Oh, and everybody on Xstatus getting caught in the back foot there. They really need to defend their back post a little bit more proactively, or Weedom girls are going to, approach them with a bit of a V formation, hit them hard from the far side of the pitch. Would have been a great opportunity to do so right there, but neither Greasy or Maestro had rotated to that angle. But this is all Weedom girls at the moment. Oh, until Greasy getting a little bit out of position. Looks like he doesn't know how to half flip either. He's just backflipping back into his half. But he gets saved by Remco. Not for the first time, and I'm sure not for the last. Remco really is the defensive rock for this team. Greasy and Maestro being so quick in the air in attack, making a lot of goals happen. And yeah, these guys, they just trust each other a lot. They've got a great system that works really well for them. And I'd, recommend that other teams try out that system where you just attack the ball with two people and then have one player sit back and try and prevent the clears come in. That is what we see from Weedom girls for the majority of the time. And good play there by Maestro, waiting to control that ball. He didn't want to hit it off the wall straight into the clutches of Xstatus, deciding instead to control the game. And it looks like a Cheese is joined in the match.
Yes, I have returned after my technical
issues
difficulties. As a nice bump is going to give Greasy a goal. And okay, what a welcome back.
We're back in action. Welcome back, Cheese. Good to have you here. That's a really nice air roll finish by Greasy. Looks like Devin didn't see that one coming at all. He thought that ball was going into the corner, but he was very wrong. The lead has been doubled. Weedom girls look to be really comfortable in this matchup, and they're opting for that fast kickoff strategy to the right. We saw New York do that in the previous series. This is becoming a bit more popular, it seems.
I will definitely have to keep a lookout for that as bang, 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 high toss off the back wall, but there is Maverick. Get just a little piece of it. It's a good pass up to Lottie, but Remco already back in the net. actually going to fall in favor of Devin. Devin on a dribble in a 1v1. Greasy just going to make it back in time to clear that one out. And there is that Maestro with Bang Bang Bang, I presume?
Yeah, that's Maestro.
Okay. But I'm just going to call it Maestro. That's way easier.
Yeah, I agree.
There's Lottie. Actually, Greasy going to come down with that touch. It's going to go into the sidewall. Actually, good contest from Maestro, but Greasy now not able to win out the air 50-50 versus Markic. That's confusing. Now giving it over to Lottie, but Greasy off the sidewall, back to himself. Trying to find Remco on the other side of the net. It's actually a pass back. It's going to drop it on the ground, but there's Lottie just going to come out and smack that one into the corner. It was a good attempt from Weedom girls, but now it's a nice open net for Lottie. That leaves them 13 seconds to get one goal.
Yeah, Remco getting caught out for a change. Usually he's so ready for these hard clears, but he stepped up a little bit too far. So did the rest of the Weedom girls lineup, and they've given Extatus a chance to get back into this game. 1 goal in it, and it looks like Greasy's giving the triple what a save to himself. He's not happy with how he dealt with that one. Weedom girls still in control though.
I hate to say it achieves, but you do cut out again.
Oh no. But, this is just a disaster, but Weedom girls, on the other hand. Smooth sailing for now. Not the most one-sided game scoreline-wise, but they really did look in control for the majority of this matchup.
Yeah, we will try. I don't know how we can work it out. Achieves. It seems.
Do you have a backup microphone at all, or is this the only one you've got?
It seems to be a problem with my internet. It's definitely not my microphone. I know.
Oh, it's a shame.
So,
okay.
We're going to see if we can get Fickle in here instead, and he'll just roll with it, since obviously I'm not going to be able to.
Yeah, it's a shame because it's all right for brief moments, and then sometimes it doesn't seem to be working. So sorry to say goodbye, Achieves. How short-lived your casting was today. And hopefully you can get your internet fixed for the future. But Johnny, that first game, incredible. And take it away just for a bit until we can get Fickle in.
Yeah, no problem. Weedom girls, pretty much what we expect from them. They're always so solid in offensive rotation. There's no team in the world that can pressure the ball in the other team's half as well as Weedom girls do. And it's not to do with just attacking the ball. What Remco does particularly well, and also Meister and Greasy to a lesser extent, is he will just stop whatever plan the other team have got going. He'll figure that plan out and he'll prevent it from happening. So we'll be looking to see them just intercepting clears, challenging the ball in a timely fashion. And, you know, I don't expect them to be taking this game too stressfully. Oh dear, Greasy with a complete whiff in defense. This is something I see from Greasy a little bit too often. I've been fairly critical of him in the past, where he just doesn't know how to slow down. Like, he's just getting into the net a little bit too soon here. Too much momentum. He needs to find that fourth gear because he's often approaching the ball with a little bit too much speed. And he is one of the best players in the world at doing that, you know, being able to control his car at speed. But sometimes you just get to the net too early and let the ball go past you, which is what we saw right there. But as far as attack goes, Greasy is always a threat because he gets to the ball so early and confidently. And we're seeing that right now. But if he's going to continue the inconsistent defending, we might see some problems. For Weedom girls, double save coming in from Remco and Greasy. It looks like Remco is credited with that one. And Remco with a nice delayed 50-50. He just let the opponent hit the ball into him right there. Very well done by him. He knew exactly how to deal with that situation. And we're seeing Weedom girls trying to get a goal back in this game. They're looking pretty comfortable. They're systematically removing their opponents from the game with 50-50s and outplays, but there always seems to be somebody else there for Extatus. They're rotating very well. They're not giving each other, or they are giving each other plenty space to maneuver, which is great in 3v3. That's a really good chance for Devin. Does get it in. Not the greatest shot, but he just got enough on it that Remco couldn't get the save. They're really showing up this game. A bit of chaos happening in the Weedom girls' defense. Greasy, Remco going for the same ball, not for the first time this game. And they do get punished. Devin with a really, really good finish there. Greasy saying Johnny is poo. He's not wrong. That's an astute observation by the Greasy Meister. And that's a nice aerial. Good save, though, by Devin. He manages to get that ball clear to the side. Very important to do that. Every time you try and make a save, got to get that ball high, but not too high as to get it to bounce off the ceiling and come back down dangerously. So very well done there by Devin. Getting a good save. And Extatus, honestly, not looking too threatened right now. Weedom girls have been, controlling the midfield and the territory, but there always seems to be somebody else there for Extatus. The last line of defense is holding strong against one of the best defensive teams in the world. Of course, that is Weedom girls, and Weedom girls definitely have their work cut out to win not only this game but the series, because if Extatus can hold strong like they are right now, they are no pushover. What a clear by Loudy, and notice how he just waits for that ball to bounce off the wall, then he whips it hard with the front end of his car. Similarly to how you'd wait for the ball to bounce off the ground in any other part of the field, you want to do that when you're making wall clears. Just wait for the bounce, then smash it. You'd be surprised how much distance you can get on that clear. Devin again with another timely interception. Oh, and Loudy late on the rotation back. Devin did just about all he could right here. Can't really fault him. He stuck in a good challenge to prevent Remco and Greasy from getting the ball past him, but Maestro was there. Looks like Weedom girls attacking in full force right here. They know that they need all of them to attack if they're going to get the ball past this pretty stellar Extatus defense right now. Oh no, a whiff coming in from Devin. That's an uncharacteristic one at that. Greasy with the follow-up, which is, a good follow by Greasy. He knows that every time Devin's missing this, he's going to get the goal. And Devin, although he's probably not missing that clear the majority of the time, does miss it this time. Greasy gets rewarded for following that one. And that's a real shame for Extatus. They defended so well, but really just a lapse in concentration by Devin coming off his line a bit too early. And Greasy with the equalizer. Still definitely a big chance for Extatus to make a statement here. If they can take a game off Weedom girls in a best of 3, that could really shake the girls, because best of 3s, anything can happen, and it would be crazy if we saw both Crown Angels and Weedom girls in the losers bracket at the hands of this new young team. Letty, of course, for longest time being a force to be reckoned with in Solo 2's ladder. If you ever catch Mike Rule streaming late night or early morning, depending where you live, he often runs into Letty, and we're starting to see a little bit of that training coming into fruition. Devin right there, sorry, with another good save. Weedom girls, they've slowed down their pace a little bit. They're just letting Extatus hit the ball to them, but they need to be careful because Extatus have shown that they are able to put the ball in dangerous positions. That's a fantastic pass by Remco. Maestro not able to get it. Oh, Remco somehow gets on the end of his own rebound. How did he do this? He did go for the pass initially, very well done, but then actually recovering and backflipping the ball over Marsek, who really did not see that coming. I don't think Marsek thought that Remco was recovering in time to make that play, but what a play by Remco it was. Maestro after the whiff probably thought that he'd thrown away a golden opportunity, but Remco says, it's no problem, I've got you, dude. I've got you. That's what teammates are for. When you whiff the ball, your teammates are always there for you. And when they're not, you can just blame them. That's what I like to do in Solo 3s, at least. I whiff the ball, and my teammates aren't there, and I'm like, oh, come on. It was a fake. It was a mind game. Oh, Loudy with a nice delayed 50-50. Something we were seeing from the Weedom girls boys for the early part of this game. Notice what he does here. He waits for the challenge to come in from Remco, and he just lets Remco hit the ball straight into him. Beautifully done by Loudy, and to be honest, Remco has no business making that challenge. He was getting a 50-50 at best, and lots of the time he's probably losing a goal because of that early challenge. I definitely would expect Remco to play that situation more patiently the majority of the time. But Extatus need one more. It's no good to equalize unless you can find the winner. Will they be able to dig deep and find that star quality that they need? That's a bit of a fortunate dribble by Marsek. Good pass, but read by Maestro. These boys are looking to take the ball down on the ground. I like to see that. Teams trying to control the ball and find their teammates on the pitch. But will they be able to find a goal? Weedom girls, so difficult to get the ball past these guys. Oh, Greasy getting denied by Loudy. So close though. Remco's going to look for the double. Devin was going for a block. Remco missing the ball though means that Devin whiffs as well. This is turning into a very interesting game. And one more chance, maybe, for Weedom girls. Remco takes Devin out the game. Loudy is there to follow up though. Maestro, decent hit, but Marsek should put that down. Oh no, Maestro puffing it backwards. Greasy opts to keep it up. Interesting decision. Could have turned into a bad situation, but the ball does hit the ground. And now we're reset once again. Extatus really putting on a good show here. showing that their win against Crown and Jewels earlier in the day was definitely not a fluke. This team is here to play. They've got some real potential. And I got the chance to play against them last week when I subbed for Flipside. They were definitely not easy to beat, although I just got carried by Cux and Mike unexpectedly, or unsurprisingly. Remco capitalizing on the poor clear, and that's a bit of a shame for Marsek. He didn't get a touch that he was looking for right there. Remco was there to punish, and well done by Weedom Girls, taking out this, pretty bright-looking team in Extatus, who will now move into the losers bracket to play against the winner of Crown and Jewels and 60. So we'll be following that storyline very, very closely. Gregan, is there any other results that you know of that are worth reporting at this point?
I haven't been able to find out anything. I've just been trying to organise getting Fickle in here, so we'll be getting him in just a moment for you all. Which one should I go? I can't decide whether I should do this one, or get the close-up on you, or this one. I think we should probably go for this one, so we get your full face. So that first game was quite exciting because we not only got to see Exorcist proving themselves quite well, but what did you notice about Weedom Girls in that game that caused the result?
It was just star quality. Weedom Girls just showing up a little bit too much for X-Status to handle, and that's often the difference between Weedom Girls and other teams that try to take them down. Is the game could be close, but when it comes to the end of the game, Weedom Girls are always there to clutch it, like we saw in Game 2. Game 1 was a little bit more of a one-sided affair, although X-Status showing that they're definitely no pushovers, and at a best of 3, a team like them very, very dangerous to play against because they can make upsets happen. And it looks like I'll just have a quick look at some of the brackets. This one that we're just following along, we're yet to see who the winner of 60 versus Crown and Jewels is. Elsewhere, we have Mocket and Aeriality moving into the winners' finals in Pool 2. That's not a surprise. They took out an unnamed team and Rapid Shot. I don't know who the unnamed team is. Flipside, of course, dispatching with Lowland Lions, and we're still waiting to see how Lowland Lions did against Miracle Workers. Flipside elsewhere playing against New Archon, who we saw on stream, putting Miracle Workers into that losers bracket. And actually, we do have a massive upset to report. It looks like Unspecified, who are a team that I'm not very familiar with. I don't know what roster they're running with, but they've got Radio, Lux, Didris, Danny, and Bloodpoint. Very, very unknown team. They've 2-0'd Cowno's, who have been playing pretty well recently, and they've also 2-0'd the Flying Dutchman. So we're going to see Unspecified moving into the knockout phase as a number 1 seed, and now Cowno's have to play against the Flying Dutchman in the losers' finals.
Going to be
massive
tough.
upset.
Yeah,
massive upset.
Very well done to Unspecified there. We do have a tweet from you guys, I believe. So you see there, people reporting their results on Twitter. So do go and check out the teams. Flipside Tactics putting a 2-0 victory over Lowland Lions, moving to the final group and face New Archon. We just spoke about that now. A lot of these top teams will be having Twitter interaction, so do go over there and find them. And you can tweet at us with the hashtag Rocket Royale, and we will show your tweets on stream. If they chuckle the people who decide. A lot of the time it's the funny ones that make it on. Feel free to comment on the way Johnny Boy and myself looks, or the way Achieve sounded as a robot. I mean, anything will get through most likely. So our next game, let's see if we've got it up already. So upcoming is still to be decided versus to be decided. We'll be getting Fickle in and getting another dual cast, so Johnny Boy doesn't have to solo cast all the way through, as much as it's a delight to hear.
My voice probably just wouldn't handle it. I don't have a good voice for that because I have to speak at the upper echelons of my vocal range, which just makes me lose my voice pretty quickly. I mean, every time I'm going to lose my voice at the LAN, there's no question. Yeah. I'm just shout in a loud room. It's not a good formula for me.
Yeah, so we'll hopefully be getting Fickle in for Johnny Boy. So do get tweeting at us, go get a drink, and we'll be right back with the next games casted by Fickle and Johnny Boy. See you in a moment.
Took me down, had me feeling alone. So long, darling. Right here. need to be free. Far from what I was led to, but no holding back. I've made up my mind. Seeing what's next, I'm not sure what I'll find. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know where I stand. And this is it, I've nothing to lose. Now is the right time, I'm making my move. I wanna hide now. You helping me down. I
We are back for you all with our next game, 360 versus Exodus, and I'm delighted to introduce Fickle Platypus to the stream. How you doing?
Hello, everybody. Pretty good.
Now,
A little bit touch and go having to get here in such a short time, but I'm excited. Haven't done one of these in a while.
yeah, we should be able to get you on to the next game. It's going to be an exciting one as well as... Johnny, do you want to talk a little bit about this group? Because there's some strong teams in it.
Yeah, this was like the group of death, in my opinion, because Extatus and 60, or 360, who we're going to see play right here, are both very solid teams, just bubble teams, but they'll be looking to move up into the power rankings, I'm pretty sure, because they've had some pretty solid tournament results, just not the most consistent, because they are, of course, new teams. But both of them have actually been able to knock out Kren and Jules. So Kren and Jules dropping 2-0 to Extatus in the first game of the groups, and then 2-1 to 360. So both these teams have, had a good result today. They have both lost to Weedom Girls, but that's not a surprise. Weedom Girls looking pretty good. They've not played each other yet today. Extatus and 360 will be looking to see a very interesting series. It is noteworthy that Extatus did have a 2-0 over Crown and Jules. 360 only had a 2-1, so Extatus are probably the favourites. But this could definitely be a really close series. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams have to offer.
Yeah, I have played against 360 a couple of times in ranked, and I can tell you they're one of those teams that no one knows about, but if you've played them, you definitely do, because they're quite scary when they're on form. And the part of the reason why these on-the-bubble teams are there is potentially because of their inconsistency. But we'll see what they're like today. So, Fickle, any predictions from you? Just blind predictions? You never know.
Well, I was listening to Johnny, and I have to go what he said. He knows everything about anything, so I'm going to go with Extatus having that 2-1 victory instead of that 2-0, or whatever you mentioned earlier. Sounded really good in my head, so I'm going to have to agree with you there.
Extatus are the favourites in the if we look at the power rankings as well. So they definitely looked pretty good against Weedom Girls. Only taking the Weedom Girls pretty close in game 2 and holding on to a lead before a bit of a defensive mishap coming out from Devon. But we'll see if they can hold it together in defense. They definitely look like they had a lot to offer in the way of offense. Showing some pretty good 50-50s in the midfield and some nice long shots. It looks like they're all joining in right now, so we might not have to wait any longer. Marsic, Lady, and Devon.
Okay.
I've hopped in here.
I'll hand it over to you guys. Take it away for the third game of today's stream. This will probably be the last one of the early pool stages of today's Rocket Royale, so this will decide who we get to see later on.
All right, sounds good.
So we're still waiting on the players to actually join. I'm counting names.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if they're aware that they can just join whenever they...
There's so many names in this lobby, it's kind of hard to tell who's on the
Yeah,
team.
now with all of these new spectator slots, which by the way we are extremely happy about.
Yeah.
That's awesome that we can get people in here to host and handle all the overlays and the tweets and everything, and we can just focus on casting. It really makes a big difference. There's
here we go.
Seats here that you guys don't see, but yeah, we can't do this by ourselves. Or at least if we did, it would look very, 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 very bad.
Yeah, we're just voices. We try to do our best, but it's really those guys behind the scenes that make everything magical.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. Game number 1 getting on the way. We got Nero. It looks like Marsek going for the ball. Up on the wall. Both players up on the side of Exodus there, and a shot comes in. Ball gets cleared off to the side by Jeff. Here comes Castle. Is it Castle or Castile?
I would say Castile. These players pretty new to the scene, but Castile, I believe.
All right,
I'm
Castile.
not mistaken.
Yeah, plays it downfield. Here comes Loudy up on the wall. Loudy playing again back in the middle. Here's trying to find his connection in the middle, but doesn't find it. The number 360 up first. Jeff playing it downfield. So much pressure coming out right there, and as I say that, Status trying to play a little defense of their own. Up on the wall, a whiff there from Jeff, uncharacteristic. Maybe got faked out by the touch that did not come, but playing the ball. A lot of midfield touches right here, ping-ponging back and forth. Haven't really seen any offensive pressure.
Oh,
and
what?
they just
No way!
whiff on the side of Ecstatus. What?
Yeah, we saw this earlier. Both players flipping the same direction, Marsek and Devon. Not really sure who's supposed to be doing what right there. They both go to the left side of the field, flip to the right side of the field, then we have one of them turning, one of them getting boost, and nobody hitting the ball. So not a good formula all in all. And that's going to give 360 the 1-0 lead, and rival Nero with a whiff to rival all whiffs right there. That was a special one.
Oh, that was lovely pun work right there. It looked like Marsek was actually trying to go up and just get his body in the way for a hit that might have been coming. And there's a nice backboard touch from Devon. One nice shot right there.
Yeah, in a situation like this, the defense really has to stop that ball from hitting off their backboard, because against players of this caliber, they're going to hit that rebound most of the time. You should be very, very afraid of that. But it looked like Castile and also Jeff were just not positioned accordingly. And that's the pretty quick 1-1 equalizer coming out of Devon. Very nice rebound by him. And these are, becoming more and more popular these days. People are getting better at those rebounds off the backboard.
It's it's a hard skill to pick up, because depending on your camera settings and depending on where you are on the pitch, it makes it very difficult to judge and put the ball down to the goal. You end up, shanking it high and shaking it left.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't get them on target, so kudos to these guys.
Yeah, a bit of a miss coming out in midfield. Another chance for 360. Marsek to the rescue, though. That's going to be much to the thanks of Devon, because Devon with a massive whiff there. There's definitely a lot on the line here. These teams making it to the second stage of Rocket Royale was not expected for either of them, but they have upset Crown and Jules today. For the chance to qualify for the second stage. Big opportunity for these guys. What a big experience.
What a big experience. XD. Can't forget the XD, that's what makes it. Anyway,
Indeed.
Devon up on the wall, approaching halftime. We still got a tied game here. Castile over on the wall, trying to see what we can do. Jeff and Nero both going for that ball. 360's trying to get out of their side of the half. Castile taking that pass a little unexpectedly, just catches him halfway in his flip. Play continues, though, drops right in front of the net, but there's Jeff to make the contest. Pushes it out to the corner. Devon pushing it back in. Time to start the offense. Castile seeing what he's going to do, but here's Loudy pushing it back up. Jeff is up. Reads it incorrectly, but Devon not reading his touch from his teammate. Loudy still playing it back. 2 minutes remaining. Jeff on the corner, bounces straight down. Nice read by Devon there. Good defense, knocking out to the corner. Trying to get the side boost is Marsek. Marsek wins a 50-50. Here comes Loudy with a shot and wins another 50-50. Marsek almost gets a shot on net there, but Jeff swooping across the goal line. Just the right place, right time.
Yeah, some pretty good defending right here by both teams. They're intercepting these hard clears, but we're seeing a lot of pointless hits, like right there from Marsek. Nobody's challenging him, and he jumps up in the air regardless. Somebody's just going to take the reins here, try and control the ball, and stop giving away possession so freely. Looks like it's going to be Loudy to make the first good move, moving it forward and taking opponents out of the game as he does so. But Jeff beating Devon to the ball, giving his team a chance to get some pressure of their own. This is, not the most organized attacking, but a close game, because both teams seem to be equally disorganized.
Disorganized chaos at its finest. Here comes Castile trying to push it down midfield. Devon there to nice little catch, not forcing the ball anywhere it doesn't need to be. Loudy with a little bit of time here, shot on net, but again Castile sweeping across the goal line. Great save. I think you got to save your medal on that one.
Yeah, he did.
Saves already coming in the game.
And
there's an open net right. Yep.
Oh no! Some synchronized whiffing coming in from 360, but unfortunately, as good as it looks, that's really not what they were going for. Loudy says, "Alright boys, I'll hit the ball if you're not going to." And what a way to lose your tie game. 360 are going to be feeling pretty bad after that one. Double rainbow across the sky. Oh dear.
Synchronized whiffing is my second favorite Olympic sport next to synchronized swimming.
Indeed, yeah. It's one of my favorites.
Let's see if Exodus can make this come. I'm sorry, 360 can make this comeback. Castile's in the upfield. They still got 30 seconds remaining. Plenty of time in Rocket League. Nero getting beat by Devon. Devon playing it downfield. There's Castile just knocking it to the corner. Jeff whiffing again. Loudy upfield. Nero to the corner. Nero seeing if he can find a connection in the middle. He just needs that love connection. 13 seconds remaining. Jeff up. Nice little touch. He finds it back.
Oh, no!
That was their chance. Oh.
Man, Loudy is just so clutch this game. He's there in attack when the whiffs happen, and he's there in defense when the whiffs happen. He just seems to know when people are going to miss the ball, and he's got that read. He's got that sixth sense. He knows when the whiffs are coming. But we're gonna need to see a bit more from them moving forward in this tournament, because that wasn't the cleanest win by Ecstatis. Although it looks like Rivalo Nero. Sorry, I've been saying rival. Rivalo Nero. He's got a donut shop of his own. He saw Killer number 7 opening the donut shop earlier, and that looks pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, he put a donut shop, but he put a little wavy hand on his score. So
he did, yeah.
He's trying to wave to everybody like, "Hey, I've got donuts over here."
He does. So I don't know if he's going to try and open the donut shop 2 games in a row. Probably a bit of a risky strategy to do so, relying a bit too much on your teammates to eat their donuts. But you know, Ecstatis looking better, I'd say, in game 1, not just because of the scoreline, but I think Letty just taking the game under his control. He was really the man of the moment that game. We'll look to see if he can repeat that performance. He got a pretty clutch goal and a pretty clutch save, and that's what you need in a close game, is somebody to step up and make the difference. But 360, definitely, they're not out of it yet. They got beaten, but it wasn't a bad loss. They're going to be going into this game feeling pretty positive, I feel.
Yeah, it was a very close scoreline. I mean, a lot of the goals, there could have been a lot more goals, we'll say that. A couple of mistakes coming out from both sides.
Oh,
the goals that were scored were definitely off of mistakes from the defense. So it wasn't really a bang passing play, hopeless goalie sort of situation. It was just you know, clinical striking once the defense has made a mistake, and sometimes that's all it takes.
Yes, indeed.
It looks like ecstatic with their win in game 1, looking to take game 2, 360, seeing what they can do to get back in this set. They're down 1 game. First minute is coming to a close.
Is somebody going to hit the ball out of this corner? I want to move my camera, but it's just pointing at this corner. These boys are just hitting it back into this corner. Here we go. Somebody's going to move it on. There it is, out of the corner finally. We're going to get some direction. A bit of useful direction perhaps, but the whiffs are still coming in. Both these teams probably pretty nervous playing in this stage in front of so many viewers. It is not easy, and Ecstatis were able to deal with the pressure more handily in game 1. Not really much to say about this game though. There's just a lot of pretty poor hits. Nobody really retaining possession very well.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of just flopping around trying to find something to do, getting the ball out of their corner. Castiel trying to make this contest in the corner. Jeff sitting downfield, trying to find Nero. A little bit too fast for Neil to get a hold of. Devin on the wall. Not much of a pass there. Didn't get it back out to the middle. Jeff gets completely taken out by a member of Ecstatis. Devin trying to see what he can do on the defense. Flicks it out towards the mid. Castiel with a shot on net. And bounces off of the top corner. Unlucky, as that shot was just a little bit lower. They would have found their first score of the match.
Yeah, I really feel like the first team, like the last game, who can just slow down and actually approach the ball with control, that's going to be the difference between these teams, because they're not taking their time. They're rushing into every hit. Pretty afraid to slow down the play.
Oh, that's an open net right there. It's just gonna slowly drop in like a putt in the 18th hole.
Calculated. Let me calculate it, saying, get out of the way, Marsek, I got this. Pretty nice long shot by him, though. And, he spotted the open net, which it wasn't really a good time to leave your net open, was it, for 360? As the ball rolls in front of the other team's goal, that's a great opportunity for any goalkeeper to come out and strike it. And they were punished accordingly. 1-0.
If someone would have been back on defense, that would have been a prime opportunity to score. Ball just gets handed to you on a nice lofty roll. That's an opportunity for a pass, air dribble.
Oh no! Okay.
Not like this. Okay, I think we're out of the danger area. But
Marsek, beautifully done. Half flip into the pass to Devin. Really nice move by Marsek right there. Something that not all players are able to do. And another nice pass. Not the best shot by Lady though, kind of letting us down. That would have been a fantastic passing play.
Yeah, great pass by Marsek, but Loudy doing his best to put it on net, but the goalkeeper was there, didn't do as good of a job as he wanted. Here comes Nero trying to get out of their corner. Can 360 come back in this set? They've got 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. Jeff up on the wall. We haven't really seen much attacking play from 360. We saw one shot on net that was nearly in, but other than that, And there it is.
Nero.
I can't say anything. Dean Caster sucks.
Oh, Loudy, he wants that boost so much, he even missed it, but he really should not be going for the boost. The priority should be in defending the ball right there. But well done by Ravello Nero spotting the opening, and Loudy getting punished for going for the boost right there. Will he be able to pressure the ball right here? He is going to do so. Some continued pressure for 360 though. They're looking to be pretty alive after that equalizer.
Jeff doing everything he can, completely knocking the goalie out of the way. This might lead to a chance, but Devin was thankfully able to recover in time. But Jeff, good heads-up play, just taking the goalie completely out of commission, knocked him into the back post, and there comes Marsek with two demos on net. Can they make anything out of this? No one is there to capitalize on them. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the shots, they're just not coming in with good enough quality this game. Devin and Loudy both putting pretty tame shots in the general direction of the net instead of putting it in an awkward position for the other team to deal with. I feel like they should just be trying to hit the ball away from their opponents, much like they're doing right here. Doesn't necessarily have to be on target to be a good hit, and that's what they're looking to do right now. Just keep the ball in awkward positions for 360 until the end of this game. Maybe they can scratch out a winner in normal time.
Well, their name is 360, but I haven't seen any 360s come out of them yet. Maybe they're not working their team mojo like they would. Dominus Pizza weren't even rocking Dominuses, so you have to really take your team name into consideration if you want good mojo.
Oh, good play by Status Loudy. Controlling the ball. Beautiful pass!
Ooh, looking like Mock EU right there, trying to get that ground cross in the middle, not able to capitalize, but that was actually a really good attacking play.
That was so well done by Loudy. He just controlled the ball, spotted his teammate in the midfield, and he started to move the ball towards him. You know, generating power on the ball when it's so close to you is not an easy thing to do. I can't credit Loudy enough for that play, but the shot was off target, so into overtime we go. But Ecstatus, if they can keep up passing plays like that, I don't think that 360 will be able to deal with it, because that was so well done. Oh!
Again, unlucky from Nero.
Completely passive defending from Devin. He was really hoping that Nero hit the crossbar, and he says, okay, thank you very much. Because he was not saving that shot had it been under the bar. No way.
He was really just at a terrible position right there. Didn't attack the ball, and just so thankful that he wasn't able to put it just a centimeter lower, because that would have been the end of overtime. And 360s was back in this series. Jeff up on the wall, trying to push it into the corner, seeing what he can do. Castiel misses it right there, open net. Jeff just needs to knock it out to the side. Good placement on the defense right there, knocking up to that apex of the corner and able to get the boost and clear it out. Good play coming out of him. Nero with a cheeky little touch in the middle, and there it is. What a pass from Nero.
Ravello Nero definitely not going for the donut shot for 2 games in a row. That's so well done. What a pass to Jeff. Beautiful pass by Ravello Nero. Jeff in the perfect position, just waiting in the midfield for that infield pass. Showing us that Loudy is not the only player in this lobby who is capable of firing at center at speed. I'm watching that pass again on the stream. That was beautifully done. The series is tied up. I am pretty surprised, actually.
Yes.
Looks like the donut shop's moved over to Ecstatus' team. Now Marsek this game having an extremely quiet game. He's going to need to do more if he wants his team to take this series. I'm still going to give it to Ecstatus. They had the majority of the pressure that game. If Marsek can have a bit more involving, can get himself involved a little bit more in Game 3, I think they could take this. But 360 showing us that they've got some moves in attack. They've got some moves.
I think 360 had a lot more shots on target. They had, I think, 3 shots that hit either the crossbar or the post in a very good position. So they can manage to just lower those just a bit. I think they might be able to take the series.
Oh, this could be anyone's game. That's not a good hit by Nero. And a demo, but oh, is it all going to fall down? It is.
Castiel being a hero in the net, knowing his team was demolished, goes for the ball, in an otherwise situation he might have not. Jeff, seeing what he can do, pushes it. Loudy. Castiel up on the wall. Kind of an unfortunate situation. Jumped on the ball and didn't get his tires back on the wall. Loudy, open net, seeing what he can do. Flicks it over. Still keeping possession. Here comes Castiel. Devin, seeing what he can do. Just keep the offense going. Nice little ball up from Nero, but Loudy off of the wall. Seeing what he got. Nero, ball on target. Loudy able to make the save. Decent shot coming in.
Yeah, some good midfield hits by Loudy. He's getting the hits that he needs and demoing as well. Definitely putting out the pressure is Loudy. Is this ball going to make it into a shooting position? Yes! Devin with the finish. Loudy really pressuring all by himself right here. 3 consecutive hits on the ball for his team. Getting the center double touch.
Loudy. What a pass. But to be fair, Devin, nice finish right there. Just putting it just out of the reach of the defender. Getting their team the first goal in this match.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Devin flying high. He does actually get this one. We saw him miss a couple of those in the previous series today against Miracle Workers, but he's on point this time. Letty using the wall to get up for that. That's really well done by him. He almost fell off the post, but credit to him. He hung on and used the wall. Oh no!
Castillo completely taking out his teammate.
Oh no!
Catastrophe strike. Not like this.
Oh, Castile. I think Jeff's touch was actually the problem, though, to be fair. Jeff's touch was not necessary. If he heard Castile coming in, he definitely should have just left it for him, but both of them going for that ball. What a disorganized piece of Rocket League right there. And ecstatic.
Hey, I already used that one.
Doubled.
Reuse my material.
Oh, yes, I can. All my material is copied, actually. I've never come up with a joke myself. It's all like...
Never come up with
it's all
original
copied.
idea. It's all
Yeah,
just...
that's all that quick wit is. It's good memory.
Right. Anyway, Ecstatis up 2 goals with a little gift on that last one. They can just park the bus. They'll be able to take this series. I love that expression. I don't know why.
Oh, they're all so congested in the corner. Castile with a
Side flip.
Man, Ecstatis are asking for that pressure. They're all just, they're parking their cars like you suggested, but they're all in the same place. They need to spread out a little bit. Again, they're just getting completely congested in the near post. Somebody should be sitting more deep right here to try and deal with a high ball. But
Feels like
luckily
360.
coming.
It feels like 360 is trying to parallel park, while Ecstatis is just going for that nice front-facing parking job. So a little bit less difficult of a parking situation on Ecstatis' side.
It is, yeah. Oh, does Devin have boost here? Okay, he's feathering it. He does. Still waiting on Psionics to introduce a boost feature for spectators. Come on, Dirk.
Oh, boost gauges, that would be interesting to talk about.
I feel like they should just have a filling up bar from...
Oh! Nice shot.
What a shot from Nero. Nero really has the striker out of game 2 and 3. That's a beautiful recovery. Notice how he lands on his wheels, gets back up in the air, and pops it over the defender. That's something that's quite hard to do in the Octane. Because the Octane does in fact wobble right after landing. You have to wait just that tiny little bit before jumping a second time. And that's exactly what we saw right there.
Yeah, just getting his car up, double jumping in time just to beat the defender. I don't think the defender was expecting a shot right there. Thought he had more time than he did. So Nero, again, he was that striking force in game 2 that had all those shots that almost went in. So if he can just maintain that level of striking, they'll find the game again. And there it is, Nero with a ball in net, with great save from Devin. Buddy downfield, Castiel to the middle. Dangerous little touch right there. Hopefully, yeah, thankfully his team finds it, but that could have been a great pass for the opposing team.
Yeah, Nero definitely showing up as the best ball striker, I'd say, in this series. He's had a couple of fantastic hits in and around the net, but you need more than that to win a game of Rocket League. Hitting the ball hard is not the only thing that matters. Of course, we need to see...
I thought hitting the ball 100% of the time, hard as you can, every time was how you play Rocket League.
That's what Shogun told us. I don't know if I subscribe to that philosophy. There needs to be some sort of control and accuracy in there somewhere.
Every time I see the ball, my eyes just get hazed red, and I see lightning and static, and I just really want to hit it.
He's gonna slow it down. He's gonna go for the. Oh, I don't think that was the right dribbling play. Probably should have gone for a bounce dribble instead of carrying the ball on top of his car. He went for the slow play, which I liked, but it was just a little bit too slow. It's good pass middle though. Devin can't get on the end of it. He's a little bit too stationary right there.
45 seconds remaining. Can 360 get another goal to bring them to overtime? Castiel with a nice touch right there. Unfortunately, Jeff was taken out by Loudy. Ball still up on the backboard in a precarious situation. Here comes Loudy. 29 seconds remaining. Loudy on the ball, trying to play it in the corner. Gets stopped by Castiel. Jeff on the counter, seeing what he can do. Castiel in the corner. Devin, good positioning, just knowing he's going to knock it up there, but Jeff on the wall, pushes it downfield. 15 seconds remaining. Loudy pushing it towards the net. Nero with a not great clear. Castile up in time, but he will. Castile and Marsek ball on net from Jeff. There's Devin once more being the defensive god that he's been in this game. Castile's trying to put it on net. Jeff to Nero. Nero to Jeff. Jeff trying to get on target. That ball was on target, but it looks like that ball's going to drop, and it looks like Ecstatus is going to take this series 2-1. GG's.
The ball drops, and that's going to do it for Ecstatus. Marsek with another very quiet game. We are going to get to see the 4-0s again, I imagine. But it didn't matter this time. Letty and Devin able to carry him to victory. Marsek definitely will need to up his game for the rest of the tournament. They were getting outplayed right there by 360, but it didn't seem to matter because they were able to take the chances that they did get. The chances that did go their way, they took them, and well played. Looks like Ecstatus are going to move on into stage 2. They'll be probably playing against a pretty tough opponent. But yeah, we actually do have some upsets to report. So I'll go ahead and let you guys know.
I'll hit me with them. I'm ready. I'm tensing. Here we go.
We already saw the Flying Dutchman drop into the losers final after losing to unspecified. Okay. But they've lost the losers final 2-1 to Kaunos. So the Flying Dutchmen are out. They're going to join Crown and Jewels in the graveyard of upset teams today. Wow. But Weedom Girls progressing as expected. Mocket and Flipside also progressing as expected, and we're still waiting on a couple of other results in pools 3 and 2. New Archon versus Miracle Workers. We saw New Archon dispatch with them earlier today, so I expect a similar result. And Aeriality against, I believe, Zixter and Hansen, and I don't know who the third player is. So Aeriality probably going to progress there if they can avoid upsets. Yeah, but yeah, so definitely Kaunos and Ecstatus. They're the stories of today. They're the upset stories.
They got a chance going ahead with the single elimination, see if they can make it through. If it's their day, they could be on stream later on, proving why they are teams to watch at the moment. But Ecstatus winning 2-1. I'd just like to go over to the poll now. I assume not many people voted after this went live, but it was about 58% 2-1 Ecstatus, and all the other iterations. So your
prediction was correct there, Johnny.
Yeah, your correction was predict.
Yes.
And every single one of the other iterations had fairly small amount of people voting for them. So not only were you correct, Johnny Boy, but everybody in chat worked together to get it correct. So Ecstatus move on to the next round, and unfortunately we say goodbye to 360. As you went through the other situations earlier on, we should be seeing single elimination bracket later on. If you do ! bracket in chat, you'll be able to see what's going on, I believe, and get to see which teams will be making it. But we have got all the big dogs, except for Flying Dutchman, I guess you could consider, will be making it through. I would like this moment now. We're going to have a little bit of a break now, and we'll be going on to the next stage of Rocket Royale. But I will use this moment to talk a little bit about an event coming up. Sorry, Fickle, you're not going to be that interested about this because you won't be able to make it. But all you Europeans...
That's right. I'll just take a nap.
Yeah, all you Europeans right now who are interested in doing live events for Rocket League or just going to see a pretty cool gaming event, there is actually going to be one in Birmingham called Insomnia. So we'll go over to now and have a look at some pictures. This is for you guys. So this was the live stage show for Insomnia 57. The final was between TCA Esports and Sector 1. Sector 1 did incredibly well throughout the whole tournament, and it was a close 4-3 in the end. So you can see there in the top right, 30th of July is online qualifiers, where the event is on the 26th, 29th of August. Those online qualifiers are to try and win yourself some BYOC tickets to the event, which is an incredible event. I can't speak more about it. I've been to the last 7, and I'm going to this next one as caster again with Johnny Boy and Shogun, who'll be joining me this time. So the 3 of us will be casting it, and there should be loads of members from the community who will go. I've had a lot of people say they're planning on going, they're just getting tickets confirmed. So for details, do type !Insomnia. But we will show you a quick little trailer now to just talk about Insomnia as a general event. And do look out for Rocket League. Every time you see Rocket League in there, do a PogChamp in chat and you'll be surprised how many we'll see. So enjoy this. So I hope you are all hyped about that. I have got another little picture here which might tempt you to enter the Rocket League competition if you've not clicked on the link already. And that is this one here. These are the winners and the runners-up, taking away their prizes of 1,500 for the winners, which was Sector 1 with, that was Tree, Soon and Oh My God acting as a sub for them. They played incredibly well throughout the tournament, as I said earlier on. And TCA, who I believe are competing again, taking the close second of 750. There's a £3,000 prize pool currently, but the more people that play, the bigger it will get. So do check it out. And like I said, there'll be plenty of us there. Johnny, you excited?
I'm pretty excited. Yeah, this is first Insomnia for me. You're a veteran of these events, but it's going to be the first time that I've been. I've had a couple of opportunities to go in the past, but I passed up on them to go on holiday with friends instead. So this is going to be the first one. Looking forward to it. Going to be fun casting with yourself and Shogun, and just getting to see some live games. Of course, it will be the second LAN, Rocket League LAN that I'll be at, because I'm going to go over to LA next week, and that'll be a week in LA with a grand final of the RLCS, so that's something else to look forward to. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more Rocket League LANs in the future, I'm sure. I'm going to be trying to get to go to as many as possible. I'm sure I won't be able to get enough after I've got a taster of them.
Exactly, so if there's anyone who can make it to both RLCS and that, like you are, and the top players who are making it to RLCS will be able to do as well, I do recommend Insomnia. It's not going to be as impressive in terms of prize pool and standard of Rocket League, but that's all the more reason to enter, because you're more likely to win.
But there will be better casting.
Hey, there we go. Johnny knows. So yes, do check that out. We'll move on to a quick break now and show you the next matchup in just a moment. So we'll be going now on to the knockout stages, which is a single elimination of all the top teams, the 2 teams from every pool who've got through. So there's 8 teams now, all competing to try and make it to the final of today's Rocket Royale for Europe, and then we'll be going on to NA later on. So do stick around.
Now I can't let go.
Hello, everybody. We are back again. This time, Unspecified versus Aeriality. I am so excited for this.
I'm excited to see who shows up for Unspecified because they've got a 5-man roster, so I actually don't know who's going to be playing for them today. But they've made it this far, and they've taken out some decent teams in the process. We actually saw them on their way here beat Cownose and the Flying Dutchman without dropping a game. So these guys have shown up pretty big today and taken out 2 teams who are ranked, significantly higher than them in the power rankings. In particular, the Flying Dutchman. That's a huge win for them. And Cownose progressing alongside them over the Flying Dutchman. Continue just a group full of upsets right there in EU Pool 4. So going to be very interesting to see how they match up against the new look Aeriality team.
Yeah, and Fickle Platyclaws.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one, isn't it? I mean, I was trying to think up a way I could do it all that time there. Are you excited for this? Yeah, the claws. I didn't think of that. Are you excited to see a new team come up through? Because it's always rare that we see teams like Unspecified.
I mean, that's kind of the beautiful thing about these Rocket Royales that we do is we try to invite all those top 5, top 6 teams from power rankings, but a lot of these scrappy bubble teams, this is their place, this is their coliseum to show what they've got. So if they show up, it's really good on them and good practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Johnny, for the scene right now, EU in particular, there's a lot of teams coming up through. Do you reckon Unspecified after today's performance could be one of those?
I'm going to reserve my judgment until I see them play, but I'm not going to have to wait any longer because they have actually already joined into the game. And it looks like we're going to see Lux, Danny, and Didris up against Continuum, Pixel, and Metsonoris. So we're familiar with this Aeriality lineup, but this is the first time that I've ever seen Unspecified play. And looks like some aggression right out the gate. Lux going for a keeper demo, but the shot wasn't in net, so it looks like Aeriality are going to escape from that
let's just take
danger.
a second and go ahead and introduce the people from Unspecified. Danny, Didris,
perhaps, yeah.
Didris. All right, we're going to go with Didris and Lux. So a new couple of new faces in the Rocket Royale stream. So let's give them a warm round of applause. And they've made it this far, so I'm anxious to see what they've got versus Aeriality.
Yeah, for sure. So far, so good. They've had the best share of the pressure. And, an unfortunate hit by Danny, but that might actually work in their favor because they've maintained possession. Didris with a lucky double touch. Everything's going in their favor right now. Mistakes are happening, but it doesn't matter. And some more aggression. Looks like the demos are going to be coming in hot, which is not a surprise for EU. Better open it for Pixel. Decides to play it slow. Maybe
that was actually great communication right there. Metanaris, he basically left it for Pixel. Probably a call there says leave it, and that was actually the correct play to let Pixel try to take possession of the ball. It's hard to make that kind of gut call with the delay in comms and Rocket League happening as fast as it does.
Yeah, very good leave. It looks as if we've got a bit of ping pong going on here. Both teams, apart from that one slow play by Pixel to try and dribble it in. Oh, just gonna
there's a nice shot from Idris.
Didn't work out this time. Didris with a very nice follow. That's a great clear off the wall. And Didris beating anybody to the ball. Nobody on Aeriality challenging the ball or defending the net. So a bit of a breakdown in rotation for them. And Unspecified continuing their undefeated run.
Yeah, that part of the corner when you're trying to play defense, it's actually very difficult to put the ball in the middle of the field. Usually it just banks off the sidewall or attaches itself to the sidewall. So an amazing clear turned into a pass from Unspecified, and they are showing up in Game 1 so far.
Oh, the stream has got some very interesting slideshow going on now. It's stopped now. That was good to see for a few seconds. I very much enjoyed that. Now, I don't know what I'm seeing anymore. My eyes have been ruined, but that was interesting. We're having all kinds of technical difficulties today.
Yeah, that's how my eyes get whenever I see the ball. It's just everything just starts shaking and I get really violent. I really need to hit that sucker.
Yeah, so we're getting all these technical issues out. We're flushing them out early so that we have a very nice and smooth finals, I'm sure. Oh, not the touch Lux was looking for. And Pixel with the
Pixel with
demo.
the savage demo.
Oh my, what a play.
Metsonoris not able to put the ball on net, but Pixel being so aggressive towards the enemy goalkeeper.
It was one of those demos where he made it and then his car just lost all momentum, so it's almost as if the other player's car turned into Pixel's car. It was quite funny to see.
It would be a really interesting addition to the game. You know how the Batmobile says, says like boom whenever it blows up. What if you could add like your own customized explosion for whenever
I'd
you
love
blow
that.
people up?
I would love that.
That would. I don't know if it would encourage people to demo more, or if it would just be kind of sort of like.
It would encourage people to get demoed actually, so that people could see their message.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. With people trying to drive in front of other opponents at Supersonic. But Pixel and Co are gonna need to do better this game. They haven't really had many good shots on net. The demo plays have been quite good, but they haven't resulted in anything as of yet. And Unspecified, they look to be here for a reason. More demo plays by Pixel. He's really setting his ways here. I can't really fault him. It is causing some chaos. Oh, what a pass!
Oh, that was
just
a
off
great
target.
pass off of the wall from Continuum, but Pixel not able to find it. There's a shot right there, and Ox unfortunately gets caught in his flip, not able to defend the net.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misplay by Didris, just completely missing the ball, putting Lux in a bad position, and Lux caught mid-flip. Pixel putting the ball behind him, well done by him. Equalizer coming in for Aeriality, who are the favourites in this series. According to the power rankings, I expected them to win, even though Unspecified have been, just taking down teams that are ranked above them all day, so this should be, from their perspective, a very winnable series. But a close game one. Unspecified definitely here to play. I'm very impressed by what I've
A
seen
minute
so far.
remaining. See what these teams can do. Metzinaris in the corner, tries to play to continue up. And Didris up as well. Didris with a bad touch. Lux able to bail him out. Ball's back on target. And that is a misplay from Didris. Metzinaris capitalizes.
Yeah, not a very good touch by Didris. Lux trying his best to rescue him, but he couldn't get the ball to the side of the net. Just kind of dumped it down in the center. And that's a good finish by Metzinaris. Taking the lead for Aeriality. Just under a minute left. I think they're looking pretty comfortable holding on to this one as of yet. They've had the most pressure. Only a single shot for Unspecified in the entire game.
Metzinaris trying to get a solo play going, but dumped up the Lux and Unspecified ties it up.
What on earth happened? Pixel in the net. He should easily be able to deal with this, but he just has too much forward momentum when he jumps. What a misplay by Pixel. I don't know why he drove forward before jumping. All he had to do was jump vertically and he would have had that. But he just flew under the ball. And that's 2-0. 2-all rather, not 2-0.
Metzinaris trying to do it all himself, not even looking for his teammates, trying to take it off the wall, get it in midfield, just ends up passing it right to Lux. Or goalkeeping on the side of Aeriality. And this game is tied up in a ball, and right there, Lux again finds the net.
Metzinaris is completely caught in no man's land here. He drives forward, reverses again, and now he's completely backwards. Lux's shot isn't even that good, but it's good enough to get past the goalkeeper, who's completely disorientated like that. Some very, very bad defending coming out of Aeriality right here. But Unspecified, credit to them, they're hitting their shots on target when it matters, and they've got the lead.
It's up to the defense to keep him out. Your job as the offense is to put shots on target. The defense doesn't want to show up, and you're just sitting there happily all day putting more shots on net.
Maybe one more chance here for Aeriality. Didris, he has other ideas. Lux actually
that was
keeping the
a
ball
nice
up.
little touch, but
Not bad.
or not. But they're still going to take game one. Unspecified takes game one over Aeriality. A little bit of an upset, speaking from the sides of the power ranking, but Unspecified is showing up.
Yeah, they've yet to lose a game today. That's 5 wins and no losses for them. This is really a well-played tournament by them. Like I said, I've never seen them play before. So this is the first time that I've been able to watch them. And they were beaten out in pressure, but it doesn't matter who wins the pressure. All that matters is the W, and they managed to get it 3-2 with some very, very poor defending coming out from Metzinaris and Pixel for the second and third goal, respectively.
Yeah, it looks like pretty even score lines. The only thing I would mention is that Unspecified had 3 saves to the Aeriality 0 saves, and that kind of showed in the match. I think we got a side swap.
Did they swap sides?
I think they swapped colors.
Oh, for goodness sake. who was first to join? I'm looking on the stream. Let's see who. Danny joining the wrong team.
Oh,
For
man.
goodness sake, Danny, what are you doing, man?
This
But
is
it's all right,
prime
we'll
time.
make do.
You need to have that sort of stuff figured out before you get in the game. We'll give them a break, as this may be their first time on stream. But next time,
Oh,
I
dear.
think that's a little bit of Justice Pie coming in. That's what you get for joining the wrong team.
Yeah, they might not have remembered that they're supposed to be orange team for this game. Danny whiffing the ball completely. So he really is just falling to pieces right here. Is Danny? We'll hope that he can get his act together. Still plenty of time to do so. And you know they don't actually need to win this game. They could just have a bad game on orange team, go back to blue, and then win next time. But they'll be looking to win it in 2, I'm sure. Keep their undefeated streak.
Now that we got our handicap, now that we got our handicap out of the way, we can finally get into this game. Didris up on the ball. Oh, a missed shot from Metsinaris. That really should have been put on target and on net. That actually should have been a goal. Lux doing everything he can in the net, just backflipping, trying to get in the way. Seems to be a little flat-footed when he comes to defending. Danny trying to do it again, continue with a one-on-one situation. Can he find Metsinaris in the mid? Decides to beat him himself. Nice dribble from Continuum.
Yeah, very well done by Continuum. He sees the goalkeeper opting to shadow. Lux is just going to play this one reactively, but Lux is too close. Continuum pops it over his head. Lux really never looked to be saving that one at any stage during that approach. And 2-0 Aeriality continuing their pressure dominance. But this time, their pressure has actually resulted in a lead. Unlike last game. Will Unspecified be able to mount any pressure of their own to get a comeback started?
We want to mention that Aeriality is on blue team. I don't know if our overlays are reflecting that.
It's been corrected, yep.
Okay,
corrected.
All right, so Aeriality on blue, Unspecified on orange. Here we go.
That's a big chance for Didris. Not the best hit, though. Looks like the hits on the ball are just not happening as cleanly as Unspecified would need them to be. And, we talked a bit earlier about hitting the ball hard. It is definitely a skill that you need to be able to do, Lux. What? Getting a crazy dunk.
Just completely wrecks Pixel right here, just getting miles above him and dunking the ball right on net. That is such a feels bad moment. You hit the ball and then it gets put right back on target. Ugh. Gives me shivers.
That's well done by Lux, though. What a read. Seeing Pixel flying awkwardly and getting that shot right in the upper 90. Well done by him. Get dunked on, Pixel, says Lux. And what a way. That's a great start to try and get the comeback going. Dunks and fakes and all these mind game-esque goals. They really can be the start of a comeback. More so than just a regular goal.
Lux up on the wall. Here's Metsinaris. Nice little double touch right there. Lux is completely just chasing Pixel in the goal right here. Seeing what he can do to create offense.
What has he got against Pixel? It's such a shame. He's just bullying the poor guy.
I think he's
Lux.
a little upset about Pixel from last game, getting so many demos on him.
That
a
might
little
be
little bit of repentance.
The decent hit forward by Danny. He's definitely found his feet a little bit in this game after a poor start, selecting the wrong team and whiffing a couple of clears, but he's definitely here to play. Unspecified well in this game and well in the series. But
They're still down 1 goal as we approach halftime. There's a ball in net for Metsinaris. What a finish.
Oh, baby, what a finish by Metsinaris. Actually winning a 50-50, getting up after a quick recovery and finding the top corner. Well done, Balcam on that entire time. He just had a great mental representation of where the goal was, and he found it.
And may I say, his wheels are looking very nice, spotting those green Trehiers.
Oh, indeed. I didn't even see that. The Trehier, a bit of a subtle color.
It makes it a little bit more
adaptation.
noticeable when you match your the tone of your car.
I do love the green octane. I'm
Yeah.
a long-time user of this combination.
I still don't have colored wheels. Feels bad, man.
I got myself some forest green sunbursts. They're perfect. They're exactly what I needed.
Never lucky.
Exactly.
Anyway, Lux on the ball. Aeriality trying to maintain their 2-goal lead. Continuing to put on the pressure. Didris, nice little touch right there, beating Metsinaris. Can he get something going? Pass it to mid to Lux. Lux puts it on net, but a weak finish. Should have been able to put that more on target. Pixel with the ball on net, but there's Danny to knock it back out. Danny and Didris up on the ball. Lux puts a ball in the other half. Lux going for the rebound shot. A little bit lofty. They're not able to get these. They're able to get the balls on net, but they can't find any power with them. Pixel playing it over to Metsinaris. Metsinaris off the wall. Can't recover in time to get that ball on net. Pixel, one-on-one situation right here. Lux doesn't open it. Can he find it? Lux not able to find it. Ball still up in the air. Oh, man. Such And wasted opportunity right there. And again, the counter. Metzenar's way up on the ball. Good save from Lux. Idris, nice clear out to the side. Pixel disrupting the play, letting his teammates get back on defense. Sometimes that's what you have to do. Make the not optimal touch just to kind of stall the ball and let your team get back in position on the quick counter. 45 seconds remaining. Reality up 2 goals. All they need to do is maintain this. And we're going to be seeing game 3 between these two.
Yeah, something I definitely expect at this point. Unspecified, apart from that one shot, the rebound opportunity for Lux have not had much in the way of chances. That's a decent opportunity for Danny, but Continuum was there to deny him. And Aeriality definitely looking to tie up this series. Give Unspecified their first loss of the day after they've upset both the Flying Dutchman and Kaunos. Will they be able to continue and upset Aeriality? Aeriality, they're not interested in that at all. If they continue this performance that we see from this game, I really feel like they're the huge favourites going into Game 3. Unspecified, I don't know if they were able to beat the Flying Dutchman and Kaunos playing like this, but they're going to have to up their game, I feel, if they want to take down Aeriality, because these guys are playing a little bit nervous. Maybe the stream, the 1,600 viewers, giving them the chills.
Yeah, those I can't take my eyes off of that color combination for Metzenars. It's absolutely mesmerizing. But I was just reminded that this is a best of 5, so looks like our teams are worried about their colors. Hopefully, we can get them on the right teams this time. As our lovely
will Danny be able to choose the right team, and will everybody else be able to, avoid just acting like lemmings and following him into the wrong team?
I'm going to wait very patiently here. I'm not going to make any calls. We'll just wait how this plays out.
Yeah,
here we go.
Just to
what we're waiting
confirm for everyone, it is going to be a best of 5. It does say on the overlay, but we didn't mention it before.
This is a best of 5.
Yes.
I believe so, yes. And all the games from this stage onwards in the tournament will be best of 5, so just to make everyone aware.
Interesting. I was not aware of that either, but the more you know. I certainly hope the players are aware of that. We might see some swift exits after the game. GG's and people just leave and go to bed.
All right, Game 3 underway. We have a tied series, 1-1. Aeriality taking the second game. I think if it's a best of 5, I have to give it to Aeriality. Usually in the longer series, the team that is higher ranked will prevail, but anything can happen. Continuum on the ball. Danny off to the corner, leaves it for Lux. Lux puts a shot on net. There's Pixel and Continuum diving across the goal. Offensive pressure still going, and a couple of whiffs on the side of Unspecified, and that's going to find the net. Metzenaris takes it home.
And what a save coming in for Lux. He just could not get the job done here. Needing to pop it high, but he barely got anything on it. It just lifts it into his own net. Not the best piece of defending by him, but the counter-attack was successful. Metzenaris again with a decent shot from distance.
He might have been able to double jump and pop it over the net.
He certainly would. That was an extremely savable shot. Lux will not be happy with his performance right there. I'm certain. That's a good touch though by Lux. He doesn't seem to be too mentally shaken. Getting a very good clear off his own backboard.
Seems like we have a bunch of situations with Unspecified sending 2 people, and the worst of the situation is that they both miss, leading to a relatively easy counterattack from Aeriality.
Yeah, absolutely. Aeriality quite happy to sit back and defend against this Unspecified attack. Although these redirects are starting to cause some trouble. That's the second time that we've seen a redirect take a member of Aeriality out of the game. Put them on the
Here we
back
go
foot.
again, a one-on-one situation. Metzenars puts it over the net. Ooh, Pixel just a fraction too late, not able to free from the clutches of Lux. Lux plays it into the corner, leaves it. Metzenaris with a tactical whiff, leaving Pixel to make the save. Pixel back on the counter. Up on the wall. Oh, not a good touch from Unspecified there again. Danny doing everything he can, but unfortunately not able to keep it out. I think that was on the side of Didris right there. That touch was not favorable.
Yeah, Lux just rushing into the goal right there. Not trusting Danny to cover the near post, which is definitely a misplay. Lux should have had a bit more trust in Danny right there to cover the near post and just look to cover the far post in the middle of the goal himself. But instead he just rushed straight into the middle of the goal, took himself out of the game. Easy rebound for Pixel. Not much in the way of trust coming out of this defense to Continuum. dodging a bit of a demo attempt there. Not for the first time this game.
Pixel is an absolute bloodthirsty monster when it comes to bumping other cars.
Oh, that's not a good clear.
Unspecified. Seeing what they can do on this attack. They've already down 2 goals. Not even approaching halftime. Continuum, nice pass to Metzenaris. What a back pass.
Yeah, in reality are really running away with this. You know, what we've seen so far from Unspecified, it definitely surprises me that they were able to 2-0 both Kaunos and the Flying Dutchman. Because this team is not performing very well at the moment. I'm sure that they have higher peaks than this, and they could still dig deep and find that if they can, you know, just prevent the goals from going in, but this is just not a good kickoff strategy. We've talked about this time and time again, and this time Unspecified on the receiving end of a kickoff goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lux trying to cheat up there with his teamate, but just gets off center of the ball
Yeah,
and
he's
too close to it.
Too
Yeah,
close.
can't react to it. You want to cheat. You want to cheat up on the kickoff sometimes, but you can't get that close because you're basically guessing where the ball's going to end up. If you guess wrong, it can end catastrophically like that, and you get punished.
Yeah, if the ball goes anywhere but in the middle or immediately in front of you in the other team's half, you're probably not going to be in the game. So Lux cheating forward like that, just not a reliable strategy whatsoever. That's a bit of a good play by Danny to whiff that ball, though. He kind of mind gamed Metzenaris into a bad position. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but Didris definitely intentional on the finish.
Yeah, great finish on Didris. That was pretty much all him. Able to just nick it with a corner of his ball, send a screamer into the top of the net. But it might be all for naught. This game is a 3-goal deficit.
backflip.
And there's Didris. Wait a minute, folks. We might have a game.
Continuing with a huge misplay. Gets the fast recovery, but he panics when he sees this ball coming in high and just backflips on the line. Didris there again to punish the defensive misplay. It was 4-0, but suddenly the lead has been cut in half. Unspecified looking to make a comeback.
I want to see some Fields backflip in the chat. Because that was definitely a Fields backflip.
Fields backflip. Man. Oh, what a pass!
Oh, what a
beautiful
play! Unspecified, playing out of their mind these last 30 seconds. A 1-2-3 finish. Didris over to Lux right here. Lux pops it right out to Didris and finishes it promptly. Great play.
In reality, you've got to be thinking, what on earth just happened? They had a 4-0 lead and it's now 4-3. Unspecified. Just exploding into action in the last 30 seconds. That last goal was beautiful. World-class passing.
Unspecified looking like scrub kill in this match, able to come back after that 5-goal deficit.
Oh man. And the whiffs are coming in now from Aeriality. They're visibly shaken from this. Continuum and Metzenaris are, you know, backflipping by accident right here. This is a very, very solid comeback attempt by Unspecified. You know, when you lose 3 goals that quickly on Aeriality, you've got to be second-guessing themselves. And the pressure is on.
I really think Aeriality is still gonna hold on to this game, but Unspecified doing everything they can to make it close. That was actually a good attempt by Didris, but his teammate was not in position to receive it. Should have maybe looked for him to see if he was back there. Typically, that's a great pass, but if no one there to receive it, you know, what can you do?
Yeah,
Andy
absolutely.
going backwards on the
pressure,
ball,
though.
trying to parallel park and maintain offense at the same time. It's a bit of a difficult situation. Didris with a shot. That was his opportunity. Just wings it real high. Oh,
no.
Lux.
They're gonna
I'm
get
not
possession,
expecting
it's
that demo. Lux completely just turning his nose to that pass. If he would have been in position, maybe a redirect was opportune, but opts to just go get the boost. 50 seconds remaining. Can Unspecified make this comeback after being down 4 goals?
They're passing the ball fairly well. It looks like Aeriality have kind of took a step back and started reading these passes, though. They're not lunging in to the challenge like they were previously. That's a great initial hit, Idris, but Lux unable to get the rebound.
That's Anaris up on the wall. Lux comes and freezes from his grasp. 22 seconds remaining. Pixel on the ball, on the wall, grabs the boost, off the wall, on the ball again, but in the clutches of Didris. Danny up on the ball, flops it down. Oh, a nice touch from Danny, but clears him in the clutches. Almost just finds the net. 5 seconds remaining. Can't Unspecified keep it going. Good opportunity here. Ball's lofty in the air. Can someone get to it? Just let it drop. Continuum on the ball right there. Didn't even opt to let it drop. But
Oh, surely not.
ball's
Surely it
still
can't be
up
done.
in the air.
Surely not. Continuum says no. The ball's still up. It's possible. It's unlikely, but it is possible. Okay,
I think that's
we're
going to
gonna
seal
see.
it. Yep.
The goal's,
And that would've-
only looking likely for Aeriality at that that 0 second, to be honest. But 2-1 Aeriality. But we have to remember that the last 3 goals that were scored were all unspecified, so they've got to be feeling okay going into the last game. They are 2-1 down in this best of 5, but they do still have one more chance. Or well, they've got one more chance to win 2 games. That's their job from here on.
They were showing if they can maintain the team that we saw in that 30-second patch of that game, they're going to stomp Aeriality. But that's a little bit of an expectation. They're maybe not able to reach yet. Showing a bit of brilliance in a little bit of time. You got to show that amount of brilliance in that whole 5 minutes of the match.
Mm-hmm.
All right, game 4.
Absolutely.
Aeriality up 2-1 over Unspecified. Metanaris and Pixel both up. Pixel's trying to get back onto the net. Continuum completely not believing in Pixel, and that was a pretty bad clear. Not countered very well from Unspecified. Unspecified just kind of lazily on the ball.
Pixel,
Everyone's going
though.
to get boost, leaving an open net, but Pixel probably out of boost himself. Not able to put the ball on target. Metanaris with a nice ball off of the corner. Danny plays it down. Continuum with a weak touch towards net, and Luck's able to clear it out.
Yeah, that
Danny.
weak touch by Continuum really shouldn't be going on net. If he knows his touch is going to be so slow, just hitting it straight towards the goalkeeper, definitely not the play that he's looking for. He probably should just put it away from the net and look to continue the pressure by some other means, just like this, hitting the backboard repeatedly. These shots are not on target, but they're definitely threatening the unspecified goal.
Yeah, Digis with a little bit of scary situation, trying to defend that ball off the backboard. I think that's one of the hardest balls to defend in Rocket League, and Weedom girls no stranger to that tactic. Usually how they find most of the goals.
Oh,
And there we go.
There we go. A great pass here by Continuum. Danny caught on the back foot, just reversing underneath the ball, stuck on the wall. He thinks that he's Spider-Man, but he's in the Batmobile. He's completely out of place up there. Definitely needs to stay grounded in defense if he wants to have any chance of defending in that position. Continuum. The difference between these two teams at the moment.
Continuum in the middle, Metanaris not able to find the hookup with him. Idris, nice little touchdown field. But Lux really should be cheating up on that ball. Team we can do, and gets completely beat on the contest he should not be going for. Unspecified need to have a little bit more faith in their players or their teammates' touches to be able to intercept them. They're making these weak clears out to Aeriality, just allowing the counter to be played right back at them. They're not finding those bang-bang passing plays that need to be getting out of their side, and they're just being flooded on offense right now.
Yeah, great pressure by Continuum. Looks like they're going to lose it, though, because Pixel's on the deep rotation when he should really be coming back in. And a backflip by the aforementioned. Pixel looking like it needs to just compose himself a little bit. He's rushing around the pitch a bit and, getting in the well. That's better. Taking a meaningful touch, but it does just go straight out to Unspecified. What a save by Pixel!
Pixel just being a pixel in the way. I had to, I'm sorry.
If he was like a couple of pixels more to the side, that would have been a goal.
Yes,
But he just
pixels,
positioned himself
voxels,
correctly.
all kinds of puns coming in.
Oh, so close. Continuum really is playing quite well this game, causing a lot of trouble for Unspecified with his passes and his shots. But he's only able to find the net a single time so far. Unspecified hanging in there. They do need to win this game and one more game if they want to move on into the Rocket Royale Knockout Stage 2. But so far, it's all Aeriality.
Aeriality showing their control right here. Continuum up on the ball. Pixel leaving it for Continuum. Grabbing boost. Wins a 50-50. Oh, Pixel.
Oh, Danny sideways. Oh, the whiff by Pixel. What on earth was that? He had an open net. Danny was completely flopping in the air, and Pixel just whiffing it completely. But the lead is still theirs. It's not a disastrous miss. Could be if they see an equalizer coming through from Unspecified. Pixel will be kicking himself. Not the cleanest game by either team, by no means.
Yeah. Floppy play coming out from both. I think Aeriality had a few good attacking plays in the first half of this game, but they're just kind of stalling, trying to maintain this one-goal lead. Continuum rotates out. Open net from Pixel, not able to turn it enough, and Danny able to make the save. Idris and Danny both up on the wall here. Continuum A little bit of an awkward situation. Gets bodied out. Body checked by Danny. I thought we were playing Rocket League, not hockey. But Pixel coming back down and gets 2 touches off the wall, sending it towards the net.
Maybe not entirely what he had planned when he went up there, but it worked out very well, taking Danny out the game. But the pressure has not amounted into a second goal yet for A Reality. The ball keeps switching from left to right, and nobody's ever there to meet it when it happens. They lose pressure every single time that occurs.
I like this look from Lux, slowing it down, but didn't really do what he needed to.
He missed the demo in Metsonaris. That could have been huge. If Lux found that demo, the net would have been wide open, much as it is right now with Danny.
Danny, can you turn it? Danny boy! The pipes are calling.
Danny boy. The open net, but the control just wasn't there. And with 30 seconds left, unspecified Cinderella story run is about to come to an end at the hands of A Reality.
Still 20 seconds remaining.
Oh no!
That's not what you need to do, Danny.
This is not Rocket League.
Looking for Danny's hook up on the wall. Nice pass towards the middle. Can this be it? No! Didra's missing! So many opportunities on the side of Unspecified. Oh, that's so heartbreaking.
Oh, what a disaster for Unspecified. Everybody missing. The defense whiffing as well. But it looks like Pixel, Metsonaris, and Continuum are going to continue on in the tournament. Unspecified, they were able to take down Kaunos, they were able to take down the Flying Dutchman, but A Reality proved to be just too much. Although I think that, honestly, it might just be the playing on the stream in front of so many viewers got to their heads, because that did not look like a team who are able to take down the Flying Dutchman or Kaunos. I'm sure that they were able to play much better in the games off stream. Close games, but not because of the consistent gameplay. I think the whiffs were actually outplaying each other, with at the end there the defense whiffing the ball, and I think it was Didris just not ready for that. It was quite a bad piece of Rocket League gameplay, but you know that's what happens at the highest level. There's always going to be misplays, and you have to be ready to capitalize.
I mean,
unfortunately for
Unspecified doing a really good job on offense for like 15 seconds at a time, but in those last 30 seconds, there were 2 goals that could have been scored, and they both were not capitalized. Ugh.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, considering both teams coming into it. Possibly newer players for a lot of those viewers watching right now. They might not be familiar with some of them, but like you said, performing in front of a stream is a little bit tougher, because when you do make those mistakes, it touches you a little bit more, and you think, oh goodness, what have I got to do now to try and prove myself? And then you start making bad decisions to prove yourself. It's just a spiral of nerves for those guys. But as we said, 3-1 to A Reality. They will be moving on, knocking out Unspecified. What did you notice about Unspecified during their moments, like when they had those 3 goals? What was it that was making them so much stronger then?
Oh, just a beautiful passing play for that third goal in Game 2 between Lux and Didris. Lux is really the MVP for Unspecified. They were calling upon him to make all of their big plays, and you know, when he wasn't able to make those plays, they kind of fell to pieces. A Reality were just a bit too consistent. Not perfectly consistent, but they were too consistent for Unspecified. But you know, good run for Unspecified. They got much further than they were supposed to today, according to the seeding. And you know, congratulations to them making their first big appearance. I'm sure that they've, as far as I know, they've not played in a stream in front of 1,700 viewers before, so that's a pretty big experience for them. And,
big experience.
Yeah, you know, it's something to build on. I'm sure that they can move on from this and become bigger, better, and stronger.
Yeah, and Fickle Platyclaws.
Yes.
Who do you think really made it for A Reality during that? Which was the most important player on the pitch?
I have to agree with Johnny. Lux as well. Just being that
for A Reality.
Oh, for A Reality. I'm sorry, I was still Unspecified.
Yeah,
for A Reality, I would probably have to say Metsonaris. He found a lot of good shots from a little bit out of the box, able to find. I think maybe he scored 3 goals in one game.
Yeah, he was striking it very well, and it did help. He had Continuum with him as well, making some good plays. But I think there was a couple of 100-kilometer plus goals from him that were just so hard to save for Unspecified, and that can be the difference. One game, if you're hitting the ball well, then you can take it further forward into a victory. So upcoming, I don't know if we got it. We have Flipside Tactics versus Mockit EU. How exciting is that, Johnny?
Finally, we'll get to see some people hit the ball when I expect them to. It's about time, or at least I hope so.
You never know with Pashy.
This is true. He might get the mind game. But to be honest, with Pashi, he goes for mind games so often. It's more of a mind game when he actually does hit it these days. But you know, Mokiriyu coming in probably as a favourite, not only by the rankings, but the last two times these teams matched up against each other, Mokit were able to take the W, so they are the favourites coming into this one. Flipside Tactics, everybody knows them though, so they're going to be, you know, probably the fan favourites, and I'm sure most people's pick to win this just because of who they are. Mike, Marky, and Cuxer, three of the best players in Rocket League historically and currently. Definitely going to be looking to take down Mokiriyu today for the first time in the last 3 meetings.
Yeah, so Fickle, predictions from you with this upcoming game?
I saw these two teams play their RLCS games in Group Stage 2. I think Flipside won it 3-2, and I think they're going to continue that. Now, they have their full roster. They've got all their starting players, so I think Flipside is going to win 3-2.
Okay. And what about you, Johnny? You obviously know these players all very well. What do you reckon?
You know, Flipside are good friends of mine, but that's not going to, you know, make me biased in any way. I think Mokiriyu are the favourites for a reason. They've had a more consistent run today. Flipside dropped a game to New Archon, who, you know, did play pretty well on stream against Miracle Workers, but the Flipside boys definitely struggling a little bit recently, and I expect them to have a very close series here, but you know, when it comes down to it, I feel like Mokiriyu are the more consistent out of the two these days, and that could be what, you know, separates them. I'd give it 3-2 in favour of Mokiriyu.
Okay, well there we go. I'll hand it over to you two for this game. They will be joining as soon as we get in on to the cast, so have fun.
It looks like the players are all joining in right now.
So they all joined at the same time. That was uncanny.
Almost like a party joined in. Gregan bringing the party to the lobby. We are going to see full strength rosters today. Huxer, Mike, and Marky are all in the tournament simultaneously. And Pashi, Siki, Turbo, full strength Rocket.
For this one, man.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to this one.
This is going to be one heck of a match.
And who on earth, I just noticed in the stream, who on earth did that Twitter tag for me? That is not even close to the right alias. Johnny underscore boy underscore what? I mean, I'm stupid enough to put a single underscore in my name, but I wouldn't put 2 in there. I'm shocked and appalled. I'm just kidding. I'm sure all of you already follow me on Twitter anyway, right? Oh, wait a minute, there's more viewers than I have followers. That can't be the case. Anyway, we're moving right into the game. Flipside with the early pressure. Nice play by Cux. Turbo just about able to get that one clear. See, Turbo's in the Masamune now. This is a new look for him. A car that I think this is a very, very solid car. Ripper hitbox, but a better turning circle.
Cux here off the wall to Mike. Mike not able to find the net. Turbo rocking the Masamune, as you said. Plays it downfield. Cux here just getting in the way, being an annoyance. Marky Duda with a whiff off the wall there. Can't pass, she's in on net. No, Cux is right there. Turbo just getting in the way, disrupting offense. What do you think? Both of these teams have great offensive pressure, but what is going to be the deciding factor on defense?
I think it's going to be how well can Flipside deal with the Mokiriyu counterattacks, because often we'll see a Flipside member getting demolished and then the open net presenting itself for Mokit to finish off the goal. Will Flipside be able to prevent those counterattacks and demos from occurring? That for me is the biggest thing to watch out for in this game. And the demos are coming in. Pashi already demoing Mike and Marky in this game.
Yeah, Mokit EU, no stranger to taking members of the opposing team completely out of the game, either by bumping them or demolishing them. So look for that as you see their attacking play. Siki up on the ball, puts a shot on net, but top crossbar again foils Mokit EU.
Yeah, we saw some follow-up coming in from Turbo, but he didn't have the right angle of approach, and now a chance for Flipside to get something going. I'm looking to see some passing play. That really wasn't anything too exciting coming out from Mike right there. Nobody to his right, as he expected.
He had all the time in the world, but wasn't able to find a connection in the mid. His teammates were still trying to struggle with boost on the counter.
I'm glad to see Cux is sticking to the Batmobile. I kind of expected with all the new cars coming out that he might make a change, something that we've seen him do in the past, but he's sticking to his guns, which is probably for the best. in the run-up to the biggest LAN in Rocket League history. And the first one indeed. Oh,
it's an open net.
No way!
Pesci completely ruins Marky Duda.
Look at that recovery on the wall. He gets up so quick and just pops it over Marky. Marky just not expecting that quick recovery and aerial by Pesci, but Pesci's been very on point with his aerials. I saw him play against Torix yesterday in 1 versus 1, and he had the better of Torix in the air. Looks to have the better of Marky in the air today, at least for the time being. And Mokadiu took an early advantage in game 1.
Flipside needs to get a counterattack going, and Turbo Pulsa in the exact right situation, still maintaining control of the ball. Impressive. Marky trying to get a flick towards net, not able to get
pass.
it. Cuxer with an open net. Oh, Sicky. Completely flat-footed right there. Would not have been able to save that shot if it was just a hair lower. Unfortunate shooting from Cuxer.
Yeah, Flipside losing pressure. Mike wanted to come in on that, but Cux and Marky right in front of him prevented him from doing so. And we saw lots of disorganized Flipside plays right here. Everybody's flopping at the ball. They eventually do get a clear. That was a little bit fortunate, though. If anybody from Mucket had been there to capitalize on those poor clears, it would have been a goal. Oh, aerial demo by Marky! Last week we saw the aerial bump. This week he takes it one step further. Just takes Turbo out of the map completely. Tackle from behind. Oh, a side flip from Cux.
Rules up on the wall. Nice clear out to center, relieving some of that pressure. Pesci with a good first touch, second touch out to the corner. Pesci again, third touch, still maintaining Marky to Cux. Not able to get there.
It's a bit better by Flipside. They're getting some consecutive hits on the ball right here, which is really what they need if they want to get the ball clear, is get the ball, initially cleared and follow up. There's the demo from Pesci. We talked about this. They have to watch out for that. Pesci will always be lurking there.
Cuxer not able to get that backflip. Would have been able to change the angle of the ball, but just a little bit too far out in front of it to keep playing it back downfield. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Flipside down 1 goal, and it looks like Flipside has only had 1 opportunity on net from that Cuxer shot that came in about 2 minutes ago. Other than that, they've been very quiet on the offensive side of the ball.
Absolutely. They're just getting beaten in the air for the most part of this game. Mike and Marky not looking confident going up for their aerials, although we haven't seen a huge amount of aerial battles this game. There's a nice prediction from Pesci. Pesci's been playing very well today so far. Getting some very good demos. Just disrupting Flipside generally. And playing a lot more aggressive than I've seen from him recently. This is definitely going back to the Pesci of old, where you just be in the other team's face and causing chaos.
Marky with a little bit of time here. Fakes the aerial. Goes for the trying to...
Nice play!
Ground on top of his car. Mike not able to get there in time off of that 50-50. Just squirting out in the mid super fast. Pesci to Turbo. Turbo with not a very good touch, but he's still maintaining possession. Marky ball's up in the air, but there's Pesci, like you said, king of aerials in this game so far. Cuxer with the ball. That's not what you want to do. Flicks it to Marky. Marky splits it on net. Wins a 50-50. 5 seconds remaining. Cuxer sends it back onto mid. Marky trying to get the touch. No. 50-50 again. All Mock has to do is let the ball drop. Oh, Mike rules. Not a good touch.
Yeah, Mike Rule's misfiring quite a few times this game. He'll need to find his angles a little bit better than this, because Flipside definitely need him at his best if they are going to win this series against Mucket, who are looking deadly as ever and very consistent in the air were Mucket EU. And like you said, apart from that one shot by Cux, Flipside really didn't threaten the net very much. We're seeing them taking a little bit of a break here, taking the full timeout by the looks of things to discuss strategy or what needs to change. I'm hoping that there's no behind-the-scenes issues that we're not aware of due to related to hardware or internet. That could be why we're waiting here. But the boys are over in their Discord. They're probably talking about what they need to do to win this series. Of course, they're just more thinking about how to beat Mucket in the long run, trying to figure out a strategy. There they are. They're ready to go now. Because these guys, they will most likely be facing each other at the LAN. It's very likely that we're going to see the top EU teams facing off in the RLCS LAN finals.
Do you think it's going to be Mock? You think it's going to be Mock versus Flipside in the RLCS finals?
I'd say Weedom Girls are going to make the final. Flipside probably going to join them, but Mucket EU, if they can show up like they are today, can definitely put on a good shout for themselves. Those are my 3, top teams by quite a long margin, quite a wide margin rather. Before we see maybe Exodus and KOU representing NA. Depending on how well IBP show up. IBP, I've not given up hope on them yet. Oh, Pesci with a bump on Mike. He was looking to rebound that. Cox though! There it is! Flipside. Finally on the board.
What? precision shooting from Cux right here. Mike rather just sends it up on the net. Turbo,
Turbo
with a whiff
pulse
city, and just Cux here finds the right net, puts it on the side that Sticky was not covering. Good shooting out of Cux here.
Yeah, fantastic ground shot out of Cux. That's something that he's not given enough credit for. It's just his ability to put shots on the net from just about anywhere. You know, people always think of Cux as the freestyle and aerial master, but he's really moved on from that into a very solid and grounded player, and he relies on his shots to carry him to victory. Marquis with a nice finish. This is just a bit of a trip up here from Pashi. I'm not sure if he fell off the post or if he got bumped. Oh no, he just completely whiffed.
Yeah, Turbo and Pashi not in a good situation to defend.
Oh dear.
Sicky usually having faith in his teammates to hit that, but Marky Duda is going to take that open goal 10 out of 10 times. 2-0 for Flipside.
Yeah, Flipside starting off much better in game 2. Looks like their timeout has been super effective. I feel like they just didn't look confident last game. If they can step up their confidence and approach the ball with speed, that's the main thing that they need to do. Because they were just getting beaten to the ball by mainly Pashi, but Mucket in general. We're just, you know, they're playing more confidently. Look at this, some synchronized
Pashi and
reverse.
Turbo in unison driving in reverse. What a team.
They're just saying some synchronized movement. It's very good. We've been seeing a lot of synchronization today. Oh, Marky! The nice shot. Flipside really just taking it to Mucket this game. Not the best clear by Sicky. We've had defensive misplays from just about everybody on Mucket this haven't we, Fickle?
Yeah, Mocket not able to defend their net in this game. They shut Flipside out last game, so a little bit surprising. We've seen 3 goals already in the first minute and a half. So complete polarity from game 1 to game 2.
And yeah, we'll look to see if Flipside can keep this confidence going. Honestly, I would like to see them try and hold Mucket to 0. Because that's something Mucket like to do to people, is they just don't let them score into their own net. They just hold them to 0, don't let them get a goal. And that really, you know, diminishes the confidence of the other team if you could just prevent them from even getting a look in at your goal. Oh, Turbo getting the whiff, but this time Marky not able to follow up. He's looking for his hat-trick. Denied this time.
Oh, what a flick
nice
from
pass.
Pashi to Sicky. Finds his connection in the mid. What a pass.
Yeah, it looks like Cux, as the last man back, he probably has to do something a little bit more effective than parking his Batmobile next to the net. And not really challenging, not really defending the net was Cux. I'm not sure what actually happened to Mike. I lost track of him in that whole play. But after Marky's whiff, I think Mike also got taken out of the game, and then Cux was just unable to stall for his teammates to get back.
Yeah,
A difficult thing to defend 1v2 against Mucket because they do love to pass the ball.
Yeah, he was torn between defending the goal and defending the pass. So opts to defend the goal and gets beat on the pass. So what can you do? 2-on-1 situation. Mock's going to make you pay for that 9 times out of 10.
Let's see if Flipside can hold on. They do need to hold on to this lead. If they lose this game, I don't see a comeback happening because they've been struggling recently, and their confidence will almost certainly take a hit if they can't hold on to a 3-0 lead. Of course, like you said earlier, Marky throwing away a 7-2 lead against Scrubkilla and a 1-versus-1 money match yesterday. Oh, what a shot, Pashi. Nice control, though.
Flipside has had some defensive errors in the past. They've been criticized harshly for their ability to maintain a lead. Hopefully they can stick with it and just keep scoring goals like this.
There's his. Just like he said, they're not interested in defending at all. Maybe even if they have a ropey defense, doesn't matter if you can just pressure all game. And Marky Duda does find his hat-trick. Beautiful pass by Cux, beating Pashi to that ball, putting it off the crossbar. Very well done by him. He wasn't so concerned about putting it on target as he was about putting it past Pashi, which was the main objective. The Flipside 4-1, I can't see them throwing away this lead.
Getting past Pashi is a definite tongue twister. Try saying that 5 times fast. Doesn't usually happen. It doesn't usually happen either.
Oh, the demo's coming in though. Turbo this time opening up the gates for Sicky. And Sicky capitalizes. Marky just looks Turbo in the eye and says, alright, come at me, bro. Oh, wait a minute. I'm dead.
Not a good clear from Mike. Sicky completely capitalized on it, but what a demo coming out from Turbo. Leaving that open goal.
It's just such a smart rotation, isn't it? After Turbo's taken himself out of the game, but after failing to center it, he just drives across the net and demos the goalkeeper. There's no reason not to do that because he's wanting to rotate out in that direction anyway. he may as well cause some disruption and maybe steal a boost on this exit. And, you know, sometimes you're just going to get a goal out of it, as we just saw.
As you love to say, it's a pretty high percentage play.
Exactly.
Just using your free time to do something for the offense. You sweep across the field, maybe demolish the goalkeeper. If you don't demolish him, hey, whatever. You're
still rotating out.
You're still in the game.
Oh, Markey rushing that clear a little bit. But it doesn't matter. Pesci looking for demos more than the ball right now. And 4-2, flip side, definitely looking pretty comfortable. Although they have been caught out by some passing and some demos. Definitely what Mucket are known for, is their passing counterattacks and their demo plays. So this is not a new look Mucket at all. We've seen some more aggression from Pesci this series. Just very confident in his aerials. But apart from that, it's the Mucket that we're used to seeing.
45 seconds remaining. Flipside still has a 2-goal lead. Mike Rules with a tactical whiff.
You know, actually it might have been, because Pesci was already up in the air. Pesci had jumped preemptively to try and intercept Mike's hit. Oh, Markey with a quick recovery, taking 2 players out of the game all by himself.
Oh, not a good first touch from Markey. The rest of his team having complete faith in him. They're have to scramble back on defense here. 24 seconds remaining. Mike up. Good call from Mike, leaving his teammates to just stay where they were. Hurt him in the air. Markey trying to defend it. Dolls it into the corner. All they have to do is still maintain this 2-goal lead. With 10 seconds remaining, it looks like they're going to close this game out.
Yeah, Flipside are going to equalize this series. Going to be going into Game 3 all tied up. And with only one of these teams progressing, this is, you know, a great chance for Flipside to get their revenge on Mucket, who have had the better of them recently. Kux is going to get a show off his incredible celebration skills. There's nobody who can celebrate quite like Kuxer. Especially, like, the wiggling wheels on the Batmobile. Just beautiful. Instant ready up by Flipside. Look at this, triple.
Like, it's like Shaquille O'Neal and the cat, and they're doing
oh yeah, the Shaquille O'Neal, then the cat, and then Kux.
And then Kux.
It's very well done. I was a big fan of that. Yeah, best of 5. Only one of these teams will be moving on. In the other side of the bracket, we have Weedom Girls against Aeriality. So most people would expect Weedom Girls to meet the winner of this game in the final. But yeah, Flipside against Mucket is all we care about at the moment. 1 game each. Flipside looking much better in Game 2 after their extended break after Game 1. Talking their tactics. One of them probably said, "Remember, guys, we need to Flipside this. Yeah, we need to flip the score. We lost that game. We need to win." Of course, we just need to win. It's a great idea.
I think you might be onto something there, Johnny.
It's the best way to climb your rating in just about any bracket. 1v1, 2v2, solo standard. Just win games. It's the best way to climb. From what I
thought you were supposed to lose them. This is a complete shift of what I originally
I mean, losing games, it's like an investment in the future because you drop your MMR, so you're going to win more points from the games you win later.
Right. You're playing that long haul.
Yeah, the long game. The flip side, probably don't want to play the long game right here. I think they're just going to go all out, try and win the next 2 games. And after the last game we just saw, they got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Again, though, I can't stress enough how much they need to be careful about the demos because they're getting ripped apart by some demo plays. And just as I say,
and
Turbo,
just as you say that, Turbo
Markey
completely takes out Markey. Cuts in a bad situation. But what a save!
Oh, the whiff's coming in. Suki and Kux got fighting. Everybody whiffing. I said that I was maybe going to get to see some people hitting the ball, but I was wrong. This is just the day of whiffs. Oh, Pesci with some disruption. Nice play. Getting in the way of Markey.
Pesci just completely body blocking Markey on the defense. Gets right in front of him. Takes out Mike.
He took out Mike and Markey.
Wow.
Oh my.
What a play.
This is insane. But flip side, they really do have to be careful about all these demo plays and bumps because Mucketers, it's what they're known for. And, you know, maybe they just need to turn up their game sound so they can hear them coming. Or just use their look back feature on the analog stick. What a shot by Markey! It's going to drop under the crossbar. Beautifully done. Kux to Markey and the early equalizer.
What a flick from Kux out to the mid, using his air rotation and then flicking it out to Markey. Something you usually don't see with the mid-level players, using air rotation to try to kick it out.
Oh, notice the quick chat. Nice one from Turbo. Markey just saying okay. That's something that I was having to do when I rebound all my quick chat. Oh, Mike throwing himself at the ball but unsuccessfully. Markey getting sent to the moon! Pesci is violent today.
Pesci has taken off the gloves so far and just completely wrecking the side of Flipside Tactics.
Light flip for Markey. Doesn't matter though, Cux is there. Oh, Mike's backwards Sicky capitalizing on him. Being slightly out of position. Flipside just not really ready to follow up on that initial hit from Cux right there.
Yeah,
Caught a little bit by surprise.
Mike caught backwards, just trying to do everything he can to get in the way. Just having to hope that the ball comes to him and not having to move, because you can't really react when you're backwards. You have no propulsion.
Yeah, no momentum for Mike. He's not looking at his best this series, but we have only seen 2.5 games, so there's still plenty of time for Mike to rule. But for that to happen, he's going to need to start hitting his shots. That's a fantastic pass, just as we say it.
But is there
Finding
enough
Marky.
time? Is there enough time for Marky to do to?
That is the real question. That's the real question.
Mike off the ceiling, gets a second touch, but all members from Mach are out of the play. Cux here with a semi-open net, but there's Pesci. Not a good finish from Cux. Puts it right where Pesci was. Had a lot of open goal.
That's a good pass.
Yeah.
Mike's finding his passing. Oh, nice read by Cux. He follows up on his own hit off the curve. Beautifully done. You know, sniping that curve. I'm sure he meant to do that. That's so well done. Very difficult to defend that.
And great reaction with the double jump as well. Just getting there as late as possible and scoring it. So 2-2 in this game 3.
And the double 50-50 in the middle. Something I'm not a huge fan of is killing the ball in the center. It leads to more volatile post-kickoff scenarios, but these teams opting for that play. Goes pretty even. And now we're straight back into the midfield play. Flip side, you know, having the boost control here. Nice interception though by Pesci. He's actually going to go for some more demos, I'm sure. Look at this. Oh, Marky this time avoids him.
Mike up on the ball, put the shot on target. Turbo able to knock it out to the side, but Cuts with the ball back in. Mike Rule's getting a little bit of a demo himself, and retribution as Marky Duda puts it in.
Yeah, Turbo not getting a good clear here. What a pass though from Cuxer, getting it so close to scoring himself. Really putting the pressure on Muckett is Cuxer 97. His passes have been so good, setting up himself for the second goal and setting up Marky for the first and the third. He really has been the MVP of this series so far. Cuxer going up very big today, dodging Pesci on the demo attempt. Looks like they're much more aware of Pesci now than they were in the first game.
Yeah, something about the demo plays is once your opponent...
Oh, the backflip from Marky though! Marky feels diagonal side flip, man.
It doesn't really roll off the tongue as well.
Dear. Oh dear, that's not the best. Marky's saying sorry in the chat. He can't be too happy with that one.
Open goal from the side of Flipside. Marky with a slight mistake. Just that slight mistake will end up in goals if you let Mach have that advantage.
Oh, this is good. Hitting off the ball by Flipside, though they're putting it in awkward positions. That last hit from Cux was not in line with that thought, though. And then Mike is
Ashy with all the
shadowing.
time in the world here, but Cux here bailing out Mike. Mike trembling in his knickers on the goal line. Ashy bearing down on him with a friend to his left. Didn't know what was going to happen. Thankfully, Cux was there to knock it out.
Yeah, it was good play by Mike. He shadowed for a reason. He knew he was the last line of defense. He opted to shadow so that he could, you know, deter Pesci from shooting immediately, give Marky a chance to recover and put in the challenge. That's really how you need to play if you're 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, especially against a team like Muckett, who do love to pass in the counter-attack.
Oh, ball up in the middle. Cux here sends it back out to the side. 40 seconds remaining. Oh, Cux here going for the boost instead of the ball. Almost works out for him. Still on the possession. Pesci's there to free it from his mitts. Pesci on the ball. Knocks it out to Sicky. Sicky trying to put it on net. A weak shot. There's Marky that had a little bit more fire on it. Could have been a goal.
Will Marky get a
on the
setter?
play here. All he had to do is just
what
slightly
a
tap out
pass
the Cux.
from Marky!
What a pass.
Unbelievable pass by Marky. It's so difficult to get anything good going from this position, but he just flicks it back over the top of the incoming defender for Cuxer to tap it in. Marky and Cux are definitely finding the synergy the Flipside need right now. They're in the same wavelength for sure. Taking the lead in game 3. They're looking to prove me wrong. You know, I doubted them. And, you know, to be honest, I wouldn't mind being wrong. It would be nice seeing Flipside beat Muckett for a change. But honestly, as long as we see a game 5, I'm a happy man.
There's still 5 seconds remaining in this match. Possession, Mockett. Oh, not a good touch from Pesci there. But Turbo able to put it up. Pesci up on the wall. Sends it on
Pesci!
target. Can Turbo put it on net? Puts it on net, but no, it hits the ground. That was surely a goal with the 1 second more.
So close for Mucky to you, Pashy with a great set. And Cuxer just showing off the underside of his car for us all. Really well played game by Cux right there. Pashy,
Feels 0 seconds, man. Oh.
You know, credit to Pashy, he's causing a lot of trouble for Flipside this series. He's definitely creating chances, but they need to now win 2 games in a row against the aforementioned Flipside, looking to take down Mucky for the first time in some weeks now. And they're looking pretty good. That timeout after losing game 1 has done wonders for them. Or so it would seem, who knows. We still have to see 1 game, potentially 2. I wouldn't mind seeing 2 games. These are some high-level games.
I still think it's going to go to game 5. If that's
You know,
the case,
I think Flipside are dealing with the demo plays. Oh, the fake kickoff, Mike! Dude, Mike jumping clean over the ball. That's a bit of a new one. I'm almost certain that it was deliberate because it was Flipside. Oh, Sicky backing off. He could have gone in for a shot right there, but he's given up possession.
Well, we've seen that kind of kickoff from them before. I think it was in the RLCS where they had 3 seconds remaining.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, Cux goes for the kickoff, completely whiffs it with Marky staying in the back.
Turbo getting on the wrong side of his goal line, accidentally own-goaling it off of a great aerial shot by Marky. Turbo, not much he could do there. I think Marky would probably have scored it with or without the help of the Pulsar. But looks like Flipside are taking command of the series. Marky and Cux firing on all cylinders. And Mike, you know, not making any significant misplays. He just is not find a way into the game as much as his teammates have. But you know, that's the beauty of Flipside tactics. They don't need to all show up to have enough star quality to win a series against one of the best teams in the world. Marky and Cux again finding each other.
Marky is completely on fire in this series. I think he scored at least 5 of the 7 goals that Flipside has so far. But Cux here, not to discredit him, completely setting him up beautifully.
Yeah, Cuxer's he's the teammate that all of us wish we had. He's setting up Marky for the open nets. Marky's getting all the goals, and Cux is just, you know, getting the assist points, but really he's the one making the big plays here. Marky with some great clinical finishing. But Cuxer really is the MVP, the man of the moment. Oh, what a recovery! Marky getting a double touch off the wall. Flipside looking to get this one clear. A good chance now to get a counter-attack going.
Lots of time here from Marky. Not a very good touch from him. I don't think he had boost to get any power on that, but he had tons of time to work with.
Oh, Pashy, what a play!
It from the corner.
Woo. What a play by Pashy, getting not 1 touch but a second one to outplay Cuxer. Cuxer really should see this coming, though. We know Pashy is capable of doing things like this off the wall, but Cuxer just jumping far too soon. He wasn't even in line with the middle of his net. So he just presented the open net to Pashy right there, and Pashy said, "Thank you very much." Oh, a bit of a team bump situation.
Going back on the kickoff, you mentioned before that the kickoff is the only set piece in Rocket League.
Absolutely.
And I think Flipside is one of the only teams to take advantage of that. You see, sometimes they'll leave that back person waiting on the goal line, and they'll fake it, leaving for like a nice grounded pass to them. Essentially, You don't really see a lot of teams taking advantage of that kind of space to work with.
Absolutely. Flipside, definitely multiple kickoff strategies under their belt. Perhaps my favorite one is where they forget that they're playing Rocket League and just don't send nobody to the kickoff, and then everybody in the caster desk is applauding them, but really it's just because they forgot. They forgot that they were playing the game. They're like, "Oh wait, that was mine. Oh, my bad." The other team's like, "Wow, Flipside really do have so many kickoff strategies." The double whiff, incredible.
Oh, Cux here off to the corner. What a save from Cux. And he a little bit fortunate because he kind of flubbed himself on the corner of the goal and able to recover in time and make that epic save off to the top of his own net. Cux here is so impressive in this series.
Oh, a bit of congestion in the Flipside goal line. Mike and Cux getting in each other's way a little bit, but Mike does get the save necessary. Marky getting in the way also. And now Marky, dribbling Pashy, who didn't seem to do anything. He just let that happen to himself. Mocket are not looking as solid in defense as we're used to seeing them. They're just presenting the ball for Flipside and saying, "Yeah, sure, come pressure us."
Mock, nice ball on target here. Cux here's up, puts it off to the side, great clear. Marky on the wall, wins it over 2, but here's Turbo to put the ball back in. A little bit of a lofty clear, but I think Pashy was coming across the goal line trying to take someone out. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Mike Rule's bearing down on the ball, but here's Pashy sending it downfield. Mike and Cux here both in the same situation. Mike up, trying to send it onto net. There's Turbo, knocks out the side.
Not
Mike
spread
Rule's
out. This could be risky.
playing it open. Cux here puts a ball in net, but there's Pashy to defend it.
Flipside are definitely leaving themselves open to counterattacks. They're not spreading out as much as they could be when they're in offense, and now chance for Turbo. Mike jumping too early, can't get back in time. Well done by Siki and Turbo.
Turbo with a great touch right there, completely rotating his car upside down, getting the touch he needs, using the Masamune's long nose, but Mike Rule's not able to get in the way. Great shooting from Turbo.
Yeah, Flipside just giving up pressure a little bit easily right there. Not for the first time this game. I definitely want to see them spread out a little bit more. They've been getting in each other's way this game, especially Mike and Cux. But, you know, that's not to say that Marky is not spreading out also. We did see on the last attack, oh, the demo, hold that thought.
Oh, and Pashy
Wow.
goes slow. What a brilliant shot.
These demos, look at this. Turbo just goes straight for Cux, and Mike expecting Cux to be going for the ball. Has to rotate slowly, and Pashy getting it underneath him. Bit of a mind game finish by Pashy. Really, Flipside, just what a difference it can make if you just don't spread out. There, you know, a lot of people would confuse rotation. Rotation does not mean 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Players taking turns hitting the ball. It means spreading out, finding space so you don't get in your teammates' way, and hitting the ball once at a time. Doesn't necessarily matter what order, as long as you don't all get in each other's way and go for the same ball. That's what Flipside are failing to do right now. They just aren't giving each other enough space to do what they want to do.
When Flipside doesn't spread out, they make them look like not a top team. And Cuxier up on the wall. Marky trying to get back. Cuxier sends it up into the corner. Marky loses a 50-50 to Siki. Mike Rules on the ball, gets the first touch. Trying to sweep around it, giving Pashy a little bit too much time to make that save. Here comes Cuxier.
Okay, a bit of an ambitious flight path by Pashy right there. Not sure what he was going for. Definitely trying to take the ball away from a Flipside player, but nobody was going for it, so it's a bit pointless. And now Pashy looking to continue the pressure. Flipside really need to just get the ball out of their half at this point and try and find some pressure of their own. This is more like it from Mike. Will he get the ground pinch? Just misses it on this occasion.
Mike using all of his boosts right there, having to get back. Trying to get back to this defense. Marky was taken out by a little bit of...
Coxer side flips. Flipside are not flipping the right ways or at the moments that they want to this series. Some accidental flips. They're taking their name a little bit too literally, I feel.
If they were taking their name a little bit too literally, they'd have great tactics. So I don't think that's the case. Pashy with all the time in the world and cuts it in. Marky getting done by Pashy dribbles.
Yeah, this was never going to be an easy one to defend. Siki actually providing another option for Marky, and Marky turning around like he did, not attacking the ball immediately. It was like a losing situation, you know, right there. Pashy just has to choose his poison, and looks like they're going to take this to a game 5 like you expected. Although Flipside, a bit of a collapse in rotation, just getting in each other's way.
There's the kind of pass we're looking for from Flipside. Marky out to Mike, but it looks like it's a little bit too late. Ball should just drop here. It's going to be no comeback. 0 seconds remaining, 2 goals. We're going to go into game 5.
And will Flipside be able to recover from that loss? It was a pretty bad collapse by them to lose the way that they did. You know, they started off so well, finding each other in attack, but then as we moved forward, we saw them 2-1 up, and then all of Flipside barreled down one side of the field, gave up pressure when the ball went across to the other side of the field, and then we saw the good old Mocket demolish and finish into the open net. We are going to be switching over to Beckwick Day for the final game. I'm a fan of the night variation of this map. Not so much the rain. The rain makes it just a bit all a bit too real as a Scotsman.
Giving a lot of flashbacks.
It's like, oh no, not again.
Not like this.
Not for the 5th time this week.
Alright, game 5. Mocket EU, Flipside Tactics. Series is tied up 2-2. Who is going to be the deciding factor? Can Cuxier be the hero that Flipside Tactics needs, but not the one they deserve in the Batmobile?
Confident approach by Mike. Decent shot, but a save coming in from Siki. Marky not on the right flight path. Hopefully he can have a better flight path when he tries to fly out to LA next weekend, or who knows where he could end up.
Do you think the players will take reins of the airplane and try to fly it themselves?
That's, you know, it's a real danger, and I believe that is also illegal, so hopefully that doesn't happen. I know the biggest problem for Marky is...
Tactics get detained at...
I'm
LAX.
worried. Marky loves to shout bang when he hits the ball. I'm just worried that he's going to walk past me in the plane and just go bang, and then somebody thinks, wait, what? And he gets in massive trouble. That's probably the biggest issue. He'll be going through customs and just shout bang for no reason, and people will get really, really scared. But he'll be looking to shout bang as he shoots into Mocketeu's net this game. Still 0-0 on the score. Will Cuxer be able to set up Flipside for victory like he has been in the games that they have won so far? Looking to take a goal for himself right there. Was Cux. Mike with a whiff.
Cux here trying to do everything he can in an awkward situation. Gets punted by Turbo. Markey on the ball. Cux up again to make the save. Been so impressive on the goal line. Able to just get up so fast and knock it out to the side. You usually don't see Cux knocking it out towards the mid. So he knows what he's doing on defense. Mike with the possession. Off to Markey. Markey with a little bit of time here. Sends a ball into the corner. Turbo knocks it back out. Right onto Markey. Markey sends the ball in net. That was a good chance. Ashley there to save it though.
Yeah, I really thought Markey had to shoot that ball high over the net. You know, there were so many goalkeepers ready to intercept his shot that he probably should just miss on purpose. Mike with a nice air dribble, almost taking Turbo out the game. Flipside have got all the pressure right here, but it doesn't look to be threatening Muckett too much. Muckett looked to be pretty comfortable sitting back and absorbing this pressure like a sponge. Oh, what a
There's a nice pass, but Sicky completely reading it and getting in the way of Cux. That was such good defending.
Yeah, beautifully done. That was not easy to defend. You know, when do you attack somebody who's in the air? It's a really difficult thing to do, especially somebody going for an aerial pass. Sicky did it wonderfully right there. But will Flipside be able to hold out as strongly as Muckett have been able to do so themselves? Because that's often the difference between these two teams. Is Flipside will have the majority of the pressure, then Muckett will just have one counter-attack and score. And if Flipside let that happen to themselves, they'll be kicking themselves, because they have lost to Muckett in the last two meetings. They really don't want to lose for a third time in a row.
We are still at a 0-0 game. 2 minutes remaining, and we don't. There Markey.
What a shot from Markey Duda coming out from the midfield. Pashi coming out, and Sicky getting bumped off the goal line. I didn't see if it was Mike or Cux, but that's a huge play. I believe Mike or Cux doing the Muckett to Muckett EU, slamming Sicky out of the net, and Markey capitalizing on the open net opportunity. Gates wide open for Flipside now.
Alright, now Flipside, all they have to do is park the bus. Mike Rule's trying to do what they can, but knowing Flipside, they're going to want to put more goals in as their defense is a great offense.
Oh, Cux for the setup man again. I like that Mike didn't commit to that, but he has to recover. Good recovery by Mike. He thought about committing to that ball, but he saw Markey in front of him and immediately hit the brakes. That's something that we need to see more of them, but Cux doubling their lead with a vicious trundler. How did this one find its way in?
Sicky just caught flat-footed on the goal line, probably commits towards the pass.
Oh, the reverse!
Oh, not able to turn around in time. Just an awkward positioning for him.
He needs to take his driving lesson again. That was not how you parallel park. He just threw that little reverse maneuver in there and lost all his forward momentum. Couldn't get to the ball, even though it was going slow. Cux, is he going to fake this? Yes!
Cuxer gets the fake to Markey, but what a save from Sicky!
Oh, that's a beautiful mind game by Cux. The only way that the goalkeeper could save it was by lunging in front of the block, for the block. Cux knew that, went for the mind game. Beautiful save though on the rebound. Oh, Mike rules! Mike does rule, ladies and gentlemen. Getting involved at the crucial moment. What a play. Off the side wall, gets the read and into the net.
That is a crazy angle, by the way. You have such a tight shooting angle from that position that it's hard to find it, so kudos to Mike Rules.
Flipside, out of nowhere. Cux is actually not moving. What is going on? Cuxer is left. He's left the building.
Cuxer, wake up!
Somebody's shown the bat signal in the sky, and he's like, "Sorry guys, I've got to go." Mike and Markey trying to 2v3. They do love to 2v3 tournaments, but probably not at this stage in a tournament against this caliber of opponent. Luckily for them, they do have a 3-0.
This is the longest mind game from Cux that I've ever seen, and then he finally leaves the match. What is happening?
The disconnect. Honestly, this has to be. You have to play on. This happens. You have to play on if you're Flipside. They've just got to hold on. They are losing, or they are winning 3-1. They have what it takes. It's a bit of an unfavorable kickoff, though. What is going to happen? Cux is rejoined.
Okay, Cux is back in the match. It looks like he resolved the situation for the bat signal.
Oh, but this is not good for Flipside, though. They've lost their momentum, and suddenly, Cuxer being back or not doesn't matter. He flips forward. Sicky's already in the air, beats him to it, puts it into the open net. You've got to be kidding me. Flipside. 3-0 up, and Cuxer with the disconnect, and now Muckett mounting the comeback. There's definitely time here for them to complete said comeback. Flipside, will they be able to hold on?
39 seconds remaining. Flip side,
Oh!
no, but there's Cooks putting a little bit
Cookser!
of insurance on the board. Leaves, helps the defenses
Oh,
with the bat signal.
Michaels! Triple great clear. Going pretty savage right there. Apache and Siki is Mike. I bet Mike's feeling pretty salty about Mucket, continuing to play after the Cookser disconnect, but I cannot fault them for that. I will reiterate.
Absolutely
You need to
not.
play on in that situation. You just have to play on. It's too late in the game. You've got the lead. You just have to hold on 2 versus 3. And, Mucket, I don't blame them in any way for playing on in that situation. Because disconnects happen. This is an online tournament. We have to just deal with it.
Yep, that was the right call from Marky. Nice double touch from Siki. Balls over the net.
Oh, the
Triple
whiffs!
with the whiff city.
What
But
a
there's
save!
Pesci and Marky with the save. I can't handle the last 30 seconds of this match.
On flip side, they're actually going to hold on. They have done it. They've shown the consistency. Mike with a triple. Nice shot. He's going savage in the quick chat. I love the banter. And Cookser just pausing for a little bit more. Just another moment of recollection. Good games.
Oh, man.
No way.
I can
Coming out from
unclench now
Mike.
that series is
Oh
over.
dear, Mike's quick chat banter is next level this series. Everybody else is
Oh,
saying
my
GG's,
goodness.
Mike with a no way. Flip side, move on to the finals to play against probably Weedom Girls. Yep, Weedom Girls 3-0ing A Reality at the other side of the bracket. So we will see a pretty hype final. I've not seen Flipside play Weedom for quite some time. I'm
Wow.
looking forward to this one.
What a series there. 3-2, we knew it was going to be close between two of the best teams in Europe, potentially the world. And let's just take a moment to consider Mocket as a unit. Just the way they played so well. Johnny, just the demos and everything like that, amazing.
It's exactly what we expected from them. Aggressive play on the other team's goalkeeper, always opting for the wide rotation out of defense across the net, even playing a blocker strategy, running ahead of your attacking player and trying to just cause some disruption. Pashi really coming up big that series. I've been criticizing him recently for some passive play, but we didn't see any of that this game. So he's taken a new leaf, and very aggressive play from Mucket. Almost enough to take down the mighty Flipside, but it wasn't to be. Looks like Flipside were just too much for them on the day. And all three, Mike, Marky, and Cox, showing up pretty big, I would have to say. But shout out to Coxer. Well, apart from the disconnect, it was almost a flawless performance by him.
Yeah, and Fickle, you said about the incredible shooting from Marky. What was it about his shots that was so impressive?
Them being on target.
Yeah,
That's all I have to say.
Simple
Like,
as that.
You put the ball above the net, and Marky will finish it 9 times out of 10. He doesn't whiff, and that kind of consistency is really what determines those top 3 teams from the top, 6 teams or so. We saw with Unspecified, they were able to generate lots of scoring opportunities, but they weren't able to put it in every single time, and that is what differentiates those top 5 teams.
I tell you what, I'd be really interested to see is if we had a map of the goal. And then seeing where the balls actually went in, because most of them, from my point of view, seem to be going in just below the crossbar, just because of the accuracy. And they were going in at 100 kilometers an hour plus. It was incredible gameplay, but it's not going to end there. We've got the final coming up of Rocket Royale. We've got Weedom Girls versus Flipside. This is going to be such incredible Rocket League.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. Like I said, not seen these teams play in quite a while because Flipside had been losing to Mocket, and then we've seen Mocket losing to Weedom Girls in the final. But this time, Flipside have made the final, and we're going to see if they can do what Mocket can't do, and that is win a series against Weedom in a grand final of a tournament, which I don't think that's happened recently. Not with the full-strength roster from Weedom. They've been pretty imperious with their full-strength roster, although they have dropped a couple of tournaments with substitutes, but we can't really take that into account too much. When Greasy, Maestro, and Remco are together, they're a completely different animal, and they've been looking good today, dispatching with every team in their path, 3-0ing A Reality, who met them in the other semi. Perhaps to their surprise, there were teams like the Flying Dutchman and Crown and Jewels here today, and they fell pretty early, so Weedom had a fairly easy road by their standards, and their challenge is about to get much harder because they've got to play against full-strength Flipside Tactics who are looking revitalized. Beating a bucket for the first time in quite a while, I'd say.
Yeah, so we're just going to say we'll look at the poll now to see what the chat thinks is going to be the case. And for the most part, we've got those kind of close games. 3-2 or 2-3, either way, is looking quite popular at the moment. But the next most popular option is Weedom Girls 3-1ing Flipside. What do you reckon, Fickle? What do you predict?
Well,
You know-
I don't think that's what.
Go ahead.
I have to put it to Flipside to take it to 5 games, but I think Weedom Girls will win 3-2.
Ooh. And Johnny, what do you reckon?
I'm gonna give it a Flipside 3-2. You know, I doubted them last series. I gave the edge to Mucket 3-2 over Flipside, and I was punished for it. It gave me my first incorrect prediction of the day, so I'm not gonna doubt them a second time, because that would just be asking for a second incorrect prediction. I think that Flipside, if they can play like that, especially the passing plays between Cuxer and Markey, I don't think that Weedom are gonna be able to handle those. As long as they can, you know, stay a little bit more solid in defense. We did see them getting a little bit congested at times, especially at their own near post in defense and also in attack, all being on the same side of the field. That's something that we won't see Weedom Girls do. They like to spread out a lot more, and if Flipside can emulate that, I don't think Weedom will be able to keep up with them, because Cuxer and Markey are just looking too good today.
Yeah, and you speaking about Cuxer and Markey looking good. Mike was a little bit quiet, I thought, and I might
Yeah, a bit of a quiet
require
series.
might require him to step up his game for this next one. We will try and get the final on as soon as possible. We'll have a quick little one minute break. We'll be very shortly back with you, so don't go anywhere. We'll have Weedom Girls versus Flipside in just a moment. We'll be getting into this game as soon as possible for you all. One thing I would like to bring up now is we are going to be looking at your tweets throughout today. We will be going onto the NA side of Rocket Royale after this game. So we've just got a few tweets here, and we'll check them out. So hashtag Rocket Royale, I'm sorry, from Achieves. Poor guy. He was so hyped up to cast today and just had those internet issues. I don't know whether it might be alright now that we've changed to TeamSpeak. Sorry to say goodbye to him earlier on.
I know how that feels. Something that's completely out of your control and just sucky.
Yeah. Yeah, get well soon, Achieves Internet. Get well soon.
Everybody sign the card for Achieves' internet. I'm gonna send it off to him. Wish him all the best.
Yeah, what an unfortunate circumstance for him. And if you want to get on the stream, you see there on that tweet, hashtag Rocket Royale. We'll bring it up to the people choosing the tweets and we'll try and get you on. And like I said, after this we will have NA, so there's plenty more Rocket League content to go. And right now, this final, I think it's a best of 7, as far as I'm aware. Correct me if I'm wrong, admins. We will be going to see Cuxir, Mike and Marky on the side of Flipside against Weedom Girls, which is Maestro, Remco and Greasy. What an exciting set of 6 players to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. All these players in and around the conversation for best in the world, and all of them have been at the top for so long now. We see the full SARP vet team of Flipside, the OG best team in the world, the very first dominant force in Rocket League, and coming up against Weedom girls, who have been more recently the most dominant team in Rocket League. So we've got the old kings against the new kings, and we'll see who can come out on top today. This is maybe a bit of a preview of things to come at the RLCS LAN. I certainly hope so. I'd love to see these teams play against each other on stage, but it's good to see them play against each other online as well. Can't get enough of these guys.
Yeah, and apart from playing in tournaments, this might be a scrimmage pretty much of what we're going to see in a couple weeks. So this might be reflective of what we're going to see at the LAN.
Yeah, and it's a very different environment playing online like this. These guys have played against each other many a time online, and definitely the crowd cheering them on. They do not realise right now that there's thousands of people watching them, potentially cheering either way in front of their computers, so the environment will be very different at a LAN. Who do you think is the most important player today for Weedom girls, Johnny?
For me, it's Remco. As long as he can stay solid at the back, that kind of lets Greasy and Maestro do whatever they want in attack. And when it comes to causing chaos and disruption around the other team's goal, you can't get much better in the business than Greasy and Maestro. And having Remco behind them to just give them that confidence that they're not going to get taken out the game by a hard clear or a long shot. That's to me the biggest thing for Weedom girls is, will Remco show up and stop Flipside from putting the pressure on them, because really whichever team gets the pressure in this matchup is going to walk away with the victory, with both of them being so offensively oriented.
Yeah, we're just waiting on Weedom girls to join in. We've got Flipside here ready to get this game going, but I'd just like to correct myself. Earlier on we asked about the best of 5 predictions in the poll, and I also asked you two best of 5 predictions. Are you going to still go for 1 goal difference? And can I say either way it's going to stay the same, just with 7 games?
Oh, it's 7 games?
Yes.
So the best of 7.
Okay.
I think I would still go 4-3 Weedom girls.
Okay.
7 games. I'll give it 4-2 to Flipside then. I don't see Weedom taking more than 2 games against Flipside today.
Okay.
Alright.
Well,
I was very much under the impression that if Flipside can beat Mocket, that'll give them the confidence moving into the final. I think that after that, they've gotten over Mocket, who have been beating them the past few weeks. That's going to probably give them the confidence now to move into the final, especially that they lost game 1 against Mocket 1-0, got shut out completely, took that 1-minute timeout in between games, and then they came in game 2 and scored 3 goals almost immediately. That's something that I've not seen from Flipside in the past, to take that timeout before. I know that they often take some time to get rolling. Losing game 1s is not something that is unusual for Flipside, but I've never seen that timeout before be used by them, which is very interesting. I'd be interested to hear what happened. I'll probably go and ask them afterwards. They're just like, oh yeah, it's just Mike needed to use the bathroom. It was no discussion of tactics at all, or something like that. That wouldn't surprise me otherwise. But I'd love to hear if they actually talked some strategy between those games and solved some problems.
yeah, so we're just getting the guys in, and like you said, you never really know what's going on the other side. We cannot hear those guys, but I'm sure you can try and predict what's going on, as I'll hand it over to you guys, as I think Weedom girls will be joining in now.
Well, I certainly hope so, because you guys, as much as we can entertain you with some between-game banter and predictions, I'm sure that you want to see some gameplay just as much as we do.
I want to see the gameplay.
So, Weedom girls joining the lobby. Here they come. It looks like, oh dear, we've got some name changes. So we have Greasy playing under the name I'm an Absolute Painting, and Remco using Bang 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 Full Stop.
Oh man.
So yeah, I'm an Absolute Painting that's a personal favourite of mine. They'll probably be looking to paint some orange goals all over Flipside's net this game. Did see him sport this name once in a 1 versus 1 against Cuxer. It didn't go in his favour. Cuxer taking down 2 games out of 3. So,
I think
interesting decision by Greasy.
I think we need to try our best to honor these players' decisions and stick with the name that they've given. So here comes Bang Bang Bang. on the defense. I'm an absolute painting off on the side, trying to clear it out. Here comes Rimko. What a boring name. I'm an absolute painting in front of the net and manages to beat 2 players from Flipside. How did that not get squeezed in?
I'm surprised that he decided to dribble it across his own net at all, but he got rewarded for his, ballsy move. Not the greatest throw by Bang Bang Bang, kind of flicking underneath the ball. Maybe a delayed flick into a forward air roll would have been more sufficient. Marky with the fake pop, getting Remco to back off. Well done, taking Remco out of the game. Gonna have to see if Remco can hold up and be the defender that we all know he can be in this series. And I'm gonna get so confused with these names. I don't know if I can do it, Fickle.
Just call them what they are. All you have to do is see. All you have to do is say what you see. It's not that hard.
See what I say? Oh no, Cook's getting some whiffs early in the game. Does recover. Get a good pass to Mike though. It looks like a pretty cagey start. Both teams not playing too fantastically. But they are getting some nice touches amidst all of the whiffs and the mishits.
Oh, what a block from Marky, just correctly predicting that hit from I'm an absolute painting. And Cook's here off to Marky in the middle, but a dunk coming in from Rimko puts it off into the corner. Bang, 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 play up into the mid. I'm an absolute painting. I can't get tongue twisted, but I think Greasy scores.
Yep, it was Greasy, aka I'm an absolute painting, just completely paints Flipside right here. Just grabs his roller and spreads it all over their wall. Beautiful finish. He got up so quick, and that's something that we always see from Greasy. Getting up quickly and confidently. Something that we could all learn from. If we're approaching a ball in attack, just go for it, no hesitation. And that's what we saw right there, Flipside. With an early deficit. A nice play from the name changers.
Remco in the corner, doing what he can. Beats Marky Dude on a shot on net, but Cooks here is in the way. Not a very good shot. He had a lot of open space to work with. Cooks here just able to be in the right position at the right time. Mike rolls up on the wall. I'm an absolute painting. Rotating back. Marky Dude to Cooks here. Cooks here looking for Mike downfield. Mike, can he flick it back
nice
to Marky?
Pass.
Ooh, a little bit too high, but there's Cooks here to recover. That was an unexpected pass from Marky. Didn't think it was going to come so high. Mike usually puts it more in the lap.
Yeah, Marky, he may be moving up a little bit too soon right there. He had too much momentum, had to hit the brakes before jumping, and that's never a good thing. Because then you don't hit the ball as hard as you would like to. But, oh no, a long shot does go astray.
Bang,
Looks
bang,
like
bang.
Flipside are struggling to find any of meaningful offensive pressure outside of that one pass attempt by Mike. Oh, nice play! An absolute painting with an absolute brilliant play. Getting a second goal of the game.
I think I'm being told that there's a little bit of meta in the situation. It actually looks like painting is Remco and Remco is Greasy.
Nah, painting is Greasy. I'm pretty sure painting is Greasy. He always has the black profile picture. No way. If it is, then they've fooled me, and congratulations, you've achieved absolutely nothing, because really, what matters if I say your name wrong at the end of the day?
Bang, bang,
is
bang.
Mike nearly getting a save? Bang, bang, bang. With a triple goal for Weedom. Not the best clear. Cuxer really not playing very well this game. He's got plenty of time to find his feet in the series, but right now, this is not the Cuxer that we just saw dispatched with Mucket in the previous series. Couple of bad hits and complete whiffs coming out from him.
Looks like Weedom girls on track to take game 1. Mike Rules trying to park the bus in goal. Standing up in the middle, just kind of doing a little laps, seeing what's going to happen. Flipside really needs to start their offense that they're known for immediately if they want to get back to this game.
Well, they're all getting too congested once again. Look at this near post just being completely jammed up like a highway with roadworks. And they really need to prevent that sort of play from happening again, because if it does, Weedom girls rather, are going to keep scoring goals. That's what they're best at, is just creating awkward situations for the other team and capitalizing on them.
Mike Rules with a shot in. I'm an absolute painting with an absolute good save. Cooks here off of the ceiling. What a attempt right there from Cooks. Using the ceiling to his advantage to create the angle, otherwise not able to be found. Mike rolls off the ceiling once more. Remco in an awkward situation. There's Marky, and Flipside gets on the board.
Yeah, Remco not reading the ceiling bounce. He's also driving very far off his line there before spotting that Mike was coming in for a hard clear. So a couple of misplays from Remco. That's what Flipside are going to hope will keep happening in this series, because usually Remco is so solid at the back, he won't drive forward like that when a hard clear is about to happen. But so far, we've been seeing,
quite a few misplays happen, not just from Remco, but from Cuxer and the other Flipside boys. Just not what we're used to seeing from them. I'm sure that this will not continue for the whole series. I expect the standard of play to increase dramatically. But as for now, Weedom Girls playing the better of the two. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, we saw earlier Cuxier actually getting beat in the air from Greasy. Something you usually don't say, and he, as you mentioned, playing a little bit lackluster in this first game. Hopefully he can pick it up with Remco on the ball. 40 seconds remaining. Weedom Girls, all they have to do is just maintain this lead, and then we'll be seeing a one-game lead going into Game 2.
Oh, Mike with a redirect. Nice additional speed that he got in that ball, but he didn't get the angle that he wanted. Mike is a very good redirector of the ball. And Flipside generally very capable in that regard. But Weedom Girls, they should be spotting these passes and try to make interceptions happen before the shot is even possible. Will Flipside be able to create more opportunities? I'm sure they will. But it's maybe just a little bit too late this game. And they'll be very glad that this is the best of 7 because they need to make some big changes if they want to have a chance this series. This game 1, not looking good for them.
Yeah, Flipside Tactics loses Game 1, but we've also known that Flipside Tactics has been known to sleep in the first couple of games, so they're still not out of this quite yet. They need to acclimate themselves to the Weedom Girls' pace. Not that Mock can play slow or anything, but they're two completely different teams and they have different play styles.
And it looks like Mike and Marky are ready to go. We're not going to see a full team, 1 minute timeout here like we did from last game. They probably feel like that was just a case of them not hitting their shots, not hitting the balls as much as they needed to. Cuxer was 6 saves actually, getting all the saves for Flipside that game. But Weedom Girls with the shot advantage, the pressure advantage, and the goal advantage, leading to the 1-0 in the series. And now moving into Game 2, Flipside just really need to start hitting the ball a bit harder. And,
it looks like
more effectively.
looks like we got the team names back going. So
yeah,
welcome
and
back.
thank goodness. This is something I really feel like players should just be using their real names. Because come on, it ain't that funny. They're really just showing their age. I feel. Oh, nice reverse
Marky
dunk by
able to
Maestro.
rotate back in time.
Marky is there though.
Yeah, scary situation. Mike winning the 50-50 in the mid, but there's Greasy to kick it back off to the side. Can Cux find the angle? Opt for the pass, but an unfortunate touch from Maestro. Marky Duda almost putting it in. Greasy sending it back. Cux trying to parallel park, get up for the aerial in time, but not able to. There's Marky on the ball.
Oh,
find the net.
Flipside just can't find the net right now. They got so many forward hits, but they're just missing barely, and they're missing wide on the far post side. That's where like it Cux and Marky, just like we saw in the previous series. This is the combination the Flipside need this to win this entire tournament.
Marky with a semi-open net right there. Just actually a brilliant shot. Can't get more perfect placement than that, and beats out the defender from Weedom Girls. This is the Flipside we are used to seeing.
Yeah, Cuxer's passing to Marky has been the story of Flipside today from what we have seen on stream. And Mike looking to get into the game as well. What a
nice
shot by Mike Rules.
Wow.
Perfect placement behind the goalkeeper in the top corner off of the bad clear from Greasy Meister.
Talking about perfect shots. Wow.
Perfect shot from Mike Rules, getting involved, showing that this is not just the Cux and Marky show. And very similar to how the last series went, we had a one game for the opponents of Flipside, and now Flipside have just turned they flipped the switch and they've gone up a gear, scoring goal after goal.
They flipped the tic tac and
yeah,
get their game going.
They flipped the side, tack the tick, but Remco showing that the Flipside are not the only team with tactics right here, and a poor clear this time by Mike, resulting in an easy goal for Remco. Nobody challenging that ball from Flipside. Bit of a defensive lapse from them. They're going to have to do better if they want to keep Weedom Girls. I'm sure that Weedom Girls are going to score again this game. They always find ways to get goals. So Flipside are probably going to need to find some more goals of their own.
Yeah, Weedom Girls always such a scrappy team. One of the fastest teams that I've ever seen play in a 3v3 setting, knowing where each one of them is going to hit the ball before they do. But ball is on the side of Weedom Girls, looking for the counter, but there's Marky Duda to interrupt it. Maestro to Remco. Can Remco flick it down into net? And what a touch! Wow, Maestro, a little bit ambitious there, trying to get that in.
Remco, pass. Greasy, beautifully done. Just popping this to himself off the wall and then taking it high. Cuxer, bit of hesitation, getting beaten to the ball by Remco right there.
And Weedom Girls tie it up 2-2. Very well done by Flipside. By Weedom Girls, rather. Flipside need to get back into this now. Started so strong, but then they lost their lead pretty quickly.
2-2. 2 minutes have passed in game number 2. Too many twos. Cooks here on the ball. A little bit of time here. Gets a first good touch.
Oh, the
Trying to mind game
games.
it all the way to the corner. What a pass out to mid, but Markey not able to finish it off. That was an insane possession from Cooks. Again with the ball, seeing what he can do. Wins a favorable 50-50 into the side of Weedom Girls. Mike Rules up, trying to see what he can do. There's Maestro, going to carry this ball out. Flips it over Marky Duda. Cooks here with a lackluster clear, but turns it around and gets it over to Mike. Great recovery from Cooks. Disrupted. Here comes Mike. Pitches out to Marky. Marky puts the ball in net, but there's Greasy. Last man back. Trying to get the counter going. Cooks challenging. Wins it. Marky seeing what he can do. Going the opposite way of the ball. Here's Maestro on the corner. Sends it over the top. Both members from Flipside just letting it flow. No one there to attack. In a pinch out to the other side of the field. Here comes Cooks. Puts the ball down. Takes out Maestro in the meantime. Mike opts to not go for that. Gets back in the boost. Comes for a clear out to the side. Can Cooks make something happen? Looking for Mike Rules in the middle. Absolutely loses possession right there. Out of his flip. Unfortunate.
Yeah, Flipside are playing like a team who's losing right now. They're playing so rushed in this style of Rocket League. They're just going for every ball so quickly. Perhaps this is a deliberate thing because they know that Weedom love to do that themselves. But Flipside could definitely take a little bit more time with some of these touches. They just don't seem to be hitting the ball with as much deliberation as we're used to seeing from them. That's some beautiful team play, though. Weedom are getting taken out of the game.
They're keeping the ball on the backboard of Weedom Girls for a solid 10 seconds. But
they're playing keep away right here. Weedom can't get a touch right now.
Yeah, Markey with a little bit of time here. One-on-one situation. Nice little pop out to Cooks. All members of Flipside are up. Can Maestro get around it? No, he did not have enough boost to get there. Unfortunate, but here comes Rimco with a shot. Lackluster shot from Rimco. Cooks here up on the wall. Has total possession here. Going to see if he can field it. Nice little falls and maintains his momentum by forward flipping. That's a little bit showing in the game's weird physics. If you manage to flip while falling, you still maintain your altitude where you're at, not where your momentum is carrying.
Oh, Marky! The double outplay. You might go for the demo. Oh, Maestro's come off the line though. It's a good play by him. Marky was looking for a demo right there, I feel. Nice play. Oh, Marky saying, Cooks, get out of the way! Trying to get a goal for himself. He's trying to take the game into his own hands. Maestro with the 1v1. Will he be able to take out Marky? Do that. Marky getting a good challenge. Very well done by him. I feel like Maestro could have definitely played that situation better than he did. Oh, Cooks with the dunk. This game is very action-packed for a 2-all draw. And Greasy trying to follow, but he gets a clear rather than the shot. Not what he was going for. This game is so tense. But he was going to take it. Flipside had the majority of the pressure, but they need to convert that into a goal or they're going to lose the second game. Oh, nice bump. Moving forward. One last chance maybe for Weedom Girls. Nice play!
Oh, Remco finds the net.
Remco just following up with his own initial hit. Maestro annoying Cooks, maybe getting a little bit of a mind game with that fake right there. What a play by Maestro, just bullying Cooks off the ball. And Remco following up on his own hit, sending a bullet in the upper right corner. Weedom looking to go 2 up in the series. Flipside, unless he could do something miraculous.
Nice touch from Cooks. Here comes Mike on target. Oh, but there's Greasy Maestro. Ball still up, but it looks like it's going to fall. Maestro, just let the ball fall. You're in the lead. Okay,
there we go.
There it's going to fall. He had possession right there. He could have just knocked it on the ground. I hate to see that when the teams are up. Oh, what a celebration from Maestro. Wow.
Yeah, pretty good balancing act on the spoiler from Maestro. Remco, what a finish, and well played by Maestro to set up that goal. He didn't even get an assist for that play, but what Maestro did to set up that last goal was quite outstanding. He just followed Cooks, and he was bumping him, harassing him. Cooks wanted to make a challenge, and he couldn't, and then he wanted to make a save, and again he was denied. That sort of play off the ball is what needs to happen for there to be goals against goalkeepers of this caliber. Cooks are one of the best in the world, if not the best goalkeeper out there. Widely regarded by many as the best goalkeeper in the original game as well. And sometimes, if you can't score past him, just bump him out the way and then score into the open net.
Sounds like a good tactic to me. But here we go, game 3, getting right back into it. Flipside is down 0-2 in the series. They're looking for their first game. Once they get that first game, they're the kind of team to get 3 more. So I would not be surprised if a reverse sweep was to come their way.
I mean, it really looked like they were firing on all cylinders, and they were set up for taking game 2, but a quick response from Weedom Girls, getting 2 goals and then holding strong, despite the massive pressure that Flipside were putting on them. Markey again dribbling forward successfully, can't get the shot on target and actually rolls it up the wall, which is possibly the worst thing that could have happened for him. He really needed a fast pass off the back wall right there.
I think he was a little bit lacking in the boost department. Couldn't get around it. Tried to do what he could. Markey on the wall. Puts it out to Mike. Oh, unfortunate.
What a play,
Mike was not
Remco.
expecting that touch from Markey.
And I'm surprised not to see some more, quick chat banter coming out of Weedom after that pass from Markey. I'm surprised nobody's saying great pass.
Great pass.
Because
What a clear. Holy
Markey
cow,
with
no
a
way.
really big misplay right there, taking Mike out the game and passing it straight into the middle for Remco. Not what they were trying to do. Flipside with a bit of a fake kickoff, but it didn't really result in anything. They are going to get the ball, probably. Mike's going to back off, letting Remco come in. But Weedom Girls, it's so in control right now. Flipside are just, they're not getting their shots and they're not getting their passes like we're used to seeing from them.
And dismantling the Flipside offense is something
Look
you
at this
usually don't see.
play.
But Weedom Girls is taking it to them in game 3.
Remco up before the bounces even happened. What a read by him. And Mike getting stuck underneath the ball. A bit sharp on the rotation. He can't get the clear to the side like he wanted to. Just gets dunked on. And Maestro doubling the lead now. Weedom Girls taking a strong lead. Not just in games, but also in goals. 2-0 in both regard. Flipside with it all to do. Oh, and this is just getting outrageous. Flipside can't get the ball out of their half right now.
This is just completely out of hand. Mike rules with a wonky touch out to the mid, trying to get it to Markey, but there was Maestro just in a fortunate situation and just puts a rope over past Markey due to letting it soar over his head. 3-0, Weedom Girls looking to make the series 3-0 at this point.
Indeed, and this is how champions are made. Will Flipside be able to rise to the occasion? This is the biggest test that they've had in a long time. I haven't seen them, come back from 3-0 because they haven't had to come back from 3-0. And they might have to do it today if Weedom Girls can just hold on to this lead. And honestly, I expect them to do so with how the proceedings are going currently. They're just playing so well, and they're all defending spectacularly. We usually call Remco the great defender.
Was that
And
an
perhaps for
intentional
this
fake
reason,
from Mike?
This is a great play. Greasy really needs to just do something. He just doesn't really do anything right here.
I think
Misses
he really
chance to challenge.
he got mind gamed by Mike right there, thinking he was going to take the shot, but he just opts to completely leave it for Markey, and Markey puts it in.
I can get behind what Greasy's trying to do. He's trying to, just play a bit slow. Doesn't want to rush into a challenge when his teammates are still recovering, but as soon as Mike relinquishes the possession of the ball by passing it, that's when Greasy had to strike, and he was just a little bit late on the uptake. Giving Mike a good opportunity to pass the ball over to Markey, who has been the goal scorer for Flipside today, like you've said. And they need him to continue scoring because right now, Flipside just can't really get any serious pressure going. Oh, that's a good shot though by Cux.
Oh, Markey not able to read that tough ball off of the crossbar.
Oh,
Here comes
Flipside.
Cux and Mike. I think Cux should have let that one for Mike. Mike had that clear. Cux is trying to do what he can.
Yeah, Flipside are not trusting each other right now. Not trusting each other. Mike getting a bit caught out by that hard clear also. Caught reversing. And Cux called upon to make a good clear to the side. Flipside are hanging on, but they've only been able to put up one shot this whole game. And that just isn't good enough if you're going to compete against a team like Weedom.
Yeah, Markey actually looking a little lackluster on his striking.
Oh,
wasn't
no,
that
Flipside.
force we saw in the mock game in there?
All over the place for Marky Duda. Not for the first time this game. He's just driven straight into Cuxer. And it really is on Marky right there to have ball cam off and not drive into his teammate who's trying to clear it. He's just rotating in a really unintuitive way right there, getting the way of Cux. And Flipside just all over the place right here. Something just to drastically change if they're going to have a chance of making this comeback.
Yeah, bump side tactics. Remco with a shot on net. There comes Mike. Breezy pries it out of the hands of Mike Rules. Cux here sending a ball downfield. A minute and 30 seconds remaining. 3 goals, not impossible, but most likely improbable. Greasy putting it downfield, winning it over Mike. Mike getting caught up in Greasy. Oh, counterattack right here. Maestro with an unfortunate situation. Mike Rule's trying to get it over. They really needed to get that goal. They wanted any sort of chance in this game 3. Mike Rule's just doing everything he can above everybody out of the way. Cuxer coming up the wall. Not even putting it on
Flipside
target.
just not spreading themselves out yet again. They're all caught on the same side of the field in attack, and when the ball switches sides, nobody from Flipside's there to meet it, giving the free counter-attack to Weedom Girls. And Weedom Girls are going to take that every day of the week. They don't even need these counter-attacks to be presented because they can do plays like this one. Greasy from the sky, completely catching out Flipside.
That was an incredible adjustment off the wall right there. Double jumping and getting the angle. Crazy. That was a crazy shot.
Shot by Greasy. That's outrageously good play. Unfortunately, they really didn't need that. They're already winning 4-1, so you probably should have saved that one for game 4. You know, jokes aside, Flipside have got to be feeling pretty bad after seeing a goal like that go in. They're really getting outplayed in the air right now. Weedom Girls is too quick and too confident.
All right, if you are Flipside Tactics in this situation, you're down 3 games in the series, and you are essentially down 3 games, and you've lost this one quite handedly. What do you need to adjust?
They just need to have some calculated aggression at this point. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to, get involved by pressuring the ball, but they need to spread out more. I'm seeing too much congestion from Flipside. Every time they move forward, they're all in the same side of the field. Every time they're defending, they're all in the same corner. They just need to spread out more. Give each other the space that they need to work the magic that we know they can do. And hold on. Game might not be over. Chance again for Flipside. It's
Flipside, not
over
like this.
yet.
Save it for game 4.
Weedom getting punished for this kickoff strategy. The close cheat paired up with the corner boost grab. Not a good strategy because if the ball bounces off high into your end, you're conceding a goal the vast majority of the time. That's not something they didn't need that 100 boost on their defender, especially when they're already winning by 3. All they need to do is defend their goal right now, and that's not what we saw from them right there.
Another shot on target, and Flipside is absolutely laying it on the last 15 seconds. I would have been amazed if they come back from this, but Cucks up on the wall, and they
one
tied
second!
it up. 1 second.
The dream is alive for Flipside.
Can Flipside manage this with 1 second remaining?
What a
I'm gonna
pass
lose it
by
if they
Cucks
do.
to Markey. I really feel like this is almost impossible. All Weedom Girls have to do is send 2 people to the ball and smother it. But it's technically possible. Oh, the fake kickoff by Weedom. It's going to bounce up. No
Wait a
way.
minute. The ball is still up
chance.
in the air.
The
Johnny,
fake kickoff kind of backfiring.
I can't.
No way. Oh, give Flipside put it in their own net, but that's really not what they're going for. They're trying to do the impossible. Oh,
Okay.
Mike with a fake pop. Couldn't get underneath the ball with his boost. Weedom Girls do barely hold on. That would have been one of the biggest throws in Rocket League history if Weedom Girls had managed to lose 4 goals in 20 seconds. Why would you go for a kickoff strategy and grabbing a corner boost when you're already winning by 3? I have no idea. These boys never cease to amaze me with their bad kickoff strategies, but I guess that's going to continue because we've told them so many times not to do it. It's just statistically incorrect. But it doesn't seem to matter. They're holding strong. 3-0 in the lead are Weedom Girls. Flipside need to make some big changes if they're going to have any chance in this game, and indeed this series. Promising finish to game 3 though.
If they can just maintain that kind of momentum into game 4, they should be able to take it because they were putting on an offensive clinic in the last 20 seconds.
And it's just a matter of, do they believe right now? Do Flipside believe in themselves to make this comeback? Because if they don't believe, then it isn't going to happen. They just have to believe in themselves. And they've got to stop rotating everybody into the same corner in defense. This is not good enough. Nobody's attacking the ball with momentum. They can't expect to clear the ball if they're all just sitting together in one place with nobody attacking the ball with speed. It's good to see Cucks are rotating wide, but going into the net a little bit early, in my opinion.
Flipside trying to feel out Weedom Girls in this game so far, but you really don't want to give a team like Weedom Girls this time to attack. Markey up on the ball, trying to get the second touch, but Rimco up faster. Cucks here with a little ambitious aerial right here. Actually, a really fantastic touch using the ground to make it awkward, making an awkward ball for the Weedom Girls side. Cucks here over in the corner. Not a good touch out from Rimco into the mid. Maestro Nice aim to hit that corner right there, putting it back out to Rimco, and a shot on net upside down. Almost able to find it, but Maestro once more, it bangs it in the top.
No one from Flipside able to clear the ball. Yet again, we have two people stuck on the near post shadowing, and Meister with a great finish, it has to be said. Getting it right underneath the crossbar. But Flipside are just getting in each other's way one too many times every game, and they're going to keep losing goals because of it. There just really isn't enough spacing out from the Flipside boys. Oh,
There's
a
a
pass
pass.
by Mike though!
Oh,
You can
that's
never
what we
count them
want to
out.
see.
You can never count them out.
Mike with such a good pass on Markey. Markey turning it into the net. Greasy actually having a really good read on that save, but what a shot coming in from Markey rather.
Yeah, Mike with the big plays getting that pass. That's exactly what Flipside needed. Can they hold on to their this tie game and, you know, get another goal? I feel like we're probably going to see goals from each team because offensively they're just so much better than they are defensively, at least today. Both teams making big defensive misplays, but showing up in attack. That's why we've seen Weedom girls take the 3-0 lead. They've just been the attacking team more often. And with two teams who are attacking so well and defending worse than we're used to seeing that from them. No surprise to see the 3-0 coming out from Weedom. Oh, what a read by Remco.
Yeah, Markey was for sure going to score that. He was on target, but Remco able to pry it out before denying that backboard touch. Mike with a little touch out to Cux. Cux out to Markey. Markey on net, a little bit high, gets demoed in the process. Maestro disrupting the offense. Flipside trying to score back in. What a shot! Oh, Cux here up in time. Amazing shot and save from both sides of the team. Bumping each other on the side of Weedom girls. Can someone put it down on the net?
Oh,
No!
they're all up!
Mike and Cux are both up, and this is an open net on the side of Flipside. Remco just puts it in easily. Oh, man.
Oh, Cuxer really making a huge misplay there. Mike had a far better angle and an easier shot. Cux flew too high, tried to recover by coming back down on top of the ball, and just puts it wide, taking Mike out of the game in the process. Cuxer playing so well in the semi-final, but yet to show up in the final. Oh, and Flipside doing the Weedom kickoff, but getting punished. The close sheet, combined with this corner boost grab, it's got to stop. Teams are going to keep losing goals to it. Flipside nearly getting caught out right there.
Yeah.
We've seen it go wrong so many times, even today.
Yeah, a problem I'm seeing in this series is that Cux is having absolutely no faith in his teammates to hit it. There's been several occasions where he's just taken the ball away from his team, and as I say that, gets completely beat on the corner by Maestro.
Maestro using the ceiling beautifully. Look, Remco's already there. He's finished demolishing Mike, and he's already on the goal line to finish it into the open net. Weedom girls running away with this series, looking for the 4-0 over their biggest rivals. What a statement that would be. The flip side still do have enough time left to win this if they can pull themselves together.
There we go.
Okay then, that's one way to score. Just do a little slow turn in the midfield and then watch the other team whiff the ball.
Yeah, that's typically not what you want to do in the midfield. It leaves you completely open to get beat, but Markey Duda proving me wrong.
Remco actually tried to go for a bump on Markey there, but he actually just bumped Markey into the ball, which sent Markey in with even more speed into the open net. So, mind games at his own goal line from Maestro. Pretty ballsy move by him. And it looks like Flipside are just getting caught on the back heel a little bit too much this game. Lots of, reversing and parallel parking, as you would say.
Yeah, breaking up their momentum is something you really need to do to Flipside. Oh, Mike Rule's almost getting the dunk over Maestro. Remco sending it forward.
It's a big chance for Flipside.
Yeah. Markey Duda, missing his connection with Mike up there, not able to center it back on his team. Nice little backwards touch from Cux, sending it back into the corner. Cux here up in the air, putting it on into the middle. No one
Mike
there for Flipside to answer. Yep. Heavy rotation back. Here comes Markey. Oh, gets beat by Remco there. Cux here trying to read it off the wall. Frees the pressure again. Cux here. Two people up from Flipside, not trusting one another.
Yeah, like you said, there's just too many times this game where Flipside send multiple people at the same ball. They're getting a bit outclassed in the air as well. The rebounding capabilities of Weedom girls never cease to impress me. And again, Cux and Markey both go over the same ball, getting immediately punished. If Flipside go back and watch this series, it's so obvious why they're getting beaten here. Look at these defensive plays, just no trust, like you've been saying.
Yeah, not only did Cux and Mark both go for that ball, but I think Cux may have actually landed on Mike on his way down and disrupted him just slightly. It was a little hard to tell in the replay, but Weedom Girls looking to completely skunk Flipside tactics in the finals. Something that's a little bit unheard of.
Yeah, this hasn't happened in a long time. I don't think Flipside have been 4-0'd in a finals since SK Gaming Gfinity months ago. So Flipside will be wanting to get at least a game at this point. They just need to get back on the scoreboard because they've been completely outclassed both in offense and in defense. And just around the pitch generally, I don't think there's been anything that Flipside have done better than Weedom Girls this series. And that's why we're seeing the 4-0. Weedom have just been too good.
Oh, here's an opportunity for Flipside right here. 2-on-1 situation. Marky going for the open net and not passing it to Mike. He had Mike on his wing and didn't opt to pass to him. And it looks like Weedom Girls are going to take it 4-0. A impressive showing from them, to say the least.
You know, the manner in which Flipside just lost is not a good sign moving forward into next week because they just did not look at all in sync today, and no GGs from anyone in the Flipside lineup. They're not happy with themselves. Weedom Girls really didn't have to break a sweat that series. Flipside, with so many defensive misplays, Weedom just, did what they do best, and that's just score goals, intercept clears, pressure their opponents, and wait for them to collapse, and that's exactly what happened today.
Well,
Yeah.
that was quite the one-sided final. Normally, especially after the semi-final we saw, which was 3-2, we are used to seeing close games, and you both predicted close games. Let's just actually take a brief moment to look at the poll that we went earlier on. Admittedly, it was a best of 5. No one predicted, really. There was 5%, 3%, a 3-0 either way, because it just doesn't happen in finals. That is something you just don't expect to see. But Weedom Girls playing incredibly well. Johnny, tell me why. Why did Weedom Girls look so strong?
Well, they had the aerial dominance, like we were talking about during the series. They had some fantastic aerial goals from Greasy in particular, just showing us again and again why he's such a threat offensively. We got to see a little bit of those defensive misplays from him, which kind of hold him back from being the undisputed best player in the world. But if he can round off his game and become solid in defense, he's definitely one of the most threatening players in attack, and he was part of the reason why Flipside just couldn't deal with the Weedom Girls today. Greasy just monstrous in the air.
Yeah, I will take a brief moment now to remind everyone we are not over yet. That was the final of the EU. We have got the semis and the final, I believe, of NA to come, so don't go anywhere. We will continue talking about that game a little bit more. Fickle, how are most of those goals scored? What did you notice, especially on the side of Flipside, when they're getting scored on?
I said it in the game as well. They're sending 2 people up on the defensive, trying to make a clear, and not only did they send 2 people up, but the person who ended up hitting it got a bad touch on it and got completely countered by it. Mm-hmm. That happens several times when they're on the defensive.
Yeah, so we do see Weedom Girls taking 4-0 in the final of Rocket Royale. They will take a good chunk of the $300 prize pool, which isn't bad considering this is a great scrimming opportunity, as you said, for RLCS, Johnny. That is a great sign for them going forward. They have been considered the #1 team in the world because EU is widely considered the best region for Rocket League. The team that comes out on top in tournaments like this time and time again, Weedom Girls, are making a good show for themselves. We will have a little look. I think we've got some tweets lined up. Let's have a little look. Is this another chance to get on the screen? PogChamps, hey casters, I think your cast is okay. From Lexor. Okay. I mean, okay, that's positive. Marginally. It's positive, but it's marginally positive. Well done, guys. You've earned an okay.
Yeah, that'll do for me. That's like a 5
fair.
out of 10. It's the baseline of acceptance.
No, 6. 6 out of 10. It's above middle.
You reckon 6 is okay?
Yeah, you get a 6 for that. And I don't know if we have any more tweets, but do keep sending them in. In fact, I did see one. I don't know if they'll put it up. A really good one about the fact that we've changed the format of our casting. I was checking the tweets during the game. We've changed the format of the way we're casting now. Not only do we change the format of the game, as you saw today, it was a little bit quicker system. We are changing the way we're producing it. So that should be good for that.
Boys, I'm getting some background information which is kind of relevant, and I don't want to take away from Weedom Girls' loss, but I have the background information as to why Cuxer looked so different in the semis and the final. His DS3 broke while playing Mucket, and he had to go switch over to the DS4. And when he plugged the DS4 in, that's why the game crashed and he disconnected. So he was playing with a new controller. I was wondering, Cux just really didn't look like the same player in the semi-finals and the finals. But honestly, even with a full-strength Cuxer, Weedom Girls looking so good in the finals, that would have been a really tough team to beat. I didn't expect them to show up like that, as much as they did. I thought Flipside would have had it in them, but it's a shame for Cux. I hope that he gets a new DS3 because he did not look like the same player.
It's
on the DS4.
A lot of people will say controller doesn't matter too much, but when you're playing at that level, fine margins are so important.
I've got a DS3 for when I want to play on my controller, and Marky came over to mine one day to try it out, and he was losing to all-star opponents in once.
Yeah,
he was atrocious on the DS3 because he plays the DS4.
Yeah, these players, they're playing at the highest level because of the fact they're making these small little minor adjustments, doing little air rolls, slight change of directions, and just changing the controller can affect that. But like you said, it didn't necessarily change the score. No.
4-0. Even with a Cuxer on a DS3, I don't know if Flipside would have had what it takes to win today. Because apart from the mechanical misplays from Cuxer, which we can maybe put down to the controller change, there were lack of trust. There's a lot of lack of trust going on. Two players going for the same ball very often. There was just the lack of spacing out. We saw Flipside grouping up together too much, getting in each other's way. Weedom Girls were spreading out, using the space more, commanding the attack far better than Flipside. And I think I'm not trying to make an excuse here, just going to give you guys some background info because I think it's very interesting. But Flipside today, they would need a lot more than a DS3 for Cux to come back from a 4-0 against Weedom.
Okay, so Fickle, we're now going to jump over the pond and join you in America, where we'll be seeing the semis and the final of the American Rocket Royale. It has been going on in the background whilst we've been playing. We've been watching the Europeans play over here. Tell us a little bit about the NA scene at the moment.
It's a little bit of a scramble right now. We've seen teams like Exodus and Genesis and what's the third team I'm looking for here?
Kings of Urban.
Yes,
IBP.
Kings of Urban,
IBP
Exodus,
as well.
Got Lucky Bounce as well.
Yeah.
Lucky Bounce.
And a new
Lucky
look
Bounce is
retro.
actually going under a little bit of a roster change. They've lost Darkfire and Torment. It's basically Timothy's trying to make a new roster, but there's been several roster swaps after the RLCS ended, and a lot of those teams actually made it out to Rocket Royale. But Kings of Urban, Exodus, and Genesis are the teams to look for because those are the teams that have maintained that same roster. Even teams like IBP have lost Gambit and switched over to their sub, and now not technically a sub, over 0, and they're still trying to find their groove, ranking lower than 5th in the power rankings for 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, that's just unheard of, considering Cosmic have been pretty much number 1 or 2 ever since the beginning of Rocket League. Obviously, there's been a few changes. Kronovi's always been in the lineup, but it's interesting to see them now. They are putting the work in. Lacinio and Kronovi obviously made a little bit of a down phase with Rocket League and are now getting right back into it, trying to get ready for the RLCS land. But we will take a quick break now. I say quick, I mean very short, and we'll hopefully be joining the American side of Rocket Royale today as soon as possible. Do send in your tweets. I will also briefly mention, I won't show the trailer again, but I'll briefly mention about Insomnia. If you are European and are interested in going to a convention with a Rocket League competition, this is a great place to go. You can see that picture there of the winners winning £1,500 for the winner, which was Sector 1, Tree, Irma, and Soon, and then TCA coming second there with £750. The online qualifiers to win yourself some BYOC tickets, bring your own computer, are going to be on 30th of July online. If you do !Insomnia, you can find out more details about that. It's an incredible event. Me, Johnny, and Shogun will be casting it, so you'll get the finest of Europe's casting crew there trying to hype up your victory. And there is going to be a stage show. I'll just get a picture up of that so you all know what that looks like. This is me in the orange tie and black shirt with my fellow friends Lewis and Phil, who won't be casting this time, but you can see the stage behind with Rocket League and an amazing crowd, which you can see in this shot. They were getting so hyped during the tournament. So do check that out. But we'll go to a quick break now. welcome back, everybody. I am cutting it a little bit short. Oh, I apologise for that. Cutting it a little bit short. We'll be getting into the game as soon as possible because the teams are pretty much ready now. So we've got Exodus versus Cosmic. I think we should just go straight into the game. You can talk a little bit more about them later on. So at this stage, I think it's best of 5 if it's the semi-finals, as I believe it is. So we'll get to see a good amount of these guys, and whoever wins it will go on to see them in the final of today's NA Rocket League. Obviously, they've been playing throughout today, and this is where we'll be joining them, and some interesting rosters for you to talk about. So I'll hand it straight over to you now.
All right, sounds
so
good.
what have we got?
All right, it
Bill
looks like we
Strength
got...
IBP, it looks like.
Yep.
At least, yeah, I see.
No, IBP is actually playing with a sub for Rocket Royale. They're subbing in Insolences for Lachino.
Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. I was looking, I was like, what? Whose name am I missing?
Yep.
Oh, that's what it is. So we got Incel for Lachinio. That's very interesting. Lachinio probably more of an offensive threat than Insolences, but Insolences is maybe a little bit more reliable in defense. So that could be what IBP need to stabilize. Honestly, though, I've been somewhat impressed by IBP as they try to rebuild without Gambit, because taking the star player out of your roster is not easy. But they've been doing quite well with Overzero. Moses, Turtle, and Garrett, though, have got to be the favourites right here. They're the favourites according to power rankings. They're the favourites according to seeding in RLCS. And they're probably my favourites for this one, just because of how much they've played together and the way that they have played. Very EU-oriented style, passing plays, deliberate hits on the ball, not so risky compared to IBP, but IBP do have that star quality that we all know and love.
Yeah, and even back when they were Vex, and there's wow, I can't even say a sentence before Garrett G puts a rope from his own side of the field onto net, and that
Incel
power
should save
generated
this.
from that.
Incel should save this. I don't know what happened to Insolences right there, but that should be a save 10 times out of 10. I think he just overestimated how short the pitch was, or underestimated how short the pitch was, rather. Because that was not what we're used to seeing from him.
Very impressive the amount of power that was actually put on that ball by Garrett. But still, yes, Insolences should have saved it. Turtle with a nice little flick up here. Moses screaming downfield, knocking it into the corner. Turtle looking to put it back on net. Nothing going there. Kronovi up on the wall, but here's Garrett with a nice little flick out to mid. Nice little interruption by Insolences. More what we're expecting from him. Nice touch from Kronovi onto net, but Turtle's able to sweep it around on his rotation. Turtle following up. No players going for the ball on the side of Exodus. Here comes Overzero. Zero, I think he'd rather be called.
I actually think that he's downgraded his name. I thought Overzero was a pretty cool name, but he's going for Zero, which is not bad. Double syllable names, very easy to shout when you're trying to, hype up a goal. But he's going to need to score before we can give that a go.
Moses to Turtle, back to Moses, but Kronovi's there to get in the way, but unfortunately there's Garrett to make that final push, and Exodus gets on 2-0.
That's a nice interception by Garrett. Incel not reading that as well as Garrett did, because, Kronovi hit that ball down into a position where both Garrett and Incel were about the same distance away from it, but Garrett pouncing pretty quick, getting his second goal of the game. This boy is deadly in front of net, no doubt about it.
Even back when they were playing under Vex, Turtle and Garrett, even with the pickup of Moses, they are such a passing-oriented team, as you mentioned earlier, having that EU style, and they've always played like that. It's not something they've picked up recently or developed. They have been that way ever since their inception.
Oh, the composure by Garrett. He's going to get taken out the game by Incel, though, taking a little bit too long. And now chance Kronovi missing. A bit unfortunate. Overzero slowing it down. Can't get the flick that he wanted. It's interesting that you mention the passing plays from Exodus. They were the first team to beat the OG IBP with Gambit in a series. The first team to beat them in a series, in a tournament. First American team, I should say.
Yes.
So, this has kind of been IBP's original kryptonite, have Exodus. They've kind of figured out how to beat them. And honestly, I feel like they just sit back and wait for IBP to present the chance for them. It's another good pass by Garrett to Moses this time.
Yeah, Garrett with a ton of time to work with and able to find Moses easily. A whiff from Turtle. See if IBP can get on the counter. Another whiff from Moses and Zero. Maybe a little bit of mind gaming each other. Coming from the whiff, here comes Overzero up on the wall. Leaves it for Insolences. Insolences put it down over in the mid. All three members of Exodus are up. Kronovi sends a ball back on net. Moses and Garrett are both up. They don't clear it well. It could be catastrophe. thankfully goes out to the side. Kronovi back into the mid. Zero playing a little bit defensive on that attack, kind of sitting behind Kronovi instead of being in the mid. Could have capitalized on that pass a little bit better.
It just looks like IBP with Insol just not ready for all these offensive hits coming out from Exodus. Exodus aren't necessarily shooting the ball on target, but they are shooting it in positions that are awkward for IBP to deal with. And so far, it's been working the charm. And at the other end, IBP just can't seem to rattle this Exodus defense. Everything they throw at them just gets swept up by Moses, Garrett, and Turtle.
Kronovi, all three members of IBP were actually on the wall right there. Seeing a little bit of clumped defending from IBP. A nice little touch from Garrett, and that's going to find the net. Kronovi, I think, had a little bit faith in his defender right there, but just completely gets scored on for it.
Oh, the ceiling bounce, though. Garrett actually doing a 180, getting the front flip from the upside down angle. Beautiful finish, though. Just reading the ceiling bounce perfectly, getting his hat trick. IBP just not pressuring the ball enough, giving him Garrett a free shot from that distance. Like asking to get scored on. And Garrett, of course, will oblige.
Yeah, Kronovi had a little bit more faith and insolence there, but a good shot from Garrett completely beat him. I think Kronovi could have actually saved it if he had reacted to the shot, but he was waiting for the clear off of Insol. So, good on Garrett for a nice shot.
Yeah, like you said, Kronovi probably giving up ball pressure when he shouldn't. That's something that we're seeing from IBP so far. All of the goals from Exodus, or from Garrett even, have not been contested shots. And Moses now just getting a bit of a free shot as well. IBP looking a little bit like Flipside did in the final against Weedom Girls, just all in one place, and nobody attacking the ball with any momentum.
And they're clumping up so hard on both sides of the pitch. We've only really seen them on defense, but they've just been sitting in clusters, and it's not been a good look.
Indeed. So yeah, IBP just need to do what we were talking about Flipside needed to do. They just need to spread themselves out more, try and be ready for all of these hard clears. Look, every time a hard clear comes in, a back foot is the foot that IBP are on, and Garrett again
Garrett,
punishing
what a
the
read
poor
off of the
defending.
ceiling.
Just a great initial challenge by Garrett. He sees Zero dribbling infield, just slams it straight off the Batmobile, and over Zero's like, are you kidding me? How am I supposed to defend against this as the ceiling comes in to bite them yet again? 5-0 in game one, and this is not a best of 7, this is a best of 5.
Yes, Exodus is just laying it on. Hopefully IBP can come back with the next couple of games and show something. We haven't even seen any
like they're all on the
offensive...
back foot yet again. How many times have we seen this series? A hard clear comes in by Exodus and IBP are all driving away, nobody pressuring the ball. Turns out that this one's going to work in their favor though, because the ball spills to the midfield and Moses is on the boost collection mission rather than pressuring the ball. Kronovi with the outplay.
Yeah, Kronovi with a great play there, faking the aerial and just kind of catching it on his downswing, gaining more possession than he would have in the air, and just flicks it past Moses. A little bit late to the party as they still have 4 goals remaining, but hey, Flipside almost came back within that 24 seconds, and that would have been the start of it, but a great save from Garrett. Garrett has been all over the ball in this match.
Yeah, Garrett G, the MVP for sure. 6 shots, 4 goals, that's a really good scoring percentage for anyone. And Garrett, will he get another one? He's got another chance! It was open, but he just couldn't find the net. Good try though, good game. Coming out from Garrett G and Exodus. That is a colored chainsaw. It's off of Garrett's car.
Yes, it's white. I think it's normally red.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes. I have a cobalt one, but it's not that fancy.
Looks
Really
pretty good actually.
Yeah, it really stands out a lot more when it's white.
I like how Garrett and Moses have matched up their cars. I really feel like Turtle's dropped the ball. He's failed to match them. And that's how big a misplay that is yet to be seen. Will that be what holds them back as we move into the series? Game 2 now. IBP looking to mount a comeback.
Yeah,
But
they're
gonna
really
have to find a goal
they're really
before they
dropping the
can think about
meta
it.
of the game.
Yeah, Moses just... The synergy just isn't there. Or no, Turtle rather.
Absolutely.
Like,
I don't
really,
really know
when you
how
make
they
your car
can come
yellow
back
and
from
white
this.
when both your teammates are red and green, come on.
There's literally no coming back from that. It's down the tubes.
That's the downfall. On Turtle, Garrett, and Moses all in one place. Luckily, IVP can't get the ball center.
Oh, nice pass out to Overzero, but Overzero skies it. That was their opportunity. Kronovi putting it in his lap, but Overzero just getting too hard of a touch. The end nose of that Batmobile sometimes comes back to bite you, being a little too out there.
It's such patient defending again from Exodus, just waiting for IVP to come challenge them. They don't want to soft clear the ball straight towards their opponents. They are trying to control it. And
Oh,
the save
no!
from Turtle! Oh no!
What a
Save
save
with the
from
shot.
Turtle.
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate misplay by Turtle, but really nothing he can do about that one. That's a shame.
Hopefully they can recover in time. A little bit slower of a start than we see in Game 2. We saw a goal come in the first 9 seconds of Game 1, so maybe IBP is a little bit more ready to go this time. Kronovi a little bit of time here. I don't really like that touch. Just kind of sends it out to the other side. Had a lot of room to work with. Could have maybe fielded it, going for a midfield pass, or just they're clearing it out to Exodus's clutches without thinking about where they're hitting it.
Oh, whiff by Moses, so it's going to present a chance for IBP to move forward. And IBP, how will they choose to... How do they choose to take this attack all in one place, which, you know, doesn't really surprise me. They're not spreading out as much in offense as Exodus do. It's not unusual to see Exodus, you know, using both sides of the field in offense, especially Garage, loving to use that far post side to make himself open up for a pass.
Cheeky little touch
IBP
there
needs to
from
make
Turtle.
themselves a bit more available. Oh, there's a passing play. Insol getting a hit down to Crow. Oh, Kronovi with a pop. Not going to work out
IBP
this time.
all in that corner right there. All they had to do was put it downfield. Not able to get a hard enough touch. Overzero, nice little turn going off his control. Awkward position for him, just trying to disrupt the counter, let his teammates get back. Insol getting bumped by Overzero. Overzero trying to put it in. Kronovi on his back foot just gets in the way. Still going towards IBP's net. Moses off of the corner. Off to Turtle, disrupted by IBP. IBP back on the counterattack. Ball rolls up on the wall, onto the ceiling. Kronovi trying to get a shot on. That's going to bounce straight down. Who's there to receive it? There's Turtle and Moses flicking it out. Overzero not confident on that read. Maybe could have been in there a little bit sooner.
Yeah, so we see the 0-0 draw is maintained. Just over half the game gone. IBP still not being able to find any clear-cut chances. I feel largely due to their approach being too congested. But likewise, Exodus this time have been shut out. And will they be able to find a goal? The first goal almost certainly going to be the winner. Well, I shouldn't say almost certainly. That's a little bit too bold. But, you know, first goal in a game like this can be huge.
Yeah, resembling an actual soccer match as we see 0-0 0-0 goal.
Garrett looking for the upper corner. I think both Overzero and Kirill knew that was going over the crossbar. They didn't even jump for it, which is good read by them. But at the same time, nobody challenging that shot from Garrett. Same story as we saw last game.
Finds the connection insolences. Actually, a little bit of a missed shot here from Overzero actually turns into a pass from Insolences.
Oh, Turtle.
Yeah,
It's not an easy one to defend, but we should expect a player of Turtle's caliber to make that hit right there. He was first to the ball, but he just completely whiffed it, giving Insolences the open net opportunity, and Insolences said, "Thank you very much. I will gladly take that."
Yeah, easy put in from Insolences, just has to turn it around. No problem. Garrett up on the ball, trying to send it down. He was really the offensive pressure that's showing in their first game. Look for him to equalize this up. Garrett G taking out Kronovi on the back line. Turtle with a 2-on-1 situation here. No going. Ball's kind of stalling on IBP side. Kicks out to the left side. Garrett putting the ball back in. Overzero off into the mid. Not a very good touch. Oh, but there's Turtle kind of keeping the IBP pressure going out to the mid. Here comes Insolences. No, all members of IBP are up, and that's an open net. Can they turn it down?
This is just so risky by IBP. There's no reason to go for this ball if you're Insolences. It's at best a 50-50, and at worst a goal for your opponents. You're already winning 1-0. Last line of defense, throwing himself in for a very opportunistic block. I don't really know what Insolences was thinking there. Depth perception needs to get checked at the doctor, because that was just, oh dear, not the best play by Insol.
Yeah, and it's not like he didn't know where his teammates were. He was looking straight at them in the corner. Knowing when you're the last person on defense, taking that unfavorable 50-50 in challenge is that it's a game sense you just have to know, and a little bit of a lapse of judgment from Insolences right there.
Absolutely. Maybe he got some fisheye at the side of his screen. I'm not sure what his FOV is set at, but I know that some players with a high FOV can struggle to judge the distance. Ball is away if it's at the side of their screen. IBP looking to get a goal in regulation time. It's not looking... Oh, it suddenly does look very possible.
It's right over the middle
Great
here.
pass.
Over 0 with a shot. And, flubs it out to the side.
Ball
Really
still
wanted
up,
to
though.
do more with that. Oh, Kronovi out again, but over 0.
Still up.
Exodus on their back foot, trying to do everything they can. Maybe they can turn this back into a counterattack. Ball is still up in the air. Here comes Garrett G putting it down. Oh, it's going to go to overtime, unfortunately.
That was a little bit too close for comfort for Exodus. It looked like the ball was going to drop, and then suddenly a vicious pass across the center by, I believe it was Kronovi. Well done by him. Garrett with a nice 50-50 pinch clear by Zero and Crow. Something that I know they like to call a lot in defense, going for pinch clears.
That can actually be pretty risky when it doesn't work out, because it'll stall right in front of you if you even miss it by a hair.
Absolutely. This time, proving to be quite effective. Exodus are really just sitting back and waiting for the misplay by IBP. That's what they got. How they got their first goal of this game. They just waited for the bad challenge to come in for the last man, and then they capitalized. But right now they're actually getting some pressure.
Insolence is making a save when the ball was 3/4 in the net, right on his lap. It's such a scary situation. A ball was handed to him, and all he had to do was drive forward. Thankfully, he did.
Yeah, Insolence is redeeming himself for his prior misplay. Oh, Kronovi really should put that on target. That was a great pass by Insolences. Couple of whiffed aerials, first by Over Zero earlier in the game, now by Crow. We really would expect these players to put these shots on the net. Not a difficult one for a player of Kronovi's caliber. And now Kronovi kind of getting stuck in the opposition box. He's not left this 6-yard box for a long time. He's not influencing the play or bumping goalkeepers at all. Finally, he decides to go rotate to the midfield. Very interesting overtime that we've got presenting itself here. Exodus is playing so defensive, and IBP, as of yet, have not made any misplays.
Made it 30 seconds in this overtime. Ball gets on the side of IBP. Kronovi doing his best he can, but that ball was put out way further than he wanted it to be. And Garrett almost getting the rebound off of there. Oh, nice read from Turtle, disrupting that offense from Kronovi, trying to take a cheeky little touch off the wall. Playing it to himself. Insolences to Over Zero. Over Zero's going to see what he can do. Goes for the boost instead of the ball. A little bit of a greed there. Garrett seeing what he can do in the corner. Here comes Turtle. Putting it back in the corner, recovers well, trying to put it over into the middle. Here comes Kronovi off of the wall. Kronovi with a little bit of open space right here, plays it downfield, right into the clutches of Garrett. Garrett pops it up, Over Zero off with a little bit of a weird challenge there, puts it right back into Garrett's hands. Here comes Insolences, puts it over on the sidewall. Moses to Turtle. Turtle finds Moses, and Moses, there we go!
What a passing play coming out of Exodus. Fantastic pass by Moses, and Turtle back to Moses with the 1-2. Kronovi caught in the back foot. 2-0 to Exodus in this best of 5. Beautifully done by Exodus, though. The first real passing play that we've seen all game, and the first goal in overtime, and the only goal.
Yeah, that
Some
was
decent celebrations as well. The triple turtle front wheel wiggle. I'm a fan, I'm not going to lie.
absolutely beautiful was that play.
That's the real difference between IBP and Exodus here, is that when IBP players see their teammates in front of them, they're not hitting the ball at them as much as Exodus are. Exodus are, they're seeing those players in the forward positions, and they're getting the passes necessary to bring them into the game. IBP, not so much so. They're trying to, just take the ball forward very directly and predictably at the net. We saw pressure from IBP for the vast majority of that game, but Exodus really didn't look that worried about it. They're quite happy to just sit back and absorb the pressure and wait for the misplay or the opportunity for a great passing play to present itself.
As we wait, looks like Insolences is taking a little bit of time. Maybe regrouping, maybe using the restroom, who knows. And I have to come back soon as the clock has just ticked down. Hopefully he's here for the next match.
Oh yeah, Kronovi and Co. coming second best to Exodus yet again. I don't know if Exodus have ever taken a clean sweep in a series over them. The first time that we saw Exodus beat IBP was 3-2, and I believe that the next time they played, IBP did have the advantage, But as far as, beating IBP goes, Exodus is the team you want to call. Because these guys just seem to have IBP's number more than anybody else in North America.
Exodus has been the kryptonite of IBP, as you mentioned. But let's see if they can resist that kryptonite. Oh, Moses with a shot on net there. Gary says scary stuff. Gary with another shot. 0 off to Kronovi. Kronovi opting to try to get that ball downfield. Ball kind of sinks into the ground a little bit. A little bit of a weird bug that's been happening lately. Kronovi contesting turtle, but here's 0. Trying to play it back to Kronovi. He saw his teammate over there, but Kronovi was not in the situation, or not in the optimal place to receive it. I see the idea of IBP trying to pass, but they're not connecting with each other.
Yeah, IBP are doing their best to get some passing plays going. And, credit to them, because that is what they need to be doing to try and break down this very organized Exodus defense. Exodus spacing out very well, and not getting in each other's way, getting some very good hard clears which catch almost the entire roster of IBP off guard. We see IBP turning back on themselves much more than we see Exodus doing that. For Exodus, whenever a hard clear comes in, there's usually somebody back ready for it.
Just looking at the spacing of Exodus, you never really see more than one player go for the ball. Moses, Turtle, and Garrett all have a little bit of a space between each other, but you see on the side of IBP, Kronovi and Insolences, or Kronovi and Over0, kind of clump up on defense, and that's been the key factor in these games so far. Look, Kronovi and Over0 both right there on the same side of the ball. Nice. We're spreading out a little bit more on the side of IBP, but here's comes Kronovi and Over0 in the same area. Here comes Insolences Over0. Oh, that was a great pass, but not received by Over0. Trying to get the boost before the ball.
Just look at all of these lines of approach. Over0 flying up for that ball from the same side of the field as Kronovi passes it from. He's always going to have a difficult shot because he has to get round the ball and redirect it back in on itself. If he just goes over to the other side of the field right there, he can approach the ball head on. Get a much more clean hit and a much more easy hit mechanically.
0 in Kronovi.
Kronovi actually trying to find Insel, but ineffective this time. The idea was alright though.
Kronovi with a nice pass on mid. Insolences blocked out by Garrett. Garrett with a little bit of space to work here. Ooh, had more space and could have tried to take that on a dribble, but just opted to put it over IBP. Kronovi trying to fly across net and put it on target, but not able to. Hurdle with a nice little flick. Drawing the offensive pressure. Trying to win it over 3 members, just throwing shoulders in the corner to try to win it. Garrett off of the backboard. Kronovi wins 50-50. Here comes Over0. A little bit over net, but Moses is there to flick it out to the side. Exodus needs to scramble back on their net. There's Moses on the wall. Insolences stops it. Doesn't maintain control, though, and Moses tries to turn around that ball, but gets blocked out by Insolences.
Oh, nice play by 0. That's actually a really good play, nearly getting it in, but the rotation at the back of the defense for Exodus, it's always there. There's always somebody there rotating back. That was an uncontested shot, though. Kronovi will be disappointed he didn't put that one on target. Exodus, though, looking organized as usual.
Nice touch from Moses there, actually faking it and then passing it to Turtle. Happened so fast. Kronovi backwards on the ball. Nice little half flick to get the right way, but here comes Over0 trying to play it downfield. I've seen Over0 a lot of the times when he's had...
Oh, nice bump! Garrett getting bumped on the goal line by Over0, but he recovered in time to get the save, or the clear ball, rather. IBP have had the majority of the pressure this series, but it's still not looking like it's going to convert into goals. Kronovi being called upon for the last second save.
Again,
Exodus just look more threatening when they move forward.
Kronovi getting in the way, being a great defensive effort. Turtle off the backboard. Can Kronovi read it correctly? No, he wasn't there, but I think the members of Exodus had a little bit more faith in him to clear that ball out. Weren't able to jump on that favorable pass. 35 seconds remaining, and we still have a 0-0 game going. Oh, that was a screamer into the mid. No one there to answer it. Over0 looking for Kronovi. Kronovi flicks it back out to Over0. Over0 up on the ball.
Good
what a
defense.
Save from Moses.
Moses waiting to make sure that Over0 can't get any additional touches, and now the passing plays begin again. This is what we're used to seeing from Exodus. Kronovi with the back flip. Could be important. Insoles there to cover him, though. And IVP, will they be able to hold on to get to OT? Because it doesn't look like they're going to be the team pressuring at the end of this game. expect to see this drop. There we
All
go.
right, Garrett just knocks it down. Smart play by him. We're going into overtime. It's pretty even game so far. I haven't really seen either team create a lot of pressure. And as I say, that turtle almost beats it over zero. Just getting in the way. Kronovi up on the ball, flicks it out to Garrett. Garrett puts a shot on net, but again, Kronovi recovers in time, and he's been all over the defensive side of the ball in this game.
Yeah, Kronovi, one of the players who can recover the fastest out of anyone in the world. We almost never see this boy land without being on his wheels, and he continues to show that in this series. But so
What
far,
a
his team
carry
has
from
been beaten.
Insolences,
Oh,
and
there it
Insolences,
is!
what a play! Beats 3 members of Exodus by carrying on top of his car and gets this
Beautiful.
amazing pass out to the center. I don't even know how
Garrett
that
with the
happened.
accidental side flip as well. Presenting
Oh,
the opportunity for Kronovi, who did get a good finish, but Insol, the substitute, coming up big, giving IBP the first step on the way to a comeback.
A little bit of a disorganized celebration there. I liked Overzero's stance right there, bouncing on a spoiler. A little bit of a maestro move.
Indeed, yeah.
I'm a fan. But IBP getting on the board in the series.
Like, Insolence is having an extremely quiet game. No contribution apart from that assist, but when it came down to it, that assist was the thing that separated both these teams. Exodus looking extremely passive. I think that, last game was a close game, game 2, which they were able to squeak out a win. And this game going to IBP, Exodus, this could show like a change of the tide perhaps, because they dominated game 1, scratched a win in game 2, they've lost barely in game 3. Are we going to see IBP start to take control of this series? Because the way that things are going, it's starting to look that way. Exodus maybe needing to play a little bit more aggressively and quickly, try to force the misplays from IBP instead of just waiting for them to happen.
Hopefully we'll see coming into game 4 what IBP can do, because they're getting a little bit, even on that last play, it was a little bit lucky of a pass out from Insolences. Kind of slid into the corner and popped out favorably for Kronovi to bang it in. So a little bit not deliberate, I would say. But kudos to
Opportunistic
them.
perhaps.
Yeah. Kronovi on the ball, trying to set it on field. Overzero with a nice touch towards the net. Trying to work the offense. Moses wins the 50-50, can't recover in time to get it out, but Moses out to Garrett. Garrett trying to put it back on the target, and almost a good shot. And gets the second touch. But Insolence is there to save it, but Moses banging it in, and that play was all on Garrett.
Yeah, that second touch from Garrett taking 0 and Insol and Kronovi all by surprise. I really don't know why Kronovi and Insol were both rotating into the net right there. One of them should just be rotating wide to the side of the net so when the ball pops up like this, they can attack it. But we see this so often from IBP, they're just like almost moving into their net like lemmings. Nobody willing to go off and make their own path.
What can you do against a play like that? Garrett pretty much taking everybody out. He has been the offensive monster in this game so far. No discredit to Moses, because that was a heck of a shot at the top. But Insolence is making it bad clear. Another 50-50 loss on the side of IBP. Here comes Garrett. Can't put it down. Overzero, a little bit of time. Touching it out to Kronovi. Kronovi gets a little bit of a ghost hit there. Sending it downfield, but not actually touching it. Garrett off to Turtle, and Turtle almost trying to turn it in. And that's something we see out of Exodus and we don't see out of IBP. They're crossing the ball in the middle of the field rather than shooting it directly on net. And IBP has not shown that so far in this series.
Yeah, the direct infield pass, definitely something that we're familiar with seeing in EU. Teams like the Flying Dutchman and the top 3, of course, Weedom Girls, Mocket, Flipside, love to use that. Just, they don't even need to look to the right or left, they just know that a teammate's already there, in field, ready for the pass. And Exodus, out of all the teams in NA, have been using that the most effectively. Continue to try to get goals from that strategy this series. And they're really pressuring IBP very hard this game. They're not sitting back as much as they did in the previous game. Even though they already have the lead, they're still, looking for more.
That's the mark of a great offensive team.
Oh.
And Turtle with an insane angle all the way out of the box on the side. Amazing shot.
IBP all caught in the corner once again. Insol and Kronovi both going for the same ball. It's just really questionable defending from IBP at times. They're just getting too congested, much like we saw from Flipside earlier. We said this before, and we'll say it again. They need to spread out in defense. They need to keep up their momentum in defense. If they just get stationary at the near post like this, they're going to be punished by these fast passes and shots coming out of Exodus.
Exodus definitely showing their stuff, why they're rated top in A. Novi and Overzero and Insolence is all going for that ball. There's no communication on the side of IBP. They're just hitting the ball and hoping he goes for the best. Oh, good touch off from Turtle. Turtle with a little bit of time here. Overzero shadowing him. The defense from Overzero not committing too soon, but Turtle still able to maintain possession up on the wall. Can he get it back out? Puts it into Kronovi. Kronovi reacting aptly. Putting it out to Overzero. Overzero off the wall. Can Kronovi get up? No. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this game. Exodus is up 2-0 in this game and 2-1 in the series. So if they take this, they are moving on in Rocket Royale. And IBP will have to hit the locker rooms and regroup for next week.
Absolutely, it's starting to look that way. IBP not able to get anything going in this game 4. And Exodus with I think the mid-series adaptation, they're looking like they're deliberately playing a bit more aggressive here in game 4. They maybe sat back a little bit too much in game 2 and 3, relying on the mistakes of their opponents. And now they're trying to force those mistakes themselves, which is, more reliable. Oh, the post coming to the rescue on the save from Insolences and Moses combined. This is incredibly close stuff for Exodus, but they're holding on to their clean sheet.
Insolences, both Kronovi and Overzero up for this ball. Kronovi tips it down. Insolences, favorable bounce on their side, but there's Garrett to save it out again. Again, no communication.
Yeah, there's just no deliberation with these hits from IBP. They really need to try and find each other more, and it's not just a matter of trying to find each other with the pass. The players on the receiving end of the passes have to put themselves in good positions to receive those passes. Oh, and right there, just a poor hit by Insolences. He needs to hit that curve on the wall to get that ball up to safety. Bouncing it back into the middle right there.
Yeah, and something to mention, Turtle absolutely wrecked Overzero in the goal, completely taking him out of the defensive save. I think he would have been in the correct position to save it, but Turtle absolutely didn't even demolish him, just kind of bumped him out of the way, but that's all you need.
It's sometimes better to go for the bump than the demolish, just to keep annoying and harassing that player. Oh, and another shot, Garrett, with another goal. This is really getting away from IBP. You can kind of forgive them for being a bit over-aggressive at the end of this series, but again, Overzero just caught out in the midfield with a weak touch. IBP just not looking like the IBP that we're used to seeing.
That might be the nail in the coffin. 4 goals in 45 seconds. Not feasible. So it looks like IBP probably going to drop this series and Exodus is going to move on.
Now here's a chance. Nice play. Overzero's just there too soon. It's not going to matter. Insolence is there to rescue him.
We saw this before. Kronovi faking the aerial and just maintaining possession and just kicking it out to Overzero.
Overzero just stealing the assist, by the way. That's just a great assist steal. You just
trying not to move.
Let the ball hit him. That's something that we see from IBP occasionally, where the players are just getting to their destination a little bit too early. Right there, we saw a great infield pass by Kronovi, but Overzero didn't have any momentum when the ball reached him. He got there too soon. It's almost as if they're rotating too quickly, getting into position before they need to be. And that can really punish you, not just in attack. You're going to be punished in defense also. Getting into the net before you need to be there. Fly underneath the ball, perhaps. But that's going to do it. Exodus dispatching with IBP 3-1. Pretty comfortable fashion. Apart from the one game that IBP took, Exodus looking pretty comfortable, and now they're going to showboat.
Yeah, going for a little bit of that
GG's.
Going for a little bit of that psychic pass, just trying to be in the air already before it even happens. But GG's 3-1 on the side of Exodus as they take this series over IBP Cosmic.
Yeah, very well done. Exodus, again, showing why they are the team with the best record against IBP in all of North America. They're going to move on to the final, and they're going to be playing the winner of Kings of Urban versus Genesis, which I'm not actually sure if we're casting that game or if it's currently ongoing.
I can pass that information on to you.
It's not happening. I just checked.
It's not happening. I got told that we should be able to go over and watch that at any moment now, so we'll be able to see the other semi-final, but we will be seeing Exodus go on to the final, waiting for the winner between Genesis and KOU. So the four teams that were in the semi-finals, there's 3 teams left now after IBP getting knocked out, are the ones who are going to be going to the RLCS land to represent NA. So we are seeing the best of the best play today, and what a showing it's going to be with Kings of Urban, certainly the favourites against Genesis, but what are we expecting to see here, Johnny?
You know, Kings of Urban are the favourites in seeding, and they're the favourites today because of the results and who they've beaten. They actually put Retrospect out of the tournament. Genesis have had a pretty easy run so far. But honestly, I would not be surprised to see Genesis show up today. They've had very close series with Kings of Urban in the past. They actually nearly took down KOU in the first playoff, like the first online finals we're going a bit back to the group stages in qualifier number 1 for RLCS. Genesis nearly upset Kings of Urban. Oh dear, so we just had Quest Ferret making the lobby and joining by accident, so we're going to make a new one.
Oh dear.
Misplay coming out from Quest. But he's been doing a great job today. Shout out to Quest Ferret. He's the man behind the scenes, pulling all the strings, keeping everything moving smoothly. He doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah, absolute hero. He's been there doing the overlays and everything like that. There's quite a lot of people behind the team as well. There's been some other ones admining chat and also doing some other things in the background. So now, while we're resetting the lobby, is a good chance to shout them out. And also, I don't want to take away from it, Fickle, you jumped in when you weren't meant to be casting. So that's a big thank you as well, because without you jumping in earlier on, there would have been poor Johnny on his own.
I can't let Johnny swim in the water alone. He doesn't even know how to swim.
You're not wrong. I'm a terrible swimmer. I don't know how to swim very well. I don't mind swimming in the ocean because, of course, with that additional salt content, that's my natural habitat. Because I am a very salty person. But freshwater swimming, oh dear.
You might as well
Difficult
just rename Solo Standard to the ocean.
So we'll be getting Kings of Urban and Genesis in as soon as possible so we can witness 2 of the very best American teams competing to try and get into the final to take on against Exodus. But let's just talk about that last game, Exodus. What is so impressive about them, Fickle? Why are they looking to be one of the stronger teams in NA right now?
Garrett G is such a monster, so young and such a good player, but he has really, really good synergy with Turtle because they've been playing on the same team for such a long time. And Moses, being a great player himself, is just able to pick up on that synergy. But the Turtle to Garrett to Turtle show is strong and still going.
Yeah, the amount of times Turtle would just be completely stationary, the ball thumped at him, and he would redirect it off somewhere for a follow-up. It was quite nice to watch. Johnny, why were Cosmic not looking the same as we would hope to see from a Cosmic side?
You know, we did see Cosmic playing with Insolences instead of Lachinio today, which is not their main roster, so we can, partially attribute it to that. But honestly, Cosmic have always had problems with giving each other space on the pitch to do what they need to do. They often get very congested and take each other's shots. They don't really trust each other. I feel like it's a bit of the things that we talked about with Flipside earlier. They're never one for letting the ball go past them when they know that there's a teammate back there who probably has a better hit. They like to, take everything upon their own shoulders and try to carry the game, which used to work because they were so mechanically gifted and bet just faster than their opponents. But everybody else in NA has kind of risen their game, and IBP have stagnated. We'll have to see if they can get it together before the LAN in a couple of weeks, because that's the real goal for them. I still think they could do it, but if they, play like that, with lack of trust and just not giving each other the space to do what we know they can do, then it's going to be a very, very difficult battle for them.
Yeah, and I just want to take a moment now to look at the poll from that last game. And would you believe it? Only one person actually entered it. I'm assuming that is incorrect. I just wanted to see what people predicted and whether that poll got completed at all. It looks like it didn't, and whoever did predict it was wrong, so well done.
One person calling it 3-2 for Cosmic. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, at least he tried.
They tried.
You miss every prediction you don't make.
Yeah.
So
So we will be going straight to the game, so I'll hand it straight over to you guys now. Enjoy Genesis versus Kings of Urban.
Oh, it's a good one indeed.
You know, before we get into this game, I actually have some cheeky little insight which have been passed by the man in my ear, who has told me that Overzero is still going by the name Overzero, but it was confusing in their team comms, so he changed his name in-game to Zero to help them with that. But enough of the IBP versus Exodus talk. We're here to watch KOU versus Genesis. Will Genesis be able to perform better than we've seen from them lately, because they have been the team that struggled the most in NA. Quinn forcing a good save at Fireburner.
Yeah, these are two teams. I think recent power rankings is first and third, I believe. Kings being first, Genesis being third, I believe.
Are Genesis really that high?
I think so. Yeah.
Are they? Wow, I thought they were lower. That's very interesting.
So, here comes Fireburner. Fireburner, really I think he's the cohesive material in this team. Really the best all-around player on Kings of Urban. Knows how to play both sides of the pitch. Doesn't really. And as I say that, Sad Junior just finds something in midfield.
I don't know what this play was supposed to be. Espion completely trusting Quinn to just dribble the ball straight through the incoming defender. I feel like Espion should not be that committed to the attack. Apparently Quinn's view being blocked by Pluto right there. I didn't get a chance to see that myself. It sounds like a pretty top-notch excuse Espion though.
Angle from Espion.
Alright, so we're back to even. Looks like we had a bit of technical difficulties for some of these teams at the beginning. Fireburner completely misreading that, missing the ball completely. Espion capitalizing on that mistake, but we're back to 1-1. Hopefully all of the little technical mishaps are gone. Jacob with the shaky connection today, apparently.
When putting a ball on net, here comes Fireburner in defense. Sad Junior up, but realizing he was going to get beat, just opts to lay it back down, not waste his boost. It's good recognition from him. Fireburner coming down. Espion on. Here comes Jacob. Fireburner seeing what we can do right off to Pluto. Pluto sends it downfield. Quinn and Pluto both on the same side of the pitch, actually bumping into each other. Not looking good for them. Espion with a little bit of a slow turn and a bad hit out the middle. Not punished for it, thankfully. Here comes Jacob trying to put a ball in net, trying to find Fireburner in the corner. Disrupted pass from the side of Genesis. Genesis playing it down. Pluto up to Quinn. Quinn with a screamer on net. Nice shot.
Doing what Pluto does best, just barreling the ball down one side of the field and winning 50-50s in the face of the enemy. What a shot by Quinn as well. Fireburner getting beaten to the ball for the second time this game, giving Genesis the lead. They're looking really good today. I've seen a couple of times that they've sent two people for the same save, which isn't ideal, but it's definitely better than sending nobody for the save. So it could definitely be worse defensively for Genesis. Oh, surely! Sad Junior capitalizing on the end of a very, very difficult to clear ball for Genesis. Espion did as much as he could here, but it's just so difficult to deal with that.
Being in a good position, not turning around and grabbing boots. And I just want to take a second to correct myself on the power rankings. The committee has sent me. It's KOU, Exodus, Mach NA, IBP, and Genesis. So
Genesis at 5th, right.
Genesis at 5th. I misspoke earlier, but
that's alright, we forgive you.
Yeah,
we're a forgiving community.
The power rankings are so close in that top 4 spot that any one of these teams could beat any other teams. I don't think there's that kind of polarity between the top 3 teams in Europe and the top 3 teams in North America. The North America is a little bit closer than Europe is to the rest of the slot. So I feel like a lot of these teams play on equal footing.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter like what kind of Espion is going to show up on any given day, because Espion is a very emotional player, and obviously anyone who knows Quinn Lovedale will know that he's a very emotional player as well. And if Espion and Quinn can get hyped up for this, then it'll be a good look Genesis, but if not, we might see them collapse like we have in the past. We saw them lose 5-0 to Exodus in the group stage of our LCS, second qualifier. They'll be hoping to do a lot better than that today. So far they're looking okay. They're holding strong against KOU, the number 1 team in North America at the moment. Oh, and look at the setup by Pluto.
Ball stalls right in the mid. Open net from Espion. Espion! He had an open net right there. All he had to do was turn around it. I don't think he knew how much time he had.
I feel like he tried to pass the ball to Quinn, but he just lofted it too high. If he's going to go for the pass in that position, he needs to keep the ball on the ground, but instead he opted for the chip pass, which really isn't what he should be going for. He should have just flipped his car into that ball, and Quinn would have had the tap in. And then the easy counter-attack goal for KOU. Espion not able to recover in time.
That's got to be a heartbreaker for Espion. Oh man, you said he's an emotional player, so maybe he's a little bit frustrated with himself. Hopefully that doesn't affect his play.
Yeah, hopefully for Genesis' sake. We do want to see the best series possible. And if that's to be the case, we need Espion to show up, because we all know what he can do when he's playing at his best, but this is not him playing at his best. Opening up a counter attack for KOU, and then a pretty pointless air dribble off the wall, straight to Fireburner. Espion giving himself a triple great pass in the chat. Pretty good self-deprecation, I'm not gonna lie.
Espion knows he flubbed up, but I think he's getting a little bit flustered with himself. Needs to regroup for these next couple of games, because they got a long set coming in. This is a best of 5. One game does not determine it. Hopefully he can recover mentally at least, as he is a much better player than he is showing so far.
Absolutely. Espion, very, very capable in the air, and whoa, in the air dribbling side of things. But Jacob getting a crazy 50-50 win on the goal line. Just forcing it in. What? He kind of got tripped up on the way in, but then he just dodged out into the ball with the recovery. He's, I'm surprised we didn't see a calculated in the chat right there. I feel like that was the quick chat choice.
The quick chat meta is not being enforced in this game, but Kings of Urban, no nonsense, if I can even say that with a straight face, in this game. Jacob up on the wall, didn't turn it down. Kings of Urban up 5-2, minute and 10 seconds remaining. Nice little flick from Espion right there. Beats it over. Sad Jr. Quinn trying to turn it around. Didn't get the touch he wanted. Pluto absolutely just believing in the defense to make a better save. Espion going for the fake aerial, but Fireburner's not believing his cards.
We're going to see Espion go for the off the wall. Nice touch. Pluto not able to get the redirect though. It looks like the passing plays from Genesis are being attempted, which is a good sign. They just need to be a little bit more careful moving forward, because they've left their net undefended at times, and we are seeing Kings of Urban capitalize on those open net opportunities the vast majority of the time. Very nice sniper shots from distance from the KOU boys.
Oh, beautiful back pass from Pluto to Quinn. Espion trying to manage to get up on the wall. Didn't get there in time. Completely taken out of the play. Sad Jr. with the possession. Killing time. Game 1 looks all but under wraps. Hopefully Genesis can maintain some kind of composure going into Game 2. And there's the kind of stuff we see from Espion. Didn't get that flick on net. Bummer.
Yeah, Game 1 going to KOU, the favorites in this series. Number 1 seed in North America at the moment. We will be going into Game 2 with, pretty decent performance for Genesis to build on. They just need to be a little bit more careful not leaving their net open, like we already talked about. That long shot by, I think it was Sad Jr. off the back of Espion's missed pass to Quinn. Combine that with Espion air dribbling the ball towards Fireburner in the midfield, and then Jacob's crazy block in the near post goal. There were a lot of goals that game that Genesis could very well have prevented, and they probably don't feel like they got outplayed so much as they outplayed themselves.
Yeah, they had a lot of open net opportunities, and it was just not being able to finish, and not being able to finish from Espion, and a couple misplays hit from him on defense. Another game, another chance. Completely reset every time you play. One of the beautiful things of Rocket League.
It is just a very perfectly timed game. The 5-minute going into the golden goal OT, pretty well decided. Like, it just feels right. And as we move into Game 2, we'll see if Genesis can, stop these misplays from happening. Misplays, of course, that we saw in Game 1. They just have to try and hold on to the ball when they get it. When Kings of Urban give them the ball, Genesis have to try and not give it straight back.
Oh, Fireburner with a good opportunity. Too many members of Genesis in the goal and the score. Sad Jr. trying to do what he can. Plays it out to Fireburner. Fireburner cuts it
flick.
Soft and beats Espion.
Yeah, Pluto getting a little bit stuck here, not really contributing to the play. And Fireburner with a pretty deft flick at the end there. Espion not expecting him to slow it down. And it did actually find its way into the net. It's a good finish by Fireburner. Kings of Urban getting pretty much all the pressure at the start of this game. We'll see what are Genesis going to do to try and get back into it. Looks like a bit of trust there. Espion leaving it for Pluto. Oh my Pluto!
I think that's what they're going to do.
What a shot by Pluto! Look at KOU there, all rotating across the net and just leaving. What?
That was amazing air control from Pluto, landing in a not favorable position, but double jumping immediately and turning his car upside down, then flipping into it. Absolute 100% control.
The recovery was insane by Pluto, but I don't know what happened to the Kings of Urban defense. They all just went for a holiday. Somebody told them that the grass was greener on the other side of the pitch, and they said, let's go take a look. But Pluto, he's not waiting around. He's ready for more action. Look at that, another aerial shot, this time off the wall. Quinn and Jacob both whiffing.
I think Jacob should have been able to save that. I don't know if he was lacking on boost, but
yeah, if he was on the wall, it's always a bit awkward to try and save those on the wall.
Yeah, maybe he thought Quinn was coming in for the shot, trying to block that. Just goes in.
Quinn.
There we go. Genesis now generating an offense.
Beautifully done by Quinn, taking a leaf out of Pluto's book, up in the air before the ball's even rebounded, and a nice air roll butt shot outplaying Fireburner. Beautiful comeback, and solidifying their lead as well. Genesis, what a transformation in the past 30 or so seconds.
Looking like a new team, huh?
Absolutely. A new beginning for Genesis. Oh, and
Yes.
another shot, Pluto with a hat trick. KOU
Pluto-
defense has absolutely collapsed this game. This time we have Jacob coming off the line when he should be, holding his ground.
Yeah, not a very good touch from Fireburner. Catching it on the inside of his car rather than the front of it and pushing it middle instead of towards the goal. And it looks like a completely different team we've seen from Game 1 to Game 2.
Absolutely. Completely different indeed. But KOU, they just have to really try and stop the goals from coming in, because right now, Genesis just can't stop scoring. They finished my sentence for me. I was about to say Genesis can't stop scoring, and then Quinn just comes up with another goal. This unbelievable aerial shot by Quinn. Well played on the undefended net. KOU, again, no one at home.
Yeah, they're absolutely on fire.
This is just something else. Genesis, I didn't expect them to come out this hot. And usually, you expect KOU and Fireburner to be the ones looking to get spicy. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Fireburner answering. Now
of
that
the
you're
devil.
mentioning all these fire puns and spicy,
Speak
I
of the
think he
devil.
wants to get into the mix.
Pluto with a pretty weak clear, passing it straight down on a Fireburner's nose. Much like what we saw from Espion in Game 1. Seems like Fireburner's always there whenever the weak clear comes in from Genesis. But Genesis still with a 5-2 lead. Gotta be feeling pretty good about this one. We did see a 5-2 lead being held by KOU last game. Will Genesis return the favor?
Might be a reverse scoreline at this point. Espion up on the wall. Looking for Quinn. Quinn pops it up once more. Sad Jr. in an awkward position. Frees him from Fireburner. Espion not able to put the ball on target. Espion not having a good series. Not even a game, but just been underperforming from what his usual standards are. Hopefully he can get back into this game, because it's been the Pluto and Quinn show so far.
Yes, indeed. Pluto and Quinn with some very good finishing. Just reading the game very well. Whenever the ball spills into a offensive position, Quinn and Pluto just seem to be there first on the scene, at least as far as Game 2 goes. And Espion misfiring again, centering the ball, but Pluto's there to rescue him. I feel like Espion just needs to try and slow down, find his bearings a little bit. And Pluto going for a dunk on the line. It's actually a really good clear by Fire, though.
Yeah, there's a ball in from Espion. Espion trying to turn it again, but Sad Jr. comes out from behind him. Quinn and Fire up on the wall. Quinn wins it. Can he get the second touch? Gets the second touch towards Espion. Oh, wasn't fast enough. Jacob there, up in time. Pluto up on the wall, trying to set her up for his team. Jacob pops it right back up in the air. Quinn puts it down, but there's Fireburner
Espion!
away.
Oh, he can't find the target.
Yeah, Espion with a good shooting opportunity right
What a
there.
clear
Not
by
able to find
Fireburner.
it. Open net. Espion should be able to rotate back in time. Pluto calls him off. Pluto on the ball. Trying to play it forward. Espion whiffs from Jacob. Quinn up on the wall. Minute and 20 seconds remaining. Looks like Genesis is going to maintain this lead unless something catastrophic happens, unless they pull a flip side and score 4 goals in the next 30 seconds.
Oh, there might be the first goal for Espion, and it is. Hopefully that will ease the stress on this man, because we all know how crazy he can be when he gets going. And it certainly looks like all of Genesis are ready to get going in this series. They're looking to tie this one up. Still over a minute to go, so it's not a done deal so far. But Genesis looking great, especially when you compare this to last game.
About a minute remaining. I don't think Kings of Urban need to change anything going into Game 3. They got beat on the offensive side of the ball. Lots of good finishes, not really that many mistakes, but just good shooting on the side of Genesis.
Well, we did see a lot of open nets for KOUs. They just have to be a little bit more careful moving off their goal line. Make sure that there is no danger imminent, because if there is a shot coming in, the last thing you want to do is drive off your goal line and then have to make a quick U-turn. That's a great flick by Pluto, putting it over his own net. That Junior not able to put a shot on target with speed. And it really looks like Genesis are going to hold on to this lead, which is very interesting. Of course, as casters, we just want to see the most amount of games possible. So at times, if a team's losing 2-0, it might sound like we're massive fans of the underdog, but really we just want to see 5 games. Plus
We want to see that
much
anticipation
more
build
exciting.
up. Oh, nice little touch out to the middle to Jacob. Jacob not able to finish it, though. Looks like the clock is going to wind down. Quinn just opting to drop it. I actually like that from Quinn a lot, not even hitting it, just letting it fall to the floor as the seconds tick down. Let's see what kind of celebrations we got on the side of Genesis.
The Pluto with the air roll on his nose and this dodge in the same direction to get the sort of breakdance maneuver. I do like that.
Yeah, a
And
little
what a
bit
game by
lackluster
Pluto.
from Espion and Quinn back there. Didn't really, kind of disorganized. They weren't really even doing their job as backup dancers. They really need to be more in sync.
This is true. But as we let that sink in, we move into Game 3 now. 1-1 in the series. Genesis, the 5th seed in North America, going up against Kings of Urban. Currently the best team in North America, according to the power rankings. Only Jacob using the foam hat. Maybe that is the reason why Fireburner is not able to get into these games the same way as he used to.
I mean, I really like Fireburner's. I really like
controlled the
Fireburner's
power?
scheme, though.
It is a very nice card, but it isn't a foam hat, though.
right.
And really, we know that the foam hat was the only reason that Kings of Urban were any good in the first place.
It was
I'm
the
just
essence
kidding.
of their. It was the essence of their power, really. Oh,
it's
that
a
Junior. So
Some
scary on
patience
his
on the
own
goal
goal
line.
line.
Not bad. Because Jacob channeling the foam hat not only on his car, but also on his Kings of Urban logo. Very, very nicely done. It's one of my favorite avatars in all of Rocket League is Jacob's Kings of Urban icon with the foam hat. Beautifully done.
Espion up on the wall, flicks it towards Pluto, trying to get there first. Ball pops out to the mid. Quinn in an awkward position, just trying to flick it out. Let his teammates get back on defense. Ball soars over Espion, but there's Pluto sweeping across. Jacob doesn't get the shot on net. Quinn with a nice little flick into the middle. Pluto trying to see what he can do. Pluto and Sad both missed, but thankfully Fire was there to make the save. Oh,
Yeah,
Fire to
Espion
Jacob.
getting
Oh,
completely
Espion,
cut out. What a save!
Amazing save from Espion.
Wow. Espion putting himself in a difficult position, not able to challenge the ball at any stage as it got advanced across the field. That's not a good hit by Espion, though. Again, passing the ball straight into the opponents. He just really has to get this ball to roll up the wall, and all is well, but he chips it. Not for the first time this series. Instead of getting it to roll. And that's a huge misplay, giving KOU the lead, just actually giving it to them. He took the ball and handed it straight over to Fireburner, said, "Here, you want the win? Here, take it. It's yours."
And that's one of the most comfortable
Oh, man.
places to shoot on the field, and Jacob's just going to lay on the pressure right off of the kickoff.
Pluto getting completely outplayed by that bounce. That bounce was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it did go a lot further in field than it looked like it was going to. But Pluto should not commit to the corner that early. He was the last line of defense. And he just put himself in a position where he was, getting outplayed at least some of the time. And that's exactly what happened right now.
Dionic's fixture game. Need better bounces. Pluto in the corner seeing what he can do. 2-0 scoreline, but a 1-1 series.
There's still definitely enough time here in Game 3 for Genesis to mount a comeback. We saw them score 6 goals last game, and they scored 3 goals in about 30 seconds after going down 1-0 initially, so they know they can do this. They've got what it takes, but they need to just, you know, be a little bit more careful passing the ball at a defense, not to pass it away to the opponents, because we've seen Espeon do that a few times this series, and if they continue that that line of thought, we're not going to have a win for Genesis today.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that Pluto to Quinn connection we're used to seeing in the last game. Espeon plays it off the ceiling. Fireburner should be able to put that back out. Quinn just being annoying, getting in the way. Fireburner still playing it forward. Pluto with a little bit of a disruption. Nice kick out to the side, giving it to Quinn. Quinn loses a 50-50 off to the side. Fireburner puts a shot on net. Oh, almost sinks it in the top right corner. Sad Jr., Jacob already on the wall, puts it down. Sad Jr. trying to put out the mid, but nothing going. A little bit of a mistouch from Jacob, not able to put it on mid. Counter-attack for Genesis. Espeon not in a good position. Nice ball in the middle here. Jacob up on the wall. Sad Jr. and Jacob both up. Sad Jr. seeing what he can do to clear this. Nice lofty ball up, wasting a lot of the boost on the side of Genesis.
Oh,
Jacob puts it down off center, and what a save from Pluto coming in. Nice save from Espeon as well, using the very tippy top of his car. That nice little long nose of the breakout, sending it off to the side with a backflip. Sad Jr. to fire off into the corner. Jacob seeing what he can do, flying off the corner, off of the backboard. Pluto sends it out. Fireburner. Espeon with a whip right there. Sad Jr. with a shot and
Oh, what
demoed.
a demo.
Jacob, so savage.
Espeon again, just completely missing on his hit. Passes it middle to Sad, and Jacob finds Pluto. That's a really difficult situation for Pluto to deal with, because even if he does jump over Jacob, who's coming to demo him, he's probably going to be out of position for the shot, which is imminent. 3-0 for KOU, looking really solid. This series really is yo-yoing back and forth. We saw dominant win for KOU, dominant win for Genesis, and now KOU back in control. And maybe it's just an odd number, even number thing. Will Genesis come back in Game 4, then have KOU win the whole thing in 5?
That is yet to be determined. Pluto
Look at
gets
Pluto's
knocked into a
probably.
favorable position off of the 50-50. Quinn just trying to play it up. Espeon up first. Something about Espeon that's notable is he is so fast up to using that quick launch aerial. Has it down pat.
Yeah, some very nice air control coming out of Espeon, but he needs to be a little bit more careful defensively, just going to get a little bit caught out. I feel like the positions that he's putting himself in defense, that's the reason that he's struggling to find his feet in this game. He's just not putting himself in positions that are easy to use, getting a little bit caught under the ball, having to reverse and, you know, fly from awkward angles. He just takes a step back and, you know, arrives on the scene a little bit later. I feel like he won't have to jump so awkwardly, and he'd be less prone to these mistakes that we're seeing from him.
Pluto being everywhere on the wall, carrying it out to center. Espeon not reading that hit from Quinn very well. 14 seconds remaining. It looks like Kings of Urban is going to take Game 3. That's going to put them 2-1 in the series. If pattern goes correctly, we're going to see a nice little 10-0 victory from Genesis next game.
Yeah. Oh, is this going to be a 0-second goal? It is.
Fireburner adding a little bit of
Alley-oop to fire.
Yeah, backwards hat freestyle flair on that one.
Very nicely done.
Nice touch.
The 4-0 KOU, what did we really see differently this series? I feel like it was probably the defending coming out of KOU. They didn't leave their net open like at all. Last game we saw it a ton. They were just leaving their net wide open so many times. And Genesis, especially Quinn and Pluto, were just capitalizing on that. This time we saw a couple of defensive misplays coming out of Genesis. KOU get the early lead and hold on to it, and even build on it. So which Genesis will we see showing up in Game 4? Will it be the Genesis that are scoring rebounds, giving the defense no chance? Or will it be the Genesis that we saw in Game 3, which really can't even get an attack going?
Hard to be sure.
Quinn, probably out of all the players in the world, no one can type as much as this guy. He just gets an absolute essay out in the chat every single time that he opens his text box. It's incredible.
Not only that, but he is doing some product placement.
Man. Some more bad defending coming out of Genesis. That hit by Quinn really wasn't being pressured. There was no need for him to give that away. And Espeon just getting beaten to the ball. And I think Jacob actually Goomba stomping him.
Yeah, I think he
as
kind of
came out the
stomped
net.
on Espeon as he tried to jump. Just completely sat him
Did.
down.
Wow.
Oh, man. Ball sinking into the ground a little bit there as well. Right off of the kickoff. Pluto up on the wall. I think Pluto is going to be the one to look for if they want to come back in the series. But he scored a hat trick in game 2, I believe.
Yep.
So he needs to be.
And some really, really nice individual goals also. That's something that we see out of Genesis. You know, we see all these individual goals, and they have that, you know, that star quality that they can get to that level. What a pass, though, coming out of Quinn to Espeon. You know, we need to see more of these passes. Like, right, we're seeing right now, this is exactly what they need to be doing. Just looking for each other in the field, putting the ball in positions that their teammates can utilize it. And like we said earlier, you know, they need to make themselves passable. There's no use, like, asking for a pass if you're sitting in a position which is really difficult to pass to.
Right, you see your teammate downfield and you want to get it to him, but he's just kind of backwards or
Yeah, or
driving
behind
the
a
right way.
defender, or
Yeah.
just not moving. You know, it's easier to pass to somebody who's moving because you can just hit it in front of them. If somebody's stationary, you don't know if they want it on top of their car or if they want it in front of them.
That's actually a very hard skill to develop, being able to correctly read someone's movement downfield and pass it to them while beating a defender. Like, passing is an art form. It's very difficult to pull off correctly, especially with so many people on the pitch and being able to control their cars in a very quick way.
Absolutely. You know,
Excellent.
the two teams KOU have had the greater of the passing plays so far. Espeon looking to get involved a bit more in Game 4 here. He is getting some decent hits on the ball, taking players out of the game for KOU. Or taking KOU players out of the game, rather. Good pressure out of Genesis, but they're yet to get any clear-cut chances, which they desperately need at this point.
That Junior with the ball.
Oh,
and
the demo again!
Jacob demoing, Fireburner demoing Pluto, rather, in an open net for Sad Junior.
Brilliant play by Fireburner. He just grabs that boost and straight away makes a beeline for the net, completely taking Pluto out of the game. Oh, poor Pluto. The second time that he's been demoed setting up an open net for Kings of Urban. But really well done play by KOU. The rotation out of the net by Fireburner right there, or out of attack, just perfect. You can't really ask for more.
Even if Pluto saw the demo coming and tried to move, Sad Junior put the ball on such a target that it would have been very, very difficult for him to save if he had been jumping in the air.
Exactly. I'm surprised that these demos coming in on Pluto have just been straight drive-bys. Pluto's not jumping at all. The attackers aren't predicting his jumps. They're just driving straight into him. Maybe they've got to read that Pluto just won't jump. Because more recently we've been seeing people jump into the demo to predict the jump of the goalkeeper, but not today. Pluto just sitting right there getting smashed. So
it's a rock, paper, scissors when it comes to demos.
It is, yeah. I'm a personal fan of the fake demo where you just drive up to somebody, then hit the brakes and get underneath them and they jump and carry them around. That's my personal favorite.
Oh, Jacob trying to get a touchdown. Minute and 40 seconds remaining. Can Genesis get back in the series? They're down 2-1. They need to get this Espeon. Oh, didn't get that second touch off the wall. Still doing what he can to maintain the pressure. Nice save from Jacob. Just kind of disrupting that bounce off of the side.
Fireburner is just sitting in Genesis half right now, not moving. Sad Junior and Jacob are 2v3ing. And Fireburner has disconnected, so we are going to see a 2v3. This has to play on.
Not like this.
We have to see if Sad and Jacob can hold on to this lead. You know, it is their game to lose at this point. 2 versus 3. Although it is a disadvantage, it is not that much of a disadvantage as, say, a 1 versus 2. So this is definitely very, very winnable. I'd still put KOU at the favourites, even in a 2v3. And Fireburner joining back in. So no goals being scored while Fireburner's AFK. KOU looking very, very solid.
Quinn and Espeon kind of bumping each other on defense.
Oh, no, Espeon again.
With a terrible touch on net. Oh, man.
Oh, dear. Espeon for the third time today, just completely missing his touch and centering it for the opponents. He just didn't have a good day today. Some days you just can't get involved in the game the way that you want to, and today Espeon just can't find his touches.
Looks like that's going to be the nail in the coffin for Genesis. Kings of Urban just has to stay on top of this 3-0 lead. Not very difficult for them. Unless something amazing happens, can Pluto start it off? This is the touch. Didn't quite turn it down in time. Sad Jr. up on the wall. Can't get a second touch as well. Jacob beating the defense, grabbing the boost, stealing it. Fireburner knocking around the corner, just trying to maintain possession. Wins a favorable 50-50, and here comes a shot from Sad. Man, Genesis again.
Yeah, the game is all but over at this point, and Sad Jr. getting a good read on that, 50-50 into the ceiling bounce. Quinn Lobdell running to the corner, but not really much he could have done regardless. This is going to be the win for Kings of Urban, and looks like Jacob's going to be mocking Fireburner. Of course, when you do disconnect and reconnect to the game, you lose all the points that you did have. So we have Kings of Urban winning 4-0 with 3 goals, if you look at the player stats, because Fireburner's goal has disappeared when he disconnected.
So can we charge Kings of Urban with hacking?
I mean, look at that. Obvious file manipulation.
Right. How can you
they've won
4
4-0
points
with 3
and only
goals.
3 goals?
That's clearly that's impossible.
Right. Anyway, Kings of Urban takes the game over, takes the series over Genesis. 3-1. Good showing from them. Genesis just not able to click today. Espeon, not the greatest performance, but just not looking as a team in general.
Fireburner saying he got carried. Easy hacks by Jacob. Well played by Kings of Urban. Coming back from that heavy defeat in Game 2, they really solidified their defense. They knew that they were just leaving their net open too much and not challenging the ball as effectively as they could. They didn't respect the rebound ability of, I feel like, Quinn and Pluto enough either. So after they got those problems ironed out, it was pretty comfortable. Pretty plain sailing for KOU. They're going to move on into the final and play against Exodus, who looks pretty good against IBP.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this is number 1 versus number 2 seed.
Yep.
Yeah, so we saw there Kings of Urban, despite that one game being a little bit of a blip, certainly looked dominant. So Fickle, tell me, why on earth were Genesis not able to keep up with Kings of Urban?
I hate to harp on Espeon this much, but he was really lacking in today's game.
Is James Bott listening? Because he might throttle you for that.
Yeah, James Bott might strangle me in a couple of weeks for saying this, but he was just definitely not playing up to snuff, not what we're used to seeing. So even in that game where Genesis won that 5-2 scoreline, it was all Pluto and Quinn scoring. I think Espeon maybe had a couple of assists, but pretty quiet on his side.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And Johnny, why do Kings of Urban always look so good when they play?
I'm going to give a lot of credit to Jacob. For me, he's the best player in North America at the moment. And we're going to see if he can, lead them to a victory over Exodus. Number 1 against number 2 seed in North America, like you said. Just like we saw over in EU, this might be a bit of a preview of things to come at the LAN, because out of all the NA teams, I feel KOU and Exodus have the best chances of upsetting the EU teams. We're going to see KOU playing up against the Flying Dutchman. I'd even put KOU at the favourite in that matchup. And we're going to see Exodus going up against Mocket EU, who, that defensive style that Mocket like to play could get ripped apart by Exodus's passes if they show up on the day. So I'm really looking forward to seeing KOU against Exodus here. We saw KOU win the last time they played, I believe, in the online finals. But honestly, this could go either way. Both teams looking fantastic today. As long as KOU don't collapse like they did in Game 2 against Genesis, they should be fine, I feel. And I'd give it 4-3 in their favor, KOU that is, and Jacob MVP.
I don't want to take away from Fireburner though. He did some very, he didn't get many points in that last game, but he did some really good plays that don't earn you points, don't earn you respect. Like there was a couple of demos that created goals, a couple of really good challenges he made back in defense, which caused goals, and long shots, all sorts of different things. So a vital part of that team. But we have got a poll up now here. Who will win? Kings of Urban, Exodus, and right now we're about 2/3 Kings of Urban, 1/3 Exodus. What are your thoughts on that?
I really think Exodus is going to win 4-2. Their showing versus IBP was dominant, to say the least, and I think they're going to continue that momentum into this game.
Yeah, so as you said, 4-2, it is a best of 7 we'll be seeing between these two guys in the final of today's Rocket Royale. Johnny, what do you think the result is going to be?
I'm going to give it 4-3 Kings of Urban. I'm not just disagreeing for the sake of disagreement, like we often see from RLCS casters. I'm going to go against you for banter. I genuinely think Kings of Urban are the favourites here. And they've shown in the past that they've been able to match up pretty well against Exodus. Exodus, just sitting back and waiting for the misplays doesn't work so well against KOU because they don't overextend so much on one side of the field like IBP did. So I don't think we're going to see anywhere near as many counter-attack goals for Exodus in this series. But it's going to be a close one. I think Game 7 is on its way. Although last time I predicted that we had a 4-0. So don't listen to me.
Yeah,
don't listen to me.
Exactly. You both want to see a close game. That is the way commentators like it. But I can tell you now, from my point of view, I'm excited to see how Exodus fares against Kings of Urban, because they did, when they played against Cosmic, they had an easier ride, shall we say. There wasn't as much challenging going on, but especially after seeing how Fireburner played in that last game. One thing I would like to point out, though, is we've got these 4 new cars now, and I was having a discussion the other day, which of these cars was most popular, and we've seen quite a lot of Marauder today.
Yeah, I think the Marauder is the most popular.
Yeah, as a Marauder user myself, I'm quite happy seeing that being repped. Just Johnny, you know about the hitboxes quite a lot. You've seen Esper being used by Scrub, everything. Why is it that these new cars like the Marauder are so popular?
Well, the Marauder is just a strictly better Octane on paper. It's longer, it's taller, it's wider, and it turns faster. And they both wobble, so really there's no disadvantage apart from the fact that the boost trail spreads out more. It might block your vision in certain circumstances, but it's just a better Octane. And if you can get used to the fact that the hitbox looks... Well, the hitbox is bigger, but it just looks different compared to what the Octane feels. It just feels different. Some people say it feels sluggish, but I feel like that's 100% placebo. The car does turn faster. Yeah. That's why Marauder's seeing play. Masamune and Aftershock both have fantastic turning circles, but the Masamune matches its hitbox better visually, and that's why we're seeing that one a lot. The Esper just handles really well. It feels really easy to drive. If you ever play the Esper, if you can get over the fact that it looks really, really funny and looks kind of otherworldly, it does actually handle very well. When you flip, you're not gonna wobble like you would if you're in the Octane when you land anywhere near as much. It's very easy to recover quickly, and I feel like getting power on the ball is very easy with the Esper as well. It's just everything's a power shot when I play that car. So, no love for the Aftershock though, I'm sorry. Yeah. It doesn't look like a hitbox. Don't like it. Coolest looking car though. Beautiful decals.
Sometimes when I go with the Esper, I turn into the ball in ways that I would normally do with like a Dominus or an Octane. I get so much more power off of it. I don't know why. I think it has something to do with the hitbox not actually matching the appearance of the car. But Esper is definitely a sleeper because I think it's a really good. I think it's a better gizmo.
It's a better hot shot. It is the hot shot but taller. It's got the same. Okay. It's got a very similar turning circle length and width to the hot shot, but it's just taller. So
yeah, I think one of the things I've really enjoyed about the Marauder, and probably that people agree with the Esper with the wheels there, is the fact that you can do those drift turns and you can see exactly where the corner is for them, so you can get those little touches from the top corners. But I will hand it over to you now. Teams will be joining up. This is a best of 7 for the final of Rocket Royale to win, I think it's $225 of the $300, which again, I mentioned it earlier on, the money isn't that important now. This is all about scrimming in preparation for RLCS LAN in a few weekends' time. These guys are favourites for NA to do well in that because they've shown consistency recently, and it'll be certainly interesting to see how this game goes. So I'll hand it over to you guys now. We've got Exodus in the lobby just waiting on Kings of Urban.
Yeah, interesting to note that Rocket Royale has been turning out exactly how Power Rankings would say it would work out. 1 and 2 seed coming in from North America, and I believe 1 and 2 seed coming in from Europe. I'm not sure where.
It was 1 and 3 actually. Mocket were the 2 seed.
Mocket was 2 seed.
It was close to Power Rankings. I mean, we weren't far off. Although the Flying Dutchman getting upset in the group stage and Crown and Jules getting upset, losing 2 games consecutively was, some upsets early on in EU. Then it kind of played out as we would expect. NA's gone very much as you would expect things to go.
Yes.
Very, very well-behaved NA teams today, just doing what they're supposed to do, which is, it makes it easy to predict things, which surely means that I'm going to be correct with my 4-3 prediction. Surely, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Dragon went to the American flag, so thank you, Dragon.
I actually am so disappointed in Manfield there's no Scottish flag. All these good Scottish Rocket League players, no flag for us to look at. There's a Welsh flag, an English flag, a Northern Irish flag, I believe, but no Scottish flag. Makes me very, very sad.
Alright, enough about the meta of Manfield. We're getting into our Rocket Royale North American Finals between Kings of Urban, #1 seed, versus Exodus, #2 seed. Both teams are fantastic. I think Exodus is going to take it 4-2. Johnny says KOU is going to take it 4-3. We'll see who's right. But either way, we're going to see some fantastic games.
Absolutely. It's a close series. It's all we want as casters. You know, some people might call us Flipside fanboys for rooting for them after they're losing 3-0, but we just want to see as many games as possible.
You could call me a Flipside fanboy, but I still think Weedom Girls was going to win.
Oh yeah, like after we saw how that series started, it never looked like Flipside had a shot, but to be honest, I expect a much closer series over here. Kings and Exodus always matching up pretty evenly, at least from what I've seen. And Jacob getting involved a little bit with Garrett, just getting to know each other in the net over there.
Jacob just being an absolute monster back there, just bumping everybody. Sometimes the hardest bumps to see are the ones that come from behind you. Sometimes if you whiff the demo turning around, they can still get you from behind coming out of the net. And Jacob was doing just that, just being a disruptive force.
Absolutely, and KOU have had pretty much all of the pressure right here. Exodus, going back to that sort of defensive style that we saw them use against IBP, it's not going to work here, because if you can't force the mistake, they might force it on you.
Yeah, Firebird just turning in that shot, putting it on the far post. I don't think the member of Exodus had a chance on that save. Too close and too fast. Kings of Urban strikes first in Game 1, a minute and 30 seconds in.
Yeah, Kings of Urban looking very good so far in this game. Just pressuring Exodus. Now they're going to get a chance to show off what they've got in defense. It's a good clear initially by Fire and a recovery to get a second clear. Looks like KOU just lapping up the pressure so far in this game. And
Garrett trying to
Jacob
see.
and Co doing pretty good in attack also.
We're going to look for those passing plays between Turtle and Garrett. It's harder to pass on Kings of Urban because I think they do a really good job of spreading out on defense. Like right here, you see Jacob's the only one in the corner. Now it's Sad Jr. with a little bit of space. Jacob actually goes to the other side of the field awaiting a pass. So they spread out quite well compared to most teams in North America. But Exodus does the same thing, if not better.
Yeah, these are definitely the two best teams in North America at the moment. Pretty clear 1 and 2, I would say. With I don't know if Maka NA played today, but they've been the only team to really contest them.
Well,
we can see
Insol
why.
was
Look at this
subbing in for
rotational
IDPs.
play. Until now, they haven't sent two people to the same ball, and then Fireburner and Jacob both see the open net and throw themselves at it. Good clear though by Exodus. They're hanging in this, 1 goal down. Will they be able to get any pressure going? They really need to find some way of getting the ball past KOU, because as of yet, Kings of Urban are looking very comfortable.
Oh, nice shot from Turtle. Great read off of there. But here comes Sad Jr. kind of flubbing his possession right there. Fireburner opted off to go to the side to see a pass. Sad Jr. kind of Spider-Maning on the wall, waiting for something. Here comes Garrett with a shot on net and hits the side post and the other post. Oh, so unlucky for Garrett.
Wow, Kings of Urban getting away with murder there. Nobody contested Garrett's shot, and Garrett surprisingly misses the target, but albeit not by much. Fireburner there for the finish yet again. He's just the man of the moment this game. Every time that the ball goes into a dangerous position, Fire's there. First on the scene, and 2-0 doubling their lead. Exodus with it all to do in Game 1.
Yeah, I'm a personal fan of Fireburner's playstyle because he uses the tactic of wait for your opponent's mistake, then capitalize better than most players, because you see players like Jacob and Sad Jr., they're really fast to the ball, and no discredit to them because that works for them, but Fireburner is always just kind of lurking out in midfield, waiting for something to develop.
Yep. They're very much like the Weedom girls of NA in playstyle. We have Fireburner emulating Remco, and Jacob pretty much being the Greasy, and Sad Jr. being the Maestro. At least that's the way that I see it.
Jacob, nice touch off of the backboard here. Wanted to get the second touch himself, but there's Sad Jr. wrapping up that pass right over Turtle. Turtle was caught flat-footed on the goal line. Couldn't commit either way. Kind of caught in no man's land. Had to dive for it. But Kings of Urban, strong showing in Game 1.
Yeah, KOU putting up a lot more creative plays in and around the net than IBP did. Exodus were very comfortable defending against IBP, but as we can see, Kings of Urban just have that extra level of attack. They're hitting the ball into more awkward positions, and Exodus really don't know what to do with it so far. I've talked to Garrett before. He hasn't figured out how to beat KOU yet. He's said so himself many times. He's got a bit of a mental block against them because he just doesn't know what they're doing wrong. But really, it's just a matter of Kings of Urban not really making any rotational mistakes like the other teams in NA do. So this defensive style of Exodus.
Oh, there's a shot
there
from
we go.
Turtle. What a cheeky touch, just catching it with the bottom side of his car.
That's a really nice touch by Turtle. I think Sad really didn't think that was coming. He just waited for the ball to fall in his head, but Turtle says, nah, I've got bigger plans, mate. Flicks it over to into the net. That's the start of something, but it's a bit late to be scoring one goal. But will it be too late? Still a little bit of time for Exodus to come back.
Will it be 3 late?
Will it be 3-1 late? Who knows?
It's not going to be 3 late. That
Is it ever?
Up on the wall, pushes it over to the side, completely bodying Garrett as he goes to the boost, bumping out of the way. 15 seconds remaining. Jacob plays it over the corner. Moses puts it back in the mix. Nice little touch to Turtle.
Here we go.
Turtle
Burner.
really wanted to get on top of that ball. Might have been a goal. Garrett flicking it up. Fireburner should hit this downfield. There's Moses waiting. 2 seconds remaining. Doesn't look like Exodus is going to be able to get back in this game as a shot comes in and
Another
Fireburner gets a 0-second goal.
They
Wow.
do this every game. Kings of Urban with the 0-second goal, albeit pointless. Fireburner, though, gonna pad his points total. Getting a nice little hat trick there. 3 absolute point-blank range goals. Very nice for him.
All right, let's see what kind of celebration we have. Notable to mention, Sad Jr. utilizing the new air roll controls to get a nice little awkward spin. Something we don't really see from the European players.
Yeah, maybe that hasn't quite made it across the pond. The metagame of celebrations is evolving faster than the actual metagame of Rocket League in 3v3. But it looks like Turtle, Moses, and Garrett have to do some evolution here if they want to be able to keep up with Kings of Urban, who right now are outclassing them in just about every department. More pressure, more creative shots and passes, and also just handling what the other team throws at you a lot more easily.
We didn't really see much on the side of passing, and what a shot from Fireburner. Upper 90 to save.
That's a great shot. Look how early he gets up for this one, and he just gets the upper 90 shot like you said. No chance for Turtle. Garrett giving Fire the nice shot, as he deserves. And Kings of Urban really putting the pressure on Exodus right here. Something has to change for these Exodus boys, and to me, they just have to be more aggressive. They're just sitting back and letting KOU do what they want right now,
Yeah, I think
which is not going to work.
They give KOU a little bit too much respect on the side of offense. Like, they're expecting Jacob to hit that right there, and I think somebody needs to be contesting that before it comes down. So they're not playing the typical game we're used to them seeing. They're so much less confident on the ball when they have possession. They're not looking for passes. They're not looking for interesting ways. Moses just kind of taking control of it, not really doing much. Garrett wins 50-50, leaves the ball completely, goes for boost. Turtle, not your time to contest right there. Garrett putting it downfield. Sad Jr. playing to the wall, gets a second touch up there. Here comes Moses with a nice ball in. Turtle trying to see what he can do, but Jacob there's first. Jr. off to the side. Garrett.
It is giving up ball pressure again.
Yeah, exactly.
Just letting Kings of Urban do what they want with them are Exodus. And Kings of Urban, one of the best teams in the world at doing that. They definitely have a plan moving forward. They don't just hit the ball mindlessly. They go for deliberate passes, and they go for high backboard passes in particular. Nice fake there by Garrett, and a flick, nearly getting Sad Jr. out the game. Good read by Sad.
Nice shot from Moses. Easy save from Fireburner, though. Jacob and Sad Jr. both up for that, so is Garrett. Plays it downfield. Here comes Turtle and Moses. Moses playing it downfield. Garrett trying to get there. Doesn't get the 50-50 win. Jacob sending it down. Turtle. Ooh, nice stop from Fireburner. Just reacting with a backflip. And Garrett G sweeping across the goal line. They look so panicked on this side of defense and offense. Just so disorganized this side of Exodus. Something we're not used to seeing from them.
Still within 1 goal and 3 minutes to score it in. They don't even need 3 minutes, they just need 3 seconds. And this time, we see a bit of a misplay. Jacob not getting the best 50-50 possible. Maybe not opting into it at the right time because there was no like immediate danger of a shot. And Jacob coming off his line. Committing to a 50-50 when Sad wasn't ready to defend the goal behind him. Equalizer for Exodus, you know, they've not looked that threatening, but they do have the tie game. And the score is all that matters at the end of the day. How you get it is irrelevant.
Well, they scored that goal not off of any sort of teamwork, but just kind of a little bit of a favorable 50-50 win. I'd like to see them try to get something a little more calculated coming into the net with a little bit of passing plays. Turtle out to the mid. There's an open net for Moses. There we go. Turtle just winning it amongst 2 members of Kings of Urban.
The second time that we see Kings of Urban just not have that third player available. This time it's Jacob, who doesn't seem to be there. So after Fireburner and Sad Jr. have made their hits, Jacob isn't there. Much like we saw Sad Jr. being on a little bit of a vacation to the corner boost. Last goal Exodus scored. That's exactly what Exodus needed. They just needed to find a way to score because being shut out completely is a big dampener to the morale.
Bounce shot coming in from Jacob, saved by Garrett G. What a player. I think he's easily the MVP of his team. Turtle up on the wall. Can't get that win. Moses still puts the ball right back in the Mixel. Mixel. Garrett trying to recover. Here comes Moses. Nice save. Knocking out to the side. Fireburner puts it right back in. Garrett knocks it off once more. Turtle not reading that ball off the wall very well. Moses with a bad clear. Attacking position for King of Urban, but no. Jacob set it up and demolished the goalie, but Fireburner with a rare miss. He's usually so clinical with that finish.
That's what we've been seeing from Fireburner all day, is scoring goals exactly like that one, but this time he's not able to get the ball on target. Maybe a little bit of a flashbang when that goalkeeper demo came in. It might have blinded Fireburner temporarily. That's the only reason I could think of him missing a shot from that close range. Still within 1 RKOU, and Jacob in a fake on Sad Jr.'s shot. Oh, like you said earlier, just too much trust from I think it was Garrett G this time.
Yeah, Garrett G giving all the respect to Jacob, and Jacob completely fakes the shot and throws off Garrett G. Unfortunate. That's kind of one of those
probably
situations.
Just has to think, what's Jacob really doing here?
Yeah,
what is Jacob really doing? Is he really getting a shot on net from here?
I would believe Jacob could have that shot. Hold on.
What do we have here? Another goal for Exodus. Fireburner this time with a misplay.
Oh, it wasn't really a misplay. Yeah, it wasn't really a misplay, but Garrett just kind of dunks on top of him.
He did over-rotate, like he should have been hitting the ball to the side, not clearing it straight middle. He just misread the bounce off the wall a little bit. But good dunk by Garrett and a good read by Turtle. Oh, Jacob going for a fake right in his own goal line. Not bad.
Gets demolished, but still sending it downfield. Garrett with a little bit of time. Fireburner wins the contest. Moses over on the wall, trying to play it forward. Sad Jr. with a shot, and Garrett flicks it off. Nice save from Garrett, reacting quite fast. Turtle playing the ball in. Fireburner wins a favorable 50-50 out towards Sad Jr. Sad Jr. whips. But here comes Turtle. Jacob, actually, I like this, just trying to play defense. He knew he was the last person back, just not going for that 50-50. Could have lost it, could have been an open net if he was out of position. But I like that play coming out from Jacob. Moses setting it down, doesn't get the second touch, still on top of it. Trying to dump the ball in the face of Jacob.
Oh, it's a big chance now for KOU. Sad Jr. not really moving it forward as fast as he wants to. Oh, just squeaks it in under the crossbar, barely.
Oh,
no way,
man.
Sad Jr. so close to getting this one too high, but nice recovery and a good finish. Well played.
Almost actually drove into the shot to finish it off there, but
he did,
thankfully it just kind of bangs in after hitting about 3 crossbars.
I think he might have been afraid to save it. He turns away. And now... Oh, Jacob! Getting up so quick! Taking the lead. Oh, Exodus.
This is a heartbreaker for Exodus.
Moses just spinning in circles, getting beaten to the ball by Jacob, who went up with conviction. Kings of Urban stealing the show. They were down by 1, and now they're up by 1 in the blink of an eye. 20 seconds to go. Can Exodus come back? This was their game to win, and they've really thrown it away. They're not going to feel very good about this one.
Not like this, Exodus. Not like this. You were up. The Kings of Urban has put a lot of Offensive pressure on them, and there's a ball towards net, but there's Sad Jr. to knock it out. It could have been their chance. Ball is still up in the air. Jacob with a brilliant touch off the ceiling, sending it downfield, trying his best to just stall the ball out. Let it hit the ground. Ball is still up in the air. Garrett up on the wall, off the wall. Here comes Turtle, but then Jacob knocks it down. 2-0 Kings of Urban.
Wow, KOU stealing that game right from under Exodus's nose. That counterattack goal by Sad came off the back of a very risky challenge from Moses, I believe, so really no need for Exodus to be losing that game, but they managed to let KOU equalize, and then the kickoff goal immediately afterwards, Moses just completely indecisive about whether to go up in the air or not. I will say I'm not 100% sure if it was Moses who made the risky challenge for the equalizer that KOU had. So don't take my word for that one, but it was definitely Moses with the indecisive play in the follow-up. But that's why it's so risky to do a kickoff where the ball's kind of staying in the middle or bouncing up high. I really feel like more teams should be, doing what we saw right there, just forcing the ball to the side, because you go straight into midfield play rather than, a kickoff goal situation.
It's beautiful when it works, but when it doesn't, you get punished heavily for it. And nice save from Garrett. Ball is still up in the air. And
that's a good finish.
Jr. That was actually beautiful shooting from him, managing to knock it down but still keep it in the top of the net.
Every game, Kings of Urban find a way to get an early lead. Every single game they've done this. And this trend continues. This time, it's Sad Jr. with the finish. Fireburner usually the one to get the open net finish from close range.
Are we going to see a double sweep in both regions, John?
Oh, surely not. Surely not. I mean, Exodus are not playing badly. That was their game to win in Game 2. It really was their game to win. And they kind of threw it away with some dodgy defending in the midfield, but there's like 30 seconds left and you're up by 1. No need to rush into a challenge and get taken out the game.
It's one of the most deflating feelings in Rocket League, maintaining the lead, and then within like 10 seconds of the game ending, just lose it.
Yep.
And it's pretty much hopeless after that, barring some kind of miracle. But there's a shot from Garrett. Screamer into the net, and Turtle with the offensive counterattack. Nice shot from Turtle. Actually, fantastic shot from Turtle.
Yeah, really well done. Fireburner still recovering from the initial save, and Turtle, notice how he just angles the nose of his card down to get that high arc on the ball into the top of the net. Really well done by Turtle, who I think is using the Prospect boost. A fine choice. Very good looking boost.
It's actually one of my favorites.
Oh, it's great. It looks great. Prospect's got a good...
It's just bland enough to not really get in your way, but it actually has a very cool animation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white boosts definitely need to have more white boost trails. They look great in free play.
Matches the color of your car in free play, and a kind of a bad contest. Not punished from Exodus. Here comes a shot in. Garrett
shot by Jacob.
Yeah, Garrett didn't have enough boost.
Off the ball. Just taking all of Exodus. They thought the ball was going to roll or bounce flat, and it just did the perfect medium. Great shot by Jacob, though. Quick and powerful to the left. Too much for Garrett to deal with.
That's one of those shots where you wait for that bounce, and right after it bounces, you generate so much more power. So that's a if you have enough time to complete one of those shots, it's a very, very high percentage of scoring. But usually, you're not given that kind of situation in a 3v3 setting.
Kings of Urban, will they be able to hold on to this lead, though? They had a lead in Game 2, and they lost it, and then kind of had it thrown back to them by Exodus. But I don't think Exodus are going to be that Genesis for the rest of the... Are going to be that Genesis. Are going to be that generous.
They're going to be that generous.
I don't think Exodus are going to be Genesis. No, I don't think they're going to be that generous, throwing the game straight into their hands. Yeah, I'm not wrong. I don't think Exodus are going to be Genesis, are they?
Nope, that is a correct statement. Who knows with the kind of shifts that Rocket League has in the NAC? We could see.
It's going to completely change rosters. So Genesis, they've decided to drop Quinn, Espion, and Pluto, and they're all going to become Exodus.
Right.
Meanwhile, Exodus going to rebrand as Genesis. I mean, why not? Genesis do have a better logo. They do have a better logo.
2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining as we approach halftime. Kings of Urban up 2-1 in the game, and on the series they are up 2-0, looking for their third game. Exodus needs to find their groove. Like you mentioned earlier, Game 2 was theirs to win, but they got completely stolen by Kings of Urban. Nice touch out there from Sad Jr. Kind of whipping around the ball. Fireburner in awkward position, and Turtle does not get the dunk over him. Fireburner just
Oh, man.
absolutely lucky that he did not get scored right there.
Oh, Moses rattling the crossbar. Kings of Urban are just trying to tightrope their way to a victory here. Now Sad with a chance tries to go for the pass. I think that pass was just a lot too low, and he knows it. Oh, good touch. Really important touch there from Turtle to take Jacob out the game, who was lurking, waiting for the open net to present itself. Kings of Urban looking to finish off this game. They're not happy with a 1-goal lead. They're looking for 2, maybe even 3. Definitely Kings of Urban's game to lose at this point. Just like we said last game, Exodus with the lead towards the end of the game. Oh, another
Ooh,
whiff.
Jacob
Jacob loves to do this, doesn't he?
Yeah. It actually
Aerial
looked like
whiffs.
he got a touch on it, but it didn't really give him a shot. I don't know if he actually did or didn't.
It was like a ghost aerial hit when you go up and the game gives you 10 points, but the ball keeps going the exact same direction.
Right.
You're like, thanks, Rocket League, I'll take those 10 points and watch the ball fly off in the exact direction it was going.
Exactly. Garrett up on the ball. A minute remaining. Can Exodus generate something? We've yet to see any kind of passing play from them in the 3 games in this series. Moses off of the backboard, and Turtle's not there. And Garrett G come up, a little bit of a risky contest from Garrett as Moses wasn't back in time. Works out in their favor, and a nice pass to
pass!
Garrett.
Oh,
Interrupted
Jacob.
by Jacob, and that was their opportunity.
I love that they're going for the passing plays. Too many teams, when they're down by a goal, will just shoot the ball at the net, trying to get the equalizer, when really the pass is the better option. Exodus are not one of these teams. They're going for passing plays. So far unrewarded, and Kings of Urban, if they can take a 3-0 lead here, that would be not only surprising, but also extremely devastating for Exodus and how they've played. Just under 30 seconds left. Are they going to equalize? They've come so close.
15 seconds remaining. Ball is on Exodus' side of the field. Turtle flicks it out towards mid. Garrett G's not going to be able to get there in time, but a gift put right in his lap. Doesn't win that 50-50 though. Jacob putting the ball up in the air, just stalling it and putting it downfield to Sad Jr. Can Turtle keep it up? Yes, he does. Off of the backboard. Jacob trying to put it into the ceiling and down on the
well
floor.
done.
Brilliant touch by Jacob. That was so smart.
Fireburner, MVP, so many crucial 50-50s in front of their net. You know, he did get the 3 saves, all the saves on Kings of Urban for that game, but he also had some really important challenges, which didn't actually count towards saves, because he hit the ball before the attacker did. But he's just always in the right place at the right time when it comes to defending Kings of Urban's net. 3-0 lead for Kings of Urban in the best of 7. We brought it up before the game, but are Kings of Urban actually going to sweep Exodus? Just like we saw Weedom Girls sweep Flipside. That would be one of the strangest days in all of Rocket League. You know, these teams usually matching up so close together.
Right.
But today, it doesn't look like that at all. Kings of Urban running away with this one.
Well, my prediction is my prediction is completely out the window.
Oh yeah.
But I think if Genesis manages, I'm not Genesis. If Exodus manages to rally 3 games here, you're still on target.
Oh, that would be a series. I would like to see that series, not gonna lie. But Exodus, they need to dig deep right now, because Kings of Urban, they really do have them in a rut. And it doesn't look like they know how to deal with it.
And it looks like Kings of Urban is the kryptonite of Exodus. They were showing such a strong performance against IBP. So many passing plays and so many...
Turtle!
Turtle!
Oh no!
Not
Turtle!
like this! Oh.
Trying to get down under the ball, but he just can't get the right angle. Oh, he just got a little bit caught out. Couldn't quite flip it into the crossbar. Oh dear, Turtle. Not reading that hard clear. We've been giving these guys credit for that. They don't usually get caught out by hard clears, but Turtle right there, not paying attention.
Yeah, just kind of the ball whizzing by him faster than he thought it would. There's a shot in from Garrett, creating pressure. Turtle off the backboard. Can Moses answer? Gets contested by Fireburner. Seems to be always there on defense, making those 50-50s, as you mentioned earlier. Garrett, nice little trying to flick it off, but again, Fireburner just getting in the way.
What a pinch, though.
He has such a good understanding of how 50-50s work, and he seems to win them more often than not.
Oh, man.
Fireburner.
Fireburner with the okay, because again we see a very, very fortunate goal, but a whiff deliberately or not by Sad Jr. forcing an own goal.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Fireburner getting the best of a 50-50 though, like you said, so credit to him. I would say that having a close camera angle like Fireburner does
like to use really helps you with those 50-50s, because you can really see what part of your car you're hitting the ball with up close
That's
and
a
personal.
very, very good point.
For people using 50-50s, maybe try zooming in a little bit or reducing your FOV slightly. 110 FOV is maybe not the unanimous best like lots of people think it is. What a pass by Jacob into the mid! What a brilliant play by the Cobb. He even uses the wheels in his car here to take the power off of it, just laying it perfectly for Sad Jr. Kings of Urban are demolishing Exodus here. This is maybe even more one-sided than the Flipside series against Weedom. What on earth has happened to Exodus?
Now, like this, Exodus seems like they are not showing up in these finals. And it might look like we're going to see a sweep on both sides of the pond.
Absolutely
That's
crazy.
ridiculous.
Absolutely crazy. I did not see this coming in any universe. Certainly not the one we live in. There's still time. There's still
many
time.
universes.
Exodus can do it, but they really just need to be aggressive. They're letting Kings of Urban do whatever they want, and again the ball just rolls into their net. Nobody's trying to stop this. Just a free hit for Jacob this time, and everybody backs off.
Yeah,
Oh,
Garrett
dear.
actually took a path towards the corner boost.
I think he
when
was
he
boost
realized
starved.
it was going on target, he could not turn his car fast enough with the boost that he had to get in front of it.
Looked like he
So-
was boost starved. Poor Garrett. But that's still a
So-
misplay. You know, that's one thing that we often let people get away with. If somebody says, "Oh, I was out of boost," we kind of say, "Okay, no problem. Like nothing you can do." But really, it's still a misplay being boost starved at high level Rocket League.
Yeah, every time you're boost starved, there's one of those little small pellets you could have gotten, or two or three.
Yeah, you
you're
could have
not,
managed
you're
it
not
better.
optimally. Yeah, you're not
There's
optimally
no doubt.
routing yourself to pick up the small ones. The
Yeah.
boost canisters on the corners of the map are not the only boosts on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's the most convenient, but you really got to make use of those smaller pellets in the midfield.
Well, maybe no. Garrett is not able to get the power on the shot. Again, moving pretty slowly is Garrett G at this point. Not the confidence or the speed that we're used to seeing from him. You know, it's one thing being boost starved in defense. That's maybe unavoidable if people are starving you intentionally. But if you're in offense, you should never be out of boost. You should always have something, because your team's the one controlling the pressure. Oh man, Jacob with the turtle back pass. I'm not sure about that one. He's having a little bit of fun here. 2 minutes left in the clock, 4-0. And he's going to go for the turtle back pass. It turns out to be very ineffective. Hopefully to the surprise of no one.
Fireburner sending it up above net and gets the rebound as well. And Exodus are
Man,
completely falling
Exodus
apart
are
in this game
done.
forward.
They're done. They've given up here. There's no way that they think they can win this one. Fireburner and co are just too good today. You know, they heard me call them the Weedom girls of NA, and they took it very literally, and they're just going to 4-0 the finals. So, great performance by them. Kings of Urban, you know, we saw them just manhandle Genesis in games 3 and 4 of that series, and they've just completely dominated Exodus in games 1, 2, 3, and 4. Like, every single game they've won. And you know, there were a couple of close ones in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Kings of Urban looking pretty comfortable from start to finish, I'd say.
Yeah, only game 2 was close, if I recall. Kings of Urban completely dominating in the other 3 games, including this one.
Yeah, Exodus just don't look confident. They just don't look confident. They're getting caught out by hard clears. They don't seem to have much in the way of pressure or self-belief. They're just backing off and letting KOU do whatever they want, and Kings of Urban are just, you know, just setting up goal after goal and taking free shots in the net. It's very strange to see Exodus play this passively.
And interesting to note, Genesis actually did take a game off Kings of Urban.
Mm-hmm.
Their score was 3-1, but it looks like Exodus is going to get 4-0.
Oh, Garrett with a whiff. They're just not landing their shots, and albeit it is 40 seconds left, so they've, you know, their mind's probably not quite in this game anymore. I'm sure they're talking about what they need to do better moving forward into the LAN in a couple of weeks from now. But yeah, Genesis, or rather Exodus, this is the biblical names, man. They're so confusing. Garrett's able to get a goal.
All right, Garrett's on the
close.
board, everybody.
He's on the board. Garrett G, definitely wow, look at that goal steal. Definitely the most goal scory player, for lack of a better word, on Exodus. Stealing Moses' finish right there. Very well done by him. But it's just not enough. Kings of Urban are too good today. If there's ever any doubt if he was the best team in North America at this moment, this has settled any argument.
For sure.
They've fair and square completely demolished the second-ranked team in NA. And the same goes to Weedom Girls. You know, Kings of Urban and Weedom Girls really distancing themselves from the pack at the top of their regions.
And as the ball slowly drips towards the ground, we're going to see a 4-0 from Kings of Urban. Eventually, it's going to get down there. Maybe one more goal from Fire. Doesn't look like it. Let's see what kind of celebrations Kings of Urban can say for this one.
just nothing.
Quiet on the side of Fireburner and Jacob. Sad Jr. seeing what he can...
I like to think that they're celebrating in real life. You know, they're jumping up and down. There's no time to celebrate with your controller if you're delighted. They got to tell their mom that they won Rocket Royale 4-0 over their most difficult competition in the region. So pretty well done by KOU. Looking fantastic today. Congratulations to them. And Fireburner showing up pretty big defensively in these series, and also just in front of the net. He just always seems to be there for the tap-ins. He's the man of the moment for sure.
Yeah, I think Fireburner was definitely the MVP of that series.
Although we can't take away from Sad and Jacob. It was an all-round just team dominance from them. Very well done.
Sorry to bring it up, but Fickle, you have frozen. Your webcam is frozen. Quite pose.
Oh, what a
man,
pose!
Yeah,
What a pose!
you look very happy with what has happened there.
Oh, I think my display driver was having another one of its fritzes. And
It's okay. It's a good pose. It's a very good pose.
But we will head over now to the congratulatory phase of the stream. That was a long word. To say well done to Kings of Urban 4-0. We didn't think Weedom Girls Flipside was going to be 4-0. We didn't think Kings of Urban Nexus was going to be 4-0, and they both were. That just shows you how good teams can get when they play Royale. And I tell you, one thing I've noticed with Kings of Urban is they love having fun when they play. And as soon as they start winning, they just feel like they're having more and more fun, and they play better when they're having fun. So they definitely get fueled by victories like that. Sorry for the overlay at the moment.
I think that's fitting.
Oh man!
Oh my god! Say that, Johnny. Say that.
I see it.
That is perfect. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Fickle, for bringing this into our lives again. I thought I was never going to see this ever again, but there we go. Yeah,
Wonderful.
So, well done to Kings of Urban for winning today's Rocket Royale. So did Weedom Girls. I will just take one moment now quickly to say, if you're interested in a European-based... Oh, not that one. If you're interested in a European-based LAN, head over to the website. If you do !Insomnia, you'll find out a bit about that. Me, Johnny, and Shogo will be casting that. And once again, well done to our winners. And you get one last look at this beautiful thing before we go on to a host. Do stick around and give the host some love, or the people we are hosting some love, as everyone in the Rocket League community is doing so much right now to keep us all entertained and educated in Rocket League. Thank you all for watching. I've been Gregan. I've been your host today. We've mixed up the format a bit for you to try and make it a little bit smoother. I hope it was. Especially for you, Johnny and Fickle. Hope it was smoother for you.
It's much easier.
It's so
trust
much
me.
easier.
Casting when you don't need to worry about overlays and setting up lobbies and everything. You know, the guys behind the scenes here make it so much easier for us, which just lets us focus on the games. Really big help, honestly. And
shout out to you, Greg, and Quest Ferret as well for setting up lobbies and getting all the overlays and scenes sorted out. So big ups to you guys. You guys are underappreciated.
Well, thank you very much, and you can check Johnny Boy out on his Twitter there. Myself, you can see above, and Fickle as well. I think that's your handle, at Fickle_Platypus.
Correct.
So do go check everyone out, and we'll see you all next time on Rocket Royale. Next weekend, I think, will be the last one before RLCS, so do follow and come back next time. Bye-bye.
See you later, guys.
Later, boys.